Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Blast the Draft Season 1, presented by Nodvin Gaming. I'm going to be your host and caster Necro John. Alongside with me on the panel is going to be CS2, a new face around the block, of course, and we are currently inside of the Pakistani division. Yesterday, we were also seeing some matches from the Indian division, and things were quite interesting. Of course, the proper executions weren't there, but maybe later on we can see those. But CS2, how are you doing, man? It's your first day on the desk. How you feeling?
Very excited to see all the Pakistani teams out here who would be playing in front of us again, because I was checking all of their past records and they have been showing some promising results. And the way that they read around the map and the game, it just seems pretty different from the way that Indian teams do, but it's unique in its own way. And it basically packs a lot of fun. So I'm just waiting to see them in action today.
Yeah, speaking about the Indian division, we saw quite a lot of interesting matches in general. WahWah as well doing a phenomenal job. The first matchup they ever played, the scoreline was 1-1. But yesterday, WahWah, they defeated their opponents fired up with 2-0 scoreline. Fired up, a team that came in from the open qualifiers, definitely showcased a lot of performance and also a lot of potential. But unfortunately, against some of the best teams out there, they sort of collapsed. Now we're currently inside of the Pakistan region, and there's only one invited team over here. That is going to be WahWah. Rest all the teams have qualified in from the open qualifiers. Let's move on forward and take a look at the leaderboard. This is going to be clearing a lot of the stuff. WahWah, of course, an invited team. They're currently leading the pack with a 4-0 scoreline with the round diff for 33 and points of 6. Then you've got on the second spot Pack Boys with 2-0 score and with the round diff of only 10. Not a lot of round diff right there, but then points accumulated are going to be 3.
I love the fact how the invited team is just performing up to its potential, but on the other side, the teams that have qualified, they're also giving a lot of competition out there, because on third, we've got Team Mystic with 1 win and 1 loss, wherein they've got 3 round difference and only 1 point in the arsenal. But the team that I want to look forward to is going to be Team Paradox, because again, they'll be searching for their main few pointers to get into that top 3. But again, coming down to come mid and Team VRN, we've got to take a look at them as well.
I mean, this is today's schedule, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to kick things off with Team Paradox versus Team VRN. It's going to be an interesting matchup, considering Paradox last time when they played, they lost one matchup against Mystic. But this time, now that they're facing for the first time, it's definitely going to be an interesting one as well. VRN, a team that has lost 2-0 against WahWah. Definitely their mental's not going to be that strong, but considering Paradox as well is sort of like a team that have qualified in from the open qualifiers, things can be on the same page in my opinion.
It could be, but again, the matchup that I want to focus on would going to be between Paradox and Commit, because they are still trying to find out a win for themselves in Paradox. Again, this is also a team who wants to go in that top 3, but WahWah and Commit are the teams who will be going up against each other in the third matchup, and WahWah have not even dropped a single map. So they are definitely having that aroma around them, and they've got the momentum in their favor. And in order to break that, Come Mid would definitely have to do something out of the box. Maybe kind of try and take away the maps that their opponents are not that comfortable on. So those are a few things that they could do. But it eventually is going to come down to those important and crucial duels, because you have to win them no matter what.
Let's move on forward and take a look at the rosters of the team, because we've got first time it's going to be Team Paradox. Of course, Shayan, a lone guy. Then you've also got Ayan, Ackerman, and Sai. All these players have seen them play in the past, and IGL, being Ayan, is definitely going to have a lot of the pressure on his shoulder as well, considering his team, sort of, their run is a little bit on the mid-pack. But then if you move on forward and take a look at VRN's lineup, this team's not doing that great. They've lost their first matchup ever against WahWah. This is going to be their redemption arc in the upcoming few matches, as we've got Abdur as the IGL, SR as the entry, Masood as the Yopper, Criminal as the support, and Trans as the lurk.
But here's the thing about Team VRN, because they have only played one of their match. Yes, they lost both their maps, but even after that, this is basically an opportunity for them to try and change the tides for the way that things have been going for them in this specific group stage. So I really love the fact how, you know, they've got this very varied lineup wherein they've got multiple people who can actually switch up between of those roles as well. So you might sometimes see some other person going in for those looks. I love the way that they kind of synergize with each and every one of them. Yes, on the other side, WahWah is a team that has basically not lost to anyone, and they're doing phenomenally well, but trying to challenge them is a very good feat. On this specific note, I want to have a look at the map veto as well, because again, what better to see those amazing maps that are going to be be in front of us. First one is going to be an overpass ban.
Overpass being banned out by Team VRN off the bat. An interesting ban coming out from the side of VRN. Maybe just sticking to their comfort zone and hoping that the overpass was probably not going to be picked by the opponents. Or maybe if it is, then VRN, they're going to have a lot of struggle. So it's better to just ban out overpass off the bat. But then Inferno is going to be banned out from the side of Paradox. Vertigo instantly replied back by the side of VRN. I want to see what the fourth ban is going to be. Ancient. Interesting. Inside of the Indian region, Ancient, it felt like it's one of the most fan favorite map and also the player favorite map. But unfortunately, now that Ancient's banned out inside of the first series, I want to see what the picked up maps are going to be. Anubis as well taken out. That means Mirage, and you're also going to have Nuke to kick things off over here. Mirage, one of the most classic maps, a puggy map in my opinion. Every single team's going to be super familiar to this map, and they would know what exactly to do at what time. So once again, it's all going to come down to the mechanics as well. But at the same time, if execution are going to be there, it's just going to be that icing on top of the cake. But so far, especially yesterday, we saw no type of execution. We saw some basic smoke, some basic flashes, but still, it was just some basic stuff. Nothing really out of the ordinary.
That is true, because again, Counter-Strike is basically a game where you need to know those lineups, because you can be on one part of the map and you can throw your lineup, maybe of a smoke lineup or a frag lineup, even a flash lineup. Those are the few things that you need to study on, and the more you know, the better for your team, because that way you would be able to sell convincing fakes to your opponent only to execute on the side that is basically weak. Now, yes, some basic lineups are extremely necessary, but I also want to see those advanced lineups, those boosts coming up as well. And again, starting things on Mirage, I think so, yes, a comfortable map for not just Indian teams, but also for Pakistani teams out there. They love to play on that one. A very classic map indeed. I still feel that you've got equal opportunity to get those rounds in your favor. I don't personally feel it's very CT-centric or T-centric, but again, it's down to those important duels and how well you try and take those advantageous duels.
But here we go. First map of the series begins now. Mirage is on the way, ladies and gentlemen, where VRN kicks things off on CT and Paradox on T. And off the bat, we're seeing quite a quick execution towards the A side. Every single player from the side of Paradox just want to move on forward towards the A. Trance as well is just going to try and do something, because at this point in time, the players of VRN, they've got no other option than to back away. And it's a complete war towards the CT spawn. Every single player's just falling down. Trades happening back and forth, but now things are taken down to a 3v3.
And I have absolutely no idea that Paradox would push so freaking deep. But again, Abdur standing his ground, still trying to go in for those equalizing trades. It's Ayan and Abdur up against each other. Position noted. He's moving backwards and he will win the trade. Ayan, what a great shot. Slowly creeping backwards, trying to give himself more space and get in an off angle, only to catch him off guard. Paradox get the first down, and that is just the pistol. And so much aggression from Paradox. We are in need to be aware of that.
I mean, it just felt like a deathmatch round in my opinion. Every single player from the side of T, which was Paradox, they just pushed up close and personal in CT. They did not even go for the plant. Interesting stuff. It is quite entertaining, but if you think about the future lines, this should not be the playstyle at all. Paradox, they've managed to get the first round inside of the board. That's going to be good news for them. Musafi the Deagle is ready to cut someone's head off. Is ready to crack someone's skull. While considering Paradox, they've got the better weaponry inside of the fight, it is understandable that they're going to have the main advantage inside of this one. But it just feels like Paradox, especially VRN, they seem quite ready. They're holding every single angle in quite a disciplined way.
That is indeed true. They also have got that entirety of the mid control. Xian, for now, going in for a smoke lineup. Trying to make sure that his team has got enough. The Molotov's going to go in to try and give them some control off towards that underside. And oh my goodness, he's playing so up front in that smoke. They're all missing him. My god, this could be everything from Abdur. No, not a knife. He goes for 2 knives. That is just brilliant.
What am I even watching at this point?
Jeez.
And now it's a 3v2 scenario. Criminal being the last man left alive. He can't really do much considering it's just an eco, but he still finds one. Finds his head. Haircuts out from the side of Criminal. P250 only in the hand. I highly doubt anything can be done at this point in time. He does not even have any armor onto him. One single shot's going to seal the deal, and already the dink's found. And considering only 11 HP in the hand, this clutch now seems next to impossible, and yes it is.
VRN working around way too slowly, and I just still can't wrap around my head over the fact how Abdur got two knives in this situation. He had all three of them in front of him, and the way he just played so proactive in that smoke clearly shows how well he studied his opponents, and that's something now, of course, they'll have to worry about on the other side. This one next round, the first one round was extremely fast, pacey hit towards the A. This time it was a very slow hit, and now for the third round, we're going to get a pacey hit directly from the apartments as well.
Pretty much. Criminal 2 behind the bench side. Mayan's able to shut down Musaf off the bat. It's a great entry they've found on the site, but still the trades are happening back and forth. And out of nowhere, this round's fallen in the court of VRN. SR positions himself in an off angle. Cheyenne on the opposite side, just playing it safe as possible. But SR's ready with the crosses trained, and he's going to shut down the last man. VRN, they picked the first round on the board, and it's a great start for them as well. This was a desperately needed round considering it was the bye round as well.
That indeed true, and with just one round, we are quickly going to head into a timeout by Team Paradox. I think so. It's quite early on. They did not even have that weaponry advantage, I guess, but they did use a lot of utilities. However, disrespecting the fact all those close angles that were being held by VRN, they basically knew they had the entirety of the read that it might actually be a pacey hit towards the B, and the two people who were anchoring the side, they held on their ground for so very long because the last three players that came in for the rotation, they had all they needed to do was just to wrap the few scraps up here and there. So I think so. Team Paradox, even though if they want to go in for a very pacey execute, was the A. Yes, they went in and overstepped their boundaries, I would still say, which rewarded them for once. But towards the B side, you need to be a little more proactive.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're facing some technical issues. We'll be right back. we've got the technical issues sorted, and of course, I'm going to be your host and caster Necro, John alongside. With me on the panel is going to be Shaishnu. Shaishnu, considering the first 3 rounds have already passed by, the bow rounds won by the players of VRN as well, and they're looking pretty solid so far. They've got the guns on the board as well, and considering Paradox, they lost the previous round. Once again, their economy is pretty much going to be reset, but we still see some broken buys on the board. Galil in the hands of Sai, you see Cheyenne with a MAC-10, and you see Ayan with a MAC-10 as well.
Having that Ignite in his own hands, it's a broken buy indeed, but the question is how are they going to deal with the AWP coming in from Musab directly in the window? That's going to be the question. But for now, we're going to see a very pacey execute coming in directly towards the side. That was a good flash.
And off the bat, 2 kills on the port. B site's on a complete lockdown. It's next to impossible to breach through and penetrate through this defense. So far, fantastic job done towards B. The entire push from the T's have collided and collapsed. And now considering it's a little bit of a full stop inside of the strat as well, I want to see what the second thoughts and the second decision is going to be from the side of Paradox. Slowly and steadily looking forward to back away from the apartments. But Sai, he's got some different thoughts though. Yeah, Sai is still looking towards the underpass area.
Yes, and at the same time, look at the position of SR in mid directly. If in case Paradox do not anticipate it, he could potentially cause a lot of trouble, because either ways, Paradox are actually looking to try and find some 1v1s in order to equalize the numbers. VRN are just not giving it to them. They did cut off the entirety of the noise in hopes to find someone from VRN, probably push to gather some intel, and they might go in for a punish, but that is just not happening because VRN have got the entire mid control as of now. Cat, connector, now directly going towards the arches too. Sai's senses are tingling as he slowly moves forward in the underpass. He also wants to try and clear that area. Look at Criminal, he actually goes in for the fight. Sai wins it out with an amazing headshot and another drop shot from Abdur.
And well, just like that, it's going to be a save from the side of the T's. Paradox do not really want to go for any type of duels against the players of VRN later on, but unfortunately they do lose out on one of their Galils. That might just hurt them later on in the future. And considering there were also some of the broken buys, so they cannot go for the buy once again, they still need to go for a eco round. I want to see how this one's going to be like. They've got some Tech 9s, some Glocks, and a Deagle on the board. Nothing really to back themselves up inside of this round. I highly doubt this round's going to be converted into a win, but at least they can try and do some damage and try and keep the opponent's economy humbled.
Because right now they're kind of snowballing. They've got enough to buy for the next few rounds, but looking at the position of Cheyenne, can try and find some mid control. There's no one who can actually try and stop them, but look at the position coming in windows. And Abdur as well goes in for some lineups. Not moving fast.
Nate's out. It's going to deal a lot of damage. But the player's being forced back. A good shot from Musab. Already the opener's found, and the second one's going to follow up as well. It's probably going to be like a domino effect. And Musab looking forward to get the third one collected as well. But this time he misses the shot. It's completely fine though. The damage has already been dealt. And all he needs to do now is just back away and wait and see what exactly the game plan's going to be like from the side of Paradox. Paradox at this point, they're probably just going to wait back, stay back, and wait for someone to push up close and personal. But I highly doubt this time VRN are going to do the same thing. Last time they've learned their lesson. And this time, patience has to be the key.
VRN have answered back Paradox's quick rounds. They have answered back their slow rounds. Paradox would need to try and do something else now. Possibly try and play an aggressive towards mid. But again, how are you going to deal with the AWP from Musab? Oh my, Criminal, my god, that off angle just seems to be nasty. And tries to go in, find some scrap,
No
but
way.
that's about it. The ball bang does the job. Trans finishing off Cheyenne as well, moving VRN to 3.
Unfortunate stuff. Paradox. Still, the economy's not looking that great. Only Ayana and a lone guy. They've got some money to buy. Maybe they can't try and go for an AK hero strat, and that's what the game plan's going to be. He's the only man with the AK in his hands. The rest of the players, they've got some Tech 9s and Mac 10. And now a lone guy is gonna have all the burden on his shoulders to pull off something inside over here. He at least needs to find the opener, the initial pick for his team. The op in the hands of Updur, it's been a big pain in the foot for these players. And once again, the op's going to be in quite an aggressive angle. First one found, and also a lot of intel given away. Incendiary out as well from the side of Criminal. That's going to delay the push at least for a while, but not anymore. The players are still flooded inside of the site. And Criminal's able to return back one with the nade. Updur can push up close and personal, but it's really not going to matter. He still shuts down the man with a P250. One more left on the site, and he will be snuffed out.
I'm glad they actually sold that AK. Otherwise, it would have been taken away by VRN even in this round, because Trans just seems to be hitting some nasty shots with that AK. But on the other side, Abdur with that op, they've actually got that double op set up now. Are Paradox gonna realize what's happening? Because if not, then they'd be up for a very warm welcome, which they would not like personally. And if in case they cannot get this one specific round for themselves, VRN are just going to snowball. In terms of that economy, they are already snowballing, but also in terms of the round, because in the next one, they'll be put down to another save. And we've already seen how strong VRN are looking on that save round. The B hit is just not working out for them. The first one was a very pacey A hit, and they did fairly good in that. Not losing a lot of members. It was down to the last 1v1, but at least they were able to have that advantage on the site in a 3v1 situation.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, all of their B hits have been just properly shut down. They can't seem to get any mid control. They need to get those flash lineups in, or at least those smokes lineup in to block off the window.
Double op setup from VRN. Now it's going to be even more tougher to get anything done. Good nade towards the smoke. But it's instantly going to fade away once again. Masab just going for a couple of spam on top. Man, he finds the first pick. This man with the op, as I mentioned, he's been a big pain in the foot for the Paradox. I'm not sure what they can do to try and flush him out. But a good Molotov towards Underpass is going to deny the potential entry that side could have found. And once again, now all he can do is just back away. Paradox, they're just losing out on the man number off the bat as soon as the round starts. They need to find a cure to this disease.
The only way Paradox actually found a few rounds was the pistol one and the one after that, wherein they had the weaponry advantage. But again, slowly pushing towards a... Smoke's gonna fade on stairs, and this should give them the information, but it is a stacked site. You've got 3 defenders there. I don't think so how easy it's gonna be to execute. The flash goes in. Oh my goodness, and what a shot!
Yeah, just gonna crack his skull open, but SR towards Under Palace. He's holding it down all by himself. A one-man army. Trans with the final one to collect. But still SR. This man single-handedly dismantled that entire push. Paradox, you can clearly see the struggles and also the panic now starting to settle. Because initially they're losing out on 2 players off the bat, and it's not a good news at all. Going towards mid has really been punishing these players. Maybe they need to find and do something else. Maybe A-side hit can be the way to go. It's been a while. They haven't hit the A-side. The only time when we saw them hit the A-side was in the pistol round.
That is true, but again, VRN seems to have the idea of that too. And they've been stacking players on towards the A side. The read was just phenomenal. And again, Musab on that op, he has been just outstanding, hitting those nasty flicks in the mid. And also, I love the fact that he actually tried to go in that frag smoke fade away thingy, wherein you throw that frag, smoke fades away for a few seconds, and you've got an opportunity to try and get that pick. He knew the timing when Paradox would try to creep up towards mid and take that space behind the boxes, but could not find that exact one. but also realized that it potentially could have been a situation where someone made that cross, and that's where he found the first pick of the round, the opener. And yes, it's just as you perfectly mentioned. A sites could be the name of the game, but from where? That's the question. Is it going to be from Palace or from Palace Alley? That's the main thing. Because they always have to clear a lot of that space on the site, and they would not know where the op is going to be posted. Only one has been carried forward for the next one though, so that could possibly be the silver lining for Paradox, maybe, that they would not have to deal with that double op.
Well, I mean, the double op setup is going to be impossible to avoid. It's inevitable. At least one of the oppers always going to find some of the picks, but you just need to learn to trade properly. And that's why I've always been saying execution is the way to go. Use those smokes properly, deny the vision of the opponents, and just move on inside of the site. But so far, we're just not seeing those proper executions. Neither are we seeing those proper flashes to blind the oppers. And that's why they're just finding a clear line of sight on the opponents. But let's see. Considering the pause is going on for a while, maybe they can come up with some new strategies. Once again, Deagles and Tech9's on the board for the T's. While on the opposite side, the same setup's probably going to be repeating once again. Trans has got a lot of money, so he can definitely give a buy to Masab. And that's what's probably going to happen. There's an op. Line on the floor. And the round begins. Once again, it's probably going to be a systematic dismantle from the side of VRN. That's what I'm expecting. They've got all the guns they need to take down the opponents in a really good way. But this time it's going to be a quick push towards A, and it probably a mow down as well. The man's stuck under Palace. He gets found, but instantly SR as well tries to push up close and personal towards the site. The players have already found the floodgates, and the floodgates are open as well in quite a good manner. The nade's going to find the pick, and it's going to blow the opponent up. But Sai in the clotheslines with a MAC-10 is dealing a lot of damage. And still Sai is getting shot at from all the different angles. He doesn't exactly know where to look, and he gets snuffed out.
Paradox, they went in for that A execute, and VRN had the perfect read for that. I love the fact how they quickly threw a couple of Molotovs as well as few of their utilities to stop any kind of quick hit that might be coming in from stairs, and then directly focus their attention towards the Palace. That was absolutely brilliant. A couple of trades left and right, but that last rotation from CT again, that was not anticipated. I would like to see Paradox try and go in for a few smoke lineups that could block off the entirety of the backside towards A if they really want to go in for those quick pacey hits.
Interesting.
Throw a couple of frags there, maybe a Molotov, but that's not something what we are seeing. It's just some dry fights being taken.
Exactly. And that's been the main concern, not just inside of the Pakistan division, but also in the Indian division. They were going for a lot of these dry peaks against the oppers, thinking that they can probably one-tab. That ego is something, it's really tough to satisfy, but these players, they always fall prey to it. But for now, quite a slow and steady approach. Patience is the key to success, and that's what maybe Paradox have realized. Holding things back, letting the CTs take over, maybe push up in their crosshairs, but this time, things start off in an opposite way. Abdur's the man who finds the opening. And maybe now VRN can start to panic a little bit. Maybe the panic can settle up, but considering they've got so many rounds and so much cushion, they can't afford to let that kill go.
Oh my goodness, what a shot from SR. This guy has been impeccable on the M4 in his hand. Just does not know when to stop, but Sai coming in trying to go in for damage, as now our teammate's gonna support, but Sandwich is not taking He's just mowing down everyone from VRN, and SR just wraps up. Checks the angle towards the stairs to finish them off. Paradox A executes are also not working for them now.
Solid stuff. Trance with a 3K, once again being the savior. Last time it was SR towards the A site. This time it's Trans. A site's on a complete lockdown. You just cannot move on towards that site. And once again, it's going to be the double op setup. VRN, they're winning rounds back to back. And at this point, they've got a lot of economy as well. To keep their economy humbled, it sounds a little bit too much. Good Molotov, right underneath the window. So, of course, it's going to deal a lot of damage on the T's. And Op once again starting to click in. Musab, he finds a 2K.
What?
A quick 2-piece on the board. The nade's going to be placed perfectly as well. It finds the man who was going for the plant. Oh, the entire take is now starting to crumble down. SR from the back line sneaking in towards sight, and he collects them both.
Get the op out of Musab's hand. My god. The pace with which he quickly gets those picks. All he needs is just a pixel off. And that's where his flick is going to land. And what a perfectly placed frag. That there was absolutely no way for anywhere for the members of Paradox to run away from that one. That was brilliant. Now the pacey B hit was also stopped completely. They can't even seem to take control of the site, let alone go for a plant. Musab on an off-angle this time towards Cat. He finds one, gets one, but traded as well as quickly as he found one. Oh my goodness, but Abdul. Another great shot coming in.
I just don't understand. We're seeing so many of these dry peaks happen. Trans towards A. Once again, SR and Trans, this duo. It's been phenomenal on the A site. At this point in time, if you're the terrorist, you pretty much would want to evacuate the A site. Not even think of going towards it. And now 3 players. Towards Ticketput is Diopper. And up to it once again. Oh, he's just got his arms open and he's welcoming every single player from Paradox. 9-2 is the scoreline. One more round to go for the first half.
If it's going to be a 10-2 situation, then I don't know how Paradox would be able to make a comeback. Possibly on the back of the next pistol? But again, they would need to have that snowball effect even on their anti-eco and bonus rounds. Wherein VRN, they've got the best cushioning that they could ask for. And they are the ones who basically got 3 AKs in their hand and 2 ops. They're not even going for any M4, so not quite sure how Paradox would be able to pick this one apart, because they go in for a pace hit towards B, they're shut down towards A, now they're being shut down as well. They can't seem to take control of mid. This again, you try to smoke the connector off, and there's a frag grenade that's going to dissipate all the smoke, and this is how Abdul will get the pick as well from that position. Close angles not being checked. I really felt that the one in which Trans got 3K from Sandwich, that round should have been Paradox's round. They went in for some good util. They were able to push SR back as well, but they just could not check the angles.
I mean, especially if you think about how things are going, like for Paradox. At this point, they've tried contesting mid so many times. It's not working out. There's 2 oppers towards mid. 1 man towards Nest, the other man towards Connector. Even if they find the man towards Nest, then the Connector starts to activate himself. All they do is put in 1 nade inside the smoke fades away, they get a pick, and instantly back away. And it's been a problem for a while now. Doing the same thing's not working out. Maybe a B execute, smoke towards market window, can definitely do the trick. But once again, when they start falling out of the window, that's when the real problem starts to hit them. And we haven't seen the window smoke so far. We haven't seen the market window smoke so far. They need to find a lineup to that. They need to find something and smoke it off.
1 more round to go. And it seems to be another hit towards the B. Still got the C4 in hand. That Molly is going to come in to try and stop anyone pushing.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? He's blind and he still peeks out.
That's... Sheesh. No, that should not have happened.
As usual, Abdur just pushes up towards short with the off. Good spam! It's gonna find Cheyenne. Good read from the side of Criminal. Another nade tossed in. It's gonna deal a lot of damage. Instantly bounces back. 5-7 in the hands of Eptor. He's ready for someone to jump out of the window. But that's not gonna be the case. Once again, the take has been dismantled. And the 3 remaining players from Paradox, they're gonna have no other option than to back away. Side is still there. Gets caught, but he replies back in a great manner. Criminal put down in his grave. A 4v3 scenario. It is still doable for Paradox. But considering size quite softened up, it's just going to make it even more tougher. Aptor with the op now, looking forward to shut down the B site. Looking forward to keep the side in a complete lockdown. And once again, it's going to be a take towards B. Paradox, they're quite adamant. They're quite stubborn. They want to go to the same site, but Aptor misses that shot. And it's going to give an opportunity for the players of Paradox to move inside of the site and shut down the Opera. And that's what they do. They find the initial pick, but then it's going to be Trance once again, all by himself, shutting down the players single-handedly.
It's got to check multiple angles now, directly towards the arches, as well as from the window. Ollie's going to go towards one, and SR was able to get Musab. Wait a second. That's not exactly how you want to get a pick in the round, but nonetheless, that's going to be the shot connecting SR. And he definitely needs to apologize to his teammate. Yeah, but
I think so. He did it on purpose.
My man always. Yeah, he did actually.
I think so. He did it on purpose.
My man always gets to.
He wanted to have the MVP inside of the round, so he just killed his teammate and then collected the last kill and went for the defuse. Interesting. Betrayal at its finest, ladies and gentlemen.
There's an imposter. Jeez. The confidence that you actually need to have when you are in a 2v1 situation and you finish off your own teammate, knowing that you'll still end up winning that 1v1. The confidence.
And these guys have got a lot of confidence, that's for sure. Criminal. Once again, it's going to be an A-side take from the side of VRN. Inside of the pistol, A-side's being the favorite for these players. And even for VRN, it's going to be the same stuff around the block. But Ayan finds a 2-piece. And now it's only 2 players left alive from the side of VRN to try and pull off anything. This USP's doing a lot of damage. One more man towards CT, and he's starting to click some skulls. Just only 1 tap away from taking down the last man as well, but only if Musab managed to clutch this can be an insane clutch too. 10-2 is the half. Paradox, they're desperate to get this round in their hand. If they do not win this pistol round, everything's gonna come crumbling down. This game of Mirage is going to be out of their hands, and then they would just need to hope that they win the upcoming nuke game, but Cheyenne still somehow pulls it back.
They were still giving a 1v1 to Musab, and that is not the best way to try and go in for the fight. But at the end of the day, it did work out for them. But that was way too close for any kind of comfort. And the push that came in from VRN. Again, clearing their corners. Yes, they missed a couple of them. But on the other side, I would give it to Ayan himself. Because he was the one who basically outplayed the entirety of VRN there. Getting 3 picks for himself.
Oh. An eco round for VRN. But nothing can be said considering the confidence is going to be all-time high on the side of VRN. They're probably going to be looking forward to connect some skulls, crack them open. SR, already the first man's found. Criminal is doing some criminal activities, and he finds the second one too. Single-handedly eating the players of Paradox from inside out. He's now also looking forward to collect the third man, Ayan. But Ayan's got too many angles to check. He will crumble down as well. A 2v2 scenario. This eco round so far has been playing out perfectly fine. And VRN on the verge of winning this round as well. MP9 in the hands, misses all the shots, and Ackerman takes charge. Criminal, the only man left alive with a FAMAS. The clutch is definitely possible, scared. But he's looking forward to back away. Maybe a couple of mind games trying to play it. But no, the C4's all the way back towards the T-spawn.
They never picked it up. They let it be there. They just wanted to go in for those fights. They wanted to brawl everything out, only to follow it up later. What a big brain play coming in. Now he's got the C4 in hand, going towards mid. Wait, he should be able to see it. No, he's with the cross. Ackerman sees for him first, but what? Criminal still wins that duel, and now he's basically got an empty B side. He's got to worry about someone coming in from market, but that's about it. He can go in for a safe plant.
He can go in for a safe plant, but the cross is trained from Paradox, and unfortunately looks away at the nick of time, and Sai gets the advantage. Another round on the board for Paradox. Maybe it's the start that they wanted to have inside of the game, but maybe it's a little bit too late, considering VRN's already touched the double digit. All they need is 3 more rounds to seal the deal. While Paradox, they've still got a mountain to climb.
Slow steps, that's all you need. But I love the fact how Sai, when he jumped out of the window, was a little bit towards the left side to give a fake idea to Criminal that he'll be going directly towards the left with a wraparound, but at the end just went towards the right because that gave him a small window, small timing to capitalize. It was just not ready. On the other side now, few lineups being thrown. Ayan going in for the flash in mid. They also have to worry about this stack towards the stairs. 1-for-1 trade.
Exactly. Trades on the board, but then up towards Connector. Even he's dealing out quite a lot of damage. 2 found instantly, and VRN, as soon as they get their hands on the guns, they're looking like an unstoppable freak of nature. And now even Sai, he's gonna try to squeeze himself in through that. And he's still fine. Here's the footsteps approaching him. Spray's not going to be that great. It's an iffy spray. And unfortunately, Sai gets caught. Another round for the side of VRN. A step. Here's the footsteps approaching him. Spray's not going to be that great. It's an iffy spray. And unfortunately, Sai gets caught. Another round for the side of VRN. A step closer to sealing the deal on the Mirage.
Simple wrap that came in from the jungle as well to finish him off. And yes, only 1 round away, and look at the economy of Paradox. It's not at all good. If anything, they would just have to force in this round whatsoever. MP9 into the mix. How much more can you do? A couple of MP9s and a few pistols in hand, that's about it. And we are just rushing in towards the beam directly from the apartments. This seems to be another round that might go in for their favor if everything goes well.
Good flashes. Quick take. Floodgates are open, and SR's already towards bench. Look at the amount of space this man has found. And considering he found that much space, the teammates as well crawl their way in. Beautifully done, VRN, not even wasting any moment. Instantly just pushing up close and personal against the opponents. And even the smokes are now denying the vision. A lone guy is indeed quite alone inside of this clutch. A 1v4, looking next to impossible to pull off, especially when you've only got an MP9 in your hands. You need to go for some close quarter combats, and he will be spammed through the smoke. A lone guy, nothing can be done.
VRN just seemed to know the perfect timing of everything. Had it been a gamble stack towards the B side, yes, Paradox would have had a chance to probably shut down with their crossfire setups and their util dump. But the way how quickly VRN just went in towards that execute, and their flashes connecting perfectly with those lineups, smokes as well, molotovs to push anyone back. That was just brilliant. And now they want to go in directly from stairs from the Palace Alley. This seems to be a very pacey hit, and up good. Gets one quickly on the back of a sub flash. Oh, but the angle is not checked. The lone guy
found the first. He could have done a lot, but unfortunately he was blind for a moment. And he misses that opportunity. Max 7 could have went huge in that scenario. And now up door, it's going to be a quick flash peek, but he finds the first tap. Already the round's taken away from the side of Paradox. They can't do anything. It's the last round as well, and Mirage is going to be taken away by the players of VRN. This series, it seems like it's probably going to be dominated by the likes of VRN. And even the last man collapses. Game 1 is going to be taken by VRN, a team in the past that lost 2-0 against WahWah. This time, they're on the path for redemption.
And in what fashion? What a great fashion indeed, because this gave away 2 rounds in their defense. That's about it. I mean, this is the kind of score which gives you a lot of confidence, and if this is the start for you in the evening, I know it's going to even snowball into a much better confidence for their side. But on the other side, Paradox would need to change a lot of things out there, because the way they're just trying to go in for those executes, it's way too straightforward, which is very easy to deal with for VRN, because all they need to do is just hold a few extra crossfire setups and they control the entire mid. Even in their attacking rounds, we saw them pushing forward and pressurizing Team Paradox when they went in for their mid aggression. But we're gonna have a look at the highlights of the game as well. These are the few flashy plays out there in the entirety of the match. But this is the nastiest one. I mean, come on.
Yeah, this was one of the most weird plays. Abdur being able to get that 2K with the knife, of course, was something that really took down a lot of the confidence from the side of Paradox. And then later on, it was a complete mowdown from the side of SR and Trance. The A side wasn't a complete lockdown, and especially that double op setup. The players of Paradox just could not find any type of counter to that strategy. But then how can you also forget Paradox? They were playing the previous games really raw. We did not see them utilize any type of proper executions on the site. Instead, they were just doing some raw peeks towards the uppers as well. Even the mid take wasn't really that organized. So Paradox, of course, got punished for that.
There were no set plays indeed. No long lineups, just very simple plain flashes wherein you got the line of sight, throw out your flash and wait for it to pop. That gives the time to defenders to just move away. All the people on CT were able to quickly turn away from that and were just ready to, again, finish off everyone from Team Paradox whenever the hit arose. On the other side, 13-4, Team VRN winning that map, and Criminal with 16 finishes and only 11 deaths.
A complete one-sided game where Criminal, Abdur, Musab, SR, and Trance, especially SR and Trance, towards the A side, these guys were doing a phenomenal job. Criminal and Abdur, these guys were, of course, one of the best players that VRN has to offer, in my opinion. Musab with the op was just being a menace for the opponent team. While you speak about Team Paradox, not a lot of things were done from any of these players. Even a lone guy, we saw that AK hero strategy. Even in there, a lone guy wasn't really able to do a lot. And usually he was the man who was the last left alive inside of the team as well. Unfortunately, that team wasn't really able to do well, but the upcoming map is going to be the map of Nuke. But I still feel like VRN is probably going to be a little bit more dominant on that map.
We'll just have to wait and see, because it's a little bit difficult to try and stop those hits on the map of Nuke, because again, I mean, there are just so many places that you need to watch out for, specifically if, you know, the attackers just decide to take control of the yard and go from secret directly to the lower base. I mean, you just have to have some proper setups as well as those lineup sets coming in order to try and stop those hits from coming, or you can try and play aggressive or as if you are on CT, but Paradox would need to change a lot of things.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot more to come, but after this short break. Paradox on the map of Mirage in a complete one-sided game. Now we're looking forward to conquer the map of Nuke as well. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Blast, where I'm going to be your host and caster Necro, and of course, Sean alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be Scaredy-Cat, and we're currently inside of the Pakistan division. As I mentioned, the first map's already taken away by the side of VRN in a complete one-sided game. Now the upcoming map is going to be the map of Nuke. Scaredy-Cat, what are your expectations on that map?
Honestly, looking to see a few extra rounds on the T side. Paradox were not able to do that on the previous one, maybe on this one, because I still feel the map would be able to assist them a little bit. I feel it's a little T-sided map. On the other side, they have to take space away from the CTs. They need to take control of the outside if they want to try and threaten a push from secret. They also need to take control of towards the A side. Otherwise, it's going to be really difficult, as we have seen how VRN easily locks down those sites.
But the second map of Nuke's on the way, ladies and gentlemen, as we see VRN kick things off from the CT and Paradox on the T once again. Paradox in the previous map, when they started things off on the T side, they got absolutely demolished, but maybe Nuke can be a new ray of hope to start things in a great manner.
They've shown a very solid pistol rounds, and not just once but a couple of times. So maybe again starting things off on this pistol would be able to help them out to build up that momentum and try to take away some from VRN, because they just have been having their field time. They've been winning all those duels, and honestly half of them is just because of the fact that Paradox are not able to check those close corners properly, just the way how Trans was able to get that triple in one of the previous rounds.
Especially, you speak of this rush that the players of Paradox are always showcasing. They're pushing really fast, quite deep inside of the site. Already the A side's taken away from the hands. And now VRN, all they need to do is just back away. But it's a push and pull. The players on the A push back. The players from the B, they instantly try to push up close and personal. But it's gonna be a complete mow down from Paradox with the Glocks. No matter who stands against them, will crumble down. And so far, the players of VRN, they're standing no chance. But then comes Abdur with a pick. He's got his hands on the clock, and probably he's going to be looking forward to at least get a couple of more picks before he gets taken down from the game completely. Spots out a player up close and personal. He knows there's a couple of players inside of the hut as well, and I doubt he's going to be able to get anything done.
He saw two of them, but the timing on which Ayan moved just a little bit back, that was impeccable. Could not have been any further bad for him. But on the other side, yes, another solid round coming in from Paradox. If I'm not wrong, they've won all three pistols till now. Doing a pretty solid job on that pistol. The only problem lies in is when we see VRN having their own utilities and having their own heavy weaponries. Because that's the time when VRN always seem to be popping off. When they had those M4s in hand, when they've got the AKM, AK-47s, Ops. Those are the kind of weaponries where VRN just end up demolishing Paradox. But on the other side, yet again, Paradox this time could potentially go with a few Galils of themselves. Should have the weaponry advantage, because even in the replay, just see what a nasty flick coming in.
I mean, let's be honest, it was a complete mow down inside of the site. And as I mentioned, it was sort of a push and pull. The players on the site pulled back, and the players on the opposite side pushed up. Which I absolutely love what the players of VRN try to do, but unfortunately it just didn't really work out. Because Paradox were already too deep inside of the site. They had the control in the hands. And the players just straight up kept on walking in the crosshairs. And Paradox just kept on tapping away. But now it's going to be the eco round for the side of VRN. Deagle's on the board, and all the SRs with the USP. While you look at Paradox, they're going to have some comfortable buys. And they will also have the advantage inside of the round. For the first time, you see Paradox starting things off on a great note inside of the map. Maybe Nuke can be theirs.
Could potentially be able to play it out if they keep on going with the exact same pace. But VRN, they love to adjust according to how Paradox keep on playing. And this time, towards the outside. Trying to take control, so the smoke's just gonna come in.
Good smokes.
He wants to play a little bit proactive. Behind the red, can he try and find a pick?
Oh my god, what? Oh my god, this is going to be insane. He'll catch the first man. The second man as well, maybe, but no, his head gets cut off. Deagles really looking forward to find a couple of more openings. And it's doing a lot of damage as well. Updoor's going to be the man to hold things all by himself over here and make sure that the players are not going to be able to stack up inside of the B site. And even from the back towards Secret's going to be another man moving up close and personal. Ackerman hears that sound of gun being picked away, and Trance catches alone. Instantly turns back, Ackerman catches Trance. It's going to be a big pick for this entire clutch. But still slowly and steadily, the players of VRN, they're closing their grips tight around Ackerman's neck. It's a 1v2. Abdur with the Deagle, SR with the Deagle, but Ackerman still has the advantage with the better weapon. 16 bullets in the magazine, tosses out a Molotov, pushes the player out of his comfort zone, and Abdur will need to give that angle away. Ackerman will also need to go for the reload because he's only got 16 bullets in the hands. Picking up the C4 is going to be the main priority, but he gives his position away with that pre-fire.
He's gonna open those double doors, but does he anticipate him staying in that one corner? Nah. Shots being fired. SR, now his position is revealed. Goes in for a wide peak, gets picked off. Ackerman quickly takes him down, but long range shots up the. He deals a ton of damage. It's not able to finish him off. That's all.
He's only got 8 bullets in the Galil. They can be more than enough. But the player's already squeezed all the way in the back through rafters. And Ackerman, he's got no clue exactly where Abdur is. Finally jumps down, hears that jump as well, knows exactly where the last man is, but he just can't do anything. HP's not something that's supporting him.
On a save. Now that's gonna hurt Paradox. And what a timing, honestly. What a timing being picked up by VRN. The way they just stay put. They were hearing all the commotion that was happening outside. Just look at the timing from Musab. Yes, he gets picked off, but not before he deals the damage. Puts his team in a man advantage.
This is huge.
Seems... Indeed.
I mean, last time it was the knife to break the mental and the morals. This time it's the eco round. Paradox, these guys are just not getting a break. And now the M1s as well from the top. They're just raining down death and destruction. Incendiary out as well towards the site, but the plant's still gonna go down. And the C4's planted. A 4v3. Unfortunately for the players of Paradox, things are not looking that great. Ayan gets burnt to his death, while Alone Guy and Cheyenne are gonna be the last 2 players alive. But even Cheyenne falls down. And now Alone Guy, as usual, he's all by himself.
M4 right on his top. He could not do anything. Fuse gonna come in as well. Trans Abdur, both of them have the defusal kit. Again, for Paradox, they're going with the same one-dimensional approach, wherein yes, you've got to check those corners, you've got to smoke off those important choke points as well. But you've got to be playing as a team at this point. You look at VRN, the way they capitalize on the utility of their teammate. That's the reason why they are being able to pick apart Paradox one after the other. You always see that happening, but that's not the case with Paradox. They just seem to be running in those close quarters and getting picked apart one after the other. Now, want to try and make their way towards the ramp slowly. And just controlling the fog. Slowed down the round. I like this.
A slow start, but Trance needs to give away that control. He falls back instantly towards the site. And he hides himself exactly on the side itself. Just waiting for the players to flush inside of the crush there. And as soon as they do, Trance with a 2K. It's a complete mow down towards the site. And even he takes down another man with just a pistol. What is going on? It's a one-man show towards B. Finally, they find a cure to him, but it's not even gonna matter. Paradox, no matter what they try to do, Trance all by himself. Even in the previous map towards A, he was doing a great job. And now towards B, he's got the site on a complete lockdown.
Again, where are the utils? They needed to have an idea that he would have been pushed back. If not the entire idea of his position, they should have been wary about that space, because it normally should have been a one and done, but that's just not how things are working. Trance was not traded whatsoever, and on the back of it, he was just able to get so many picks. The smoke was going to come in, but there's a lot of gas in that smoke, and my goodness, that frag was brilliant. Musab gets a pick on the back of it, and he deals so much damage as well.
Only Tech 9s though. Let's see what can be done. Trance once again.
Oh my god.
Oh, but he catches a haircut though, scared. Trance cannot push up close and personal anymore. Musab, will he check the angle? He does, but he still gets put to sleep. The man in the front's quite low. He's quite softened up. And now the players of VRN, they've learned their lesson. They're not going to be aggressive anymore. They've given away an AK in the hands of Ion, but Ion's only on 13 HP. One single bullet, and he will be out of the game. A 4-on-3 man advantage in the hands of VRN, but HP is something that's also going to be considered. But after with that pick, it's going to return the round back in the hands of VRN.
Having full control of the secret as well. So he knows there's no one pushing in. They've got the ramp control. VRN, they just know that there's no way Paradox would be able to enter towards B. We've only got to worry about A. Wherein we might see a push coming in, but Criminal on top of the heart was just able to play it so very massively. A lone guy, the last guy, pushing dryly through a smoke. So many different angles that you need to be worried about, and they could not clear even one.
This was a little bit tough. Even though he had the gun advantage, he still somehow messed it up. Unfortunate circumstance.
5 refusal kits.
You might as well, right, when you've got the money. So it's understandable. They're looking pretty comfy. Going for a couple of spam shots off the bat. No one's able to deal any type of damage. Alone got scratched up a little bit, but it's still not going to matter. And for Paradox, mat number is something that's going to matter quite a lot. So let's see how Paradox are going to try to keep up that man number. Because slowly and steadily, once again, the floodgates have been found. Oh my, players are starting to flood onto the site. SR, once again, this man's looking for to put a complete lockdown on the site. But after, even he returns back with one. A 1-on-2 inside of the site, but it's even not going to matter. The second man's quite scratched up as well. A lone guy, he shuts down after, but Trance returns back with one. And now it's a 1-on-3. Once again, a lone guy left all by himself.
He's got the C4 in hand, but Musab's just going to push up close and personal with the support of Trance. And Abdul. Trance was able to finish off a lone guy as well. A lone guy has literally been that last man standing. He has been alone for a while now in all of the rounds. But at the same time, it's just a different map, but a same story. Paradox not being able to get any rounds on their attack, and this time they were going in towards the side that was not heavily stacked. They only had to take care of a couple of people. And even after that, SR playing at the default place was just able to finish all of them off.
Criminal. This time, a lone guy goes down first. Pog. It's for the first time I've seen this man being picked off the bat.
I mean,
usually he's left all by himself alone in a clutch situation, but after, he had a good timing. Unfortunately, couldn't really get a lot done. And what? Within a flash, the round's done as well.
They just had absolutely no space to take. They were caught one after the other. Trying to take control of that space just did not work out for them at all. It just seems that Paradox, they've got no idea on how to go in for those attacks at all. They're just now trying to take that map space, and that is about it. They're not gathering that intel, and on the back of that intel going in for the executes. Now, that only happens once you lose all the confidence, and it's not a good news for them. But Trans, they can try and find a couple of picks if he wants to. No, it just seems to be the repeat of one of the previous rounds.
SMG, rush B. That's what the game plan is now. And look at Acton. He's already quite deep. The AK is going to be holding things back. Trans, but he still gets away with a 2K. But what? A big mess up from the side of Aptur this time. You don't really see this happen that often. Up in the hands of Masab. But at this point in time, it's going to be all up close and personal combat. And Masab looking to connect that no-scope. He misses the first shot, but his teammates got his back. At least the op's not going to be recovered. But the man still pinned on the site. And SR, as soon as he opens the door, he welcomes him with a headshot. But Ayan, he pulls things back in Paradox's court.
Wanted to try and find an AWP possibly. But yes, finally, Paradox being able to get one of their rounds. And again, it was their save round, so they did a phenomenal job on the back of it. But Musab, yes, that missed shot is going to hurt him a lot. He needed to hit that one. And only because he missed that, Paradox actually got the advantage in the numbers and was just able to play it off way too cool and collect it. That's pretty difficult though, but oh my goodness, no way! Cheyenne was able to catch Trans in such an angle. Up there, tries to go in for some spam of his own. Shipping a few people, but that's about it. Not getting any pick. Wallow's gonna stop this push.
Paradox, they finally found a place they can abuse. And Cheyenne, the man leading the charge, he's doing all the job all by himself. A smoke to block off the doors. A beautifully placed nade as well. A Molotov in return from the side of Paradox. But Criminal, he can still do something quite sneaky. Aptur from the back lines as well, starting to move up. And Criminal's position as well, it's going to be compromised. Aptur from the back, gives away his position. SR from the front lines towards door. He's trying his best to distract the opponents as well, but nothing can be done. The site's taken away already. And as I mentioned, Paradox, they finally found an angle. They finally found a place they can abuse over and over again. And it's all to do with Rush B.
And that too from the angle of ranks, wherein Trans normally plays alone. So you can just try and overwhelm him, pick off before he can go in for the retreat. Or even if he does retreat, just clear all the corners, finish him off, and then you're basically in a man advantage. And you can try and stop that fast retake attempt that was coming in from VRN. A perfect way indeed to try and capitalize on that weak and provide just some information to his team. The chase is up. Musab is now playing on towards that, but or at least for Trans to play a little more defensively to try and provide just some information to his team. The chase is up. Musab is now playing on towards that, but oh my goodness, from under the hut, SR is just demolishing everyone by standing on rafters, and he is tripling it up. What?
A 1-on-5 within a blink of an eye. Not anymore. 7-3, probably 9-3 is going to be the first half. And then it's all going to come down to that pistol round. Where VRN, if they do win that pistol round, this game once again will go in their favor. But if the opponents win that pistol round, then nothing can be said. Still, this is going much more closer compared to what happened in the game of Mirage. It was a complete one-sided affair.
Just one round closer, that's all. But the result, I don't think so it's going to change with the way things are now going. Again, Molotovs being used up to clear anyone playing over hut. The rafters angles need to be checked. Oh my goodness, Shan. Doing some amazing job for his team. Another spray down coming in. Ayan was able to take care of Abdur. And now we are in a 2v2 situation.
Ooh, Ayan and Cheyenne versus Criminal and SR. And soon enough, the ends are going to meet. And already Ayan's head being cut off. And even the last man's position's compromised. Cheyenne does not really have a lot of HP to back himself up, but he's got the AK. Maybe a couple of headshots can do the trick. But it can be too much to ask for as well. Cheyenne doesn't exactly know where the second player is too. He's overthinking a lot of the scenarios. The Criminal is holding it down. A nade as well to make sure the smoke's gonna fade away. And it's a double peek too. But still, there's a bit of piece of that smoke still keeping him shrouded, but not anymore.
They had the control of the C4, so it was Cheyenne who needed to make that play whatsoever. Could not do anything in that situation. He had the ramps control, but that was about it. Could not change it up. I'm still quite confused. Why would Paradox want to try and go in for that A hit and all of them flooding from HUD? Wherein it is difficult to check the rafters angle. Plus, you've got to be worried about someone playing towards vents. Because that's what we have been doing time and time again. But we're not trying to change the pace. Towards outside is where they all want to take control of. With Abdur, it's a one and done angle, but could be very nasty if it's not checked. And it is not checked. He gets one and maybe two as well. Ackerman to shut him down.
He gets a 2K, and now it's going to be a happy man. A 3v4 in the favor of BRN. Once again, a big mess up, but he still doesn't get caught. Ayan makes the mess even bigger. And now, Ackerman's also quite softened up. Criminal was taken down quite low as well. Trans all the way from the back. It's going to be a complete wrap-up, but he still finds a great pick. Ackerman shut down. Second one to follow up as well. Trans now single-handedly taking matters in his own hands. And Ayan being the last man surviving. He's got the HP, but pulling off the clutch sounds a bit too much. He's slowly and steadily creeping his way all the way towards the back. His position's compromised as well. Somewhere down line, the players of VRN do know what exactly is going on. And that's why you see Trent still on that constant lurk. And maybe if Ayan does one, he can try and take the heaven control, but not like that.
9-3, you called for it. And that's what we've got. Abdur again, he was not playing so aggressive into a secret. He normally would just play on the back of the contact just to re-clear it after a while. This time around, he wanted to play it fast, he wanted to play it quick. And that was the reason he caught Paradox off position. Got a 2-for-1 trade, and that's the best thing that you could ask for. As the follow-up also came in from the rest of his teammates, trying to pincer everyone in towards the garage outside. So perfect maneuver. They also had the C4 control, and that's all you need. Even in a 1v4, there was no way for them to try and take this up, but maybe this pistol could change things.
Maybe. It's still a big maybe. And SR, I mean, they've already found the site. They've already taken the control as well, quite proactively, but the backup's also going to arrive on time. A lot of shots being missed, a lot of whiffs happening, but Trans eventually finally finds the connection. Ackerman as well from the back line. Was trying his best, but now it's all down to Ayan. A 1v1, Trans only down to 19 HP. One single bullet can seal the deal too. But Trans, even he's playing this one quite sneakily. But Ayan, he wraps around the back and he shuts him down.
All 4 pistols for Paradox now. But they're not able to capitalize on the gun rounds. That's where the problem arises. Maybe this time they'll be able to change a few things up. The way they were able to quickly flood in the side to try and stop this execute from happening. And plus the wraparound from Ayan. Working out perfectly for them. Of MP9s. And 4 in the mix. Ramis. Trying to take that space. Sai is going to try and play towards the ramp. Oh my god, Ayan. What a shot on Trans.
A great way to kick things off, I guess. SR as well follows up. These heads are just being tapped away. And Ayan's doing a great job making him count. The shotgun's doing a lot of damage too. He finds a two-piece instantly. And now Abdur with the deagle will need to go humongous. Or maybe a miraculous play. Let's see. Finds the first. Hold on. Can still be doable. Second pick can also put the players in a big panic. And he does. Abdur, he can still do it. Maybe not though. My hopes were too high.
A little too much, I guess. Maybe trying to do a little bit more economical damage would have been the way to go. And honestly, looking at the reinvestment coming in from Sai, only got $50 in the bank account after this. So if in case this round goes to VRN or Paradox lose a lot of members, they're going to be in trouble in the next one. But on the other side as well, probably one of the few times where VRN are facing economical crisis. So they need to win this round. It's going to be the key. And outside is where they want to go. Smoke walls are going to go up. They will try to take control of Secret. Moving from red. No gap in the smoke. So that's going to work out perfectly for them. Slowly clearing all the angles wherein Vent is now controlled by Paradox.
And off the bat, with a 9-5 scoreline, the hopes of Paradox taking this game home has been revived.
What?
Musab, a big mess up from his side, will need to pay the price for that. But then once again, you've still got some of the best players in the team alive, Trans and SR. And they can still pull things back. It's a 3v4. It is indeed doable. You just need to play with unity. Good communication can still do the trick. Sai is positioned in quite a cheeky angle. And as long as he's keeping his position anonymous, anything can be done. The players have already managed to sneak inside of the A side. This is going to be a huge one. Abdur as well looking for to do the same thing. And SR slowly and steadily clearing the corners. But he did not clear deep enough. One man still left unchecked. And he could be the missing piece for this puzzle. He hears that bomb plant. He gives the calls away. And now an instant retake's going to start. SR still moving forward, checking that angle. A good Molotov as well to deny that push. And Trans finds the first one inside of this retake. A 3v3 scenario. And now VRN, they're making it look like it's easily doable. The man instantly walks out in his crosshairs. And within a flash, a blink of an eye, it's going to be around in the court of VRN.
Had to use a few utilities to try and push forward, flashes, but seems that they had lost control of all of them. On the other side, VRN, what a beautiful slow maneuver coming in from their side. Checking the corners, slowly taking all that space and then going in for that bomb plant, and the after plant was even more immaculate. Controlling all the places that they knew a push could potentially come from, and now going directly ahead towards the A yet again, controlling the entirety of the roof. So that angle is actually pretty nasty though, but I don't think so anyone from Paradox is going to push from that part.
Ayan's pack's going to be a bit heavy. He's the only man with double digits on the board. 17 kills, 11 deaths. Ayan's been performing phenomenally well. And Musab, he hears all the footsteps approaching him, will catch the first man. Galil in the front lines. For Musab, it's going to be a mow down. The players are just walking in his crosshairs. He runs out of bullets, switches over to pistol, and he will be shut down. A 2v4. Next to impossible to pull off. Maybe they can try to go for a save, and that's probably going to be the game plan.
Still have no idea what they were trying to do while jumping and moving in those corners. I mean, they were bound to be punished like that. And again, not checking the other side, Trans gets the back of the head of Sai. And he is going to have a lot of headache after thinking how things are going. Shayan, the only man remaining on the roof, and he is going to be checked as well. Position now noted. He gets one. That's a good thing, but how many more would he be able to get? That's the question. Couldn't even save. As the C4 now exploded, moving VR into 11 and only 5 for Paradox.
Well, I guess miscalculation of the distance. Didn't exactly know what the save zone's going to be. All of that for nothing. All of that for nothing. Unfortunate.
And Ackerman out there was just trying to be Levi, but he didn't have the ODM gear for that.
A little bit of AOT reference.
Thanks for getting it.
Yeah, but that's the first anime, or maybe the second anime I've watched in my whole life. Oh? Ackerman? Ooh, good start.
What a shot.
Yeah, good crosshair placement. Masab just sees that man walking his crosshair and just taps away. Unfortunately, he's got nowhere to go. He's burning alive. Extra crispy, gets incinerated. And now it's a 3v4. And Trance, as long as this man's alive, the hopes are still up for VRN inside of the round. He's been the playmaker. Look at his KD ratio. He's got 21 kills and 8 deaths. Finally gets shut down and put to sleep in his coffin. SR, great shot to open things up, but Ayan with the op is of course going to be a menace. A 1v2, Criminal sneaks around the corner. His position's not compromised yet, and he can still find the off angle. But Ayan somehow dodges the bullets.
The jiggle was absolutely brilliant. No defusal kit, but I don't even care about that. Not a lot of time on plate. Paradox. Could this potentially be the embers that we were hoping for the comeback? Because looking at the economy, VRN could be able to get in a few rifles or maybe a few utilities, but not the full. It was actually a pretty difficult situation coming in, but Criminal, he had a perfect timing. He could have made this round even more closer, but Ayan with a perfect movement coming in. And as of now, Ackerman just trying to take control towards the vents he is. Musab just pushing forward through his own smoke and a flash for a brilliant play as he actually gets one pick, and this space hit is being shut down by Shan, who was on side as he gets his head pierced by a bullet.
Oh, it's a great kickstart. And even the Molotovs now starting to burn through. Looking forward to incinerate a couple of opponents. The Deagle finds a pick and also helps him retrieve a gun. A 2v2 is definitely doable. Everyone in the hands as well of Trance. And now this is going to be a little bit more tougher for the opponents. Paradox, they need to play this one as safe as possible. Trance gets away with one, but the op's going to shut down that entire momentum. Ayan still slowly and steadily looking forward to sneak inside of the site. Here's the plan, knows exactly where the last man is. Incendiary out towards the site. A lot of burn damage given away, and considering he's got his hands on the MAC-10, it is definitely possible. Ayan slowly and steadily moving in with the op, and all it needs is one single bullet, and he finds it.
It was way too close for comfort, and almost all of these rounds are. But again, what a damage being done by VRN on their save round. Now will be the round wherein they're going to go in for that full buy. A good economy in the hands. Apart from just Criminal, he's got absolutely $0 in his bank account. On the other side, this op is now being a problem as well. Ayan being able to find some amazing picks on the back of it, because just as I mentioned, he was the only one who was in the double digits. Ackerman also slowly stepping up now on 12, but Ayan is just owning the lobby at this point. 21 and 12. On the other side, it's a combined effort coming in from at least 3 people. And you can't even just say that, because you know those flashes coming in from Musab, they have been so impeccable, providing so many openings to his teams, and that is one of the reasons why VRN were able to quickly get so many rounds on their hands. But on the other side now, they're also facing some problem on the T side, specifically in the post plant.
(11-7), and the match is also paused. Hopefully it's not a tech pause. Fingers crossed. I mean, VRN, they're so close to the victory. 2 more rounds needed, and the deal will be sealed. The upcoming matchup as well will be quite interesting, considering it's going to be Mystic versus PKB. And speaking about that matchup, PKB, they lost, or they pretty much won against CMID last time, 2-0. And Mystic, they won 1 against Paradox when they faced him.
And the one they won was on the map of Vertigo. So, I think so we'll probably see a Vertigo out here. Really love that map.
Yeah, I mean, so far,
The other side.
at least when I've been casting this entire event, I haven't seen Vertigo being played. So I want to see Vertigo. I'd be down.
Beautiful.
A lone guy being picked off the first time is not going to be alone this time. A 4v5, but now it's being cut down to a 3v5. Chrono, good shot to the dome. And now the also site is going to be their hands. They've got the site back in their hands. And even one man's on the lurk. Sai will be caught. And instantly shut down. Good flank as well from the side of Masab. Good patience showcased. The op's going to deal some damage, but maybe not.
Picture perfect round coming in for VRN on the back of that timeout. A perfect play indeed, because this moved around perfectly, got the control, knew where to go in for those aims. Those pre-aims were phenomenal, specifically about the shot that came in from Criminal towards Heaven, finishing off the defender there, and that basically resulted them in taking control of the entirety of the site. And that's the thing about VRN. They use their utilities on those close corners. Behind the vent, I saw that frag being thrown out, but again, on the outside, the flash right on the face, Musab trying to still go in, ego peek, and Aquaman finishes him off.
Especially when Musab is moving up. He got cut off instantly. It's a 4v5, but the site's taken away, so technically VRN still do have the advantage. And Acroman as well gets cut off. The man with the AK in the hands does not have it anymore. Still one more man at the front lines. The nade deals a lot of damage, and he's also softened up quite a lot. But then a quick push towards the site's gonna seal the deal. SR unfortunately blows himself up, which is not that great.
I mean, probably just hope that would not happen.
I think
He
so.
had a door up in his face.
Yeah, he shut the door in his face, right? When he was trying to throw a nade.
Yes.
Oh
yes.
my god, that's brilliant.
The timing. The timing could have been everything on that one, but jeez, that was so funny to watch. Imagine you're trying to toss a nade and then suddenly a door opens. A Looney Tunes moment, if I'm not wrong. But on the back of it now, Paradox actually showing some good signs of life. 8 and 12. I still feel it could be doable as long as they're able to hold their angles together perfectly. The Molly first comes in now, but oh my god, it was not perfectly placed. There was a gap in the heart. And that's where we are striking from.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
And now just 2 players left. VRN. One thing is for sure, they were pissed in what just happened to them in the previous round. Ackerman, he can't spot this player. Oh my god, what's going on? What is this? SR! Because of the smoke, they cannot spot each other out. And Ackerman thinks that he's tucked in the corner, but he's right in front of SR. This is so awkward. No one's gonna be able to spot him. Oh man. Game 2 as well being taken away by the likes of VRN. Solid stuff. VRN, a 2-0 series in their hands this time. They have completely demolished Paradox inside of this game. And as I mentioned, these one-sided affairs are really going to be a mental breaking thing for the side of Paradox.
That was one of the funniest highlight plays that I saw specifically at the end. I mean, the last 2 rounds, there were things happening that you would not normally imagine, but at the end of the day, again, a good pickup coming in. However, I would still feel that one Molotov, I personally feel the read was really correct from Paradox, but they just that one small miss up coming in, not putting the molly at the entry from the hut. That's where all the things just crumbled down. That one small gap was much more than sufficient for VRN to quickly go in for their hit.
Well, I mean, you know what? Let's move on forward and take a look at the highlights because we're going to see a lot of funny stuff happen. This is how the rounds kicked off. Pistol round in the hands of Paradox. It felt like it was supposed to be a new ray of hope for them, but then unfortunately, they did get a couple of more rounds in their hands. But as usual, it was the domination from the side of VRN. They were getting these eco rounds in their hands, and whenever you see VRN with guns in their hands, they would just shut down Paradox in their tracks.
Play after play, we saw some amazing shots being connected, not just from one side, but both. But at the end of the day, it was just not enough for them to push through that line. The off angles that were being held by VRN, some brilliant moves there. And we always saw those nasty shots. Look at that, Trans. He was just popping off in this one. Trans and Abdur, they both were just feeling themselves. And from Paradox, it was Ayan.
They indeed were. Abdur for a moment gave me so many hopes in that Deagle round, but unfortunately it couldn't really clutch it, which is understandable. It's really tough. Musab as well, for him, he had a complete lineup. He could have got the clutch as well, but unfortunately when he pulled out the pistol, he whiffed a lot of shots. In general, VRN, they were just getting rounds in their hands quickly enough. They were keeping the players of Paradox on their toes, and they were also making sure that Paradox is not going to have a lot of economy in their hands inside of the rounds. But once again, we spoke about the dry approach inside of the side. We spoke about not having proper executions. The same thing was seen on the map of Nuke as well. That as we do have the scoreboard in front of us. Abdur with 24 kills and 12 deaths. His ADR is going to be 132. And then Ayan from the side of Team Paradox, he also played quite nicely with 22 kills, 14 deaths with the ADR of 111.
It just seemed that Sai, a lone guy, both of them were not feeling comfortable on this one. They lost almost all the duels that they were picking. 617, 619, that's not exactly the kind of performance you would be looking to have specifically on such a crucial match. But on the other side, the MVP is going to be none other than the man Abdur himself. With those two knives in the first map, he was going from the beginning.
Abdur was the man who was fiddling around with the enemy's mentality. In the first round, he did that with the knife. In the second round, the entire team did that with the eco round that they secured. So in general, Paradox, unfortunately, they were not really able to play that well against VRN. But maybe in the future matchups, they can definitely try and pull off a comeback in the overall standings. As we've got a player-to-player comparison in front of us, Abdur and Ayan. Ayan in the previous game was doing a great job. But in general, Abdur had a consistent good score. And that's why his KD ratio will be 2.05.
On the other side, Ayan again, KD of 1.1, ADR 186, and average finishes per map 16.5. He was again doing a very solid job for this team, and all I feel is that they really need to work as a well-oiled machine. They have to make sure that they need to capitalize on the back of their teammates' utilities. That's one of the most important things. Because on the other side, we were seeing Musab going in for some flashes on the back of which Trans was going in for the peaks or Abdur was going in for the peaks. But that is not what we saw on the other side. Yes, there were Molotovs to try and stop the person from pushing, but that is about it.
Well, time to look at the leaderboards and find out exactly where Paradox have found themselves after that game and where exactly the players of VRN are going to place themselves after that game. A 2-2 scoreline with, of course, round difference of -5. It's not that much, but then if you look at the points, they've still managed to secure 3 points, which is not bad at all. Right above them are Pack Boys, and above them are WahWah, an invited team in this region. But then you move down forward to the 5th spot. You're going to find Team Paradox. That previous game was a big heavy hit for them. And look at the win-loss ratio as well, 1-5. Oh, that's definitely going to sting them quite a lot. In the upcoming games, Paradox, now they do not have any type of errors that they can keep. The room for error is now pretty much low. So Paradox, they need to perform phenomenally well. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot more matches to come in the future. But after this short break. After the first matchup, VRN taking the lead and the victory, we still have got 2 more series to go. The upcoming matchup is going to be between Mystic and another one of their opponents, which is going to be PKB. And the last time when Mystic faced off against Paradox, they picked up the map of Vertigo. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, where I'm going to be your host and caster Necron. John alongside with me is going to be Scared Yet. Scared Yet, considering we know the upcoming series as well is going to be an interesting one. I'm expecting a close game.
I'm expecting a close one as well because again we're having a look at the schedule. Team Paradox and VRN. It was over, not in an instant though. Second map was a place where Paradox showed some signs, but VRN were eventually able to close it out. Now Team Mystic up against BOYZ, and after that we'll be having Team WahWah up against Come Mid, and Team WahWah has basically been unstoppable at this point.
Yeah.
I was also checking their record on there. They are at plus 33 round differential.
WahWah are the undisputed team inside of the competition. They haven't been defeated even once so far. And considering it's understandable that is the only invited team inside of the region, the rest of the teams have came in all the way from the open qualifiers. The other teams, they've seen a lot of ups and downs inside of their run inside this tournament, but let's see what this upcoming matchup holds for BOYZ and also Mystic. As I mentioned, there's a chance we might see a little bit of variety when it comes to the map, because last time when Mystic played off against Paradox, the scoreline was 1-1. Let's move on and take a look at the roster of Mystic, because all the players, we've seen them perform in the past, but we want to see some improvements from them inside of this game.
The person that I will be looking forward to would be Flicker, the AWPer of the team, because we know how well the AWPer can try and create the momentum for his team. They're basically a pillar that can make or break a specific round and also the economy of the team. So I'll be looking forward to it. But on the other side, now we'll have a look at BOYZ, wherein we've got Skofik, Angel, Dynamite, Bloody, and Sharpshooter.
I mean, as you mentioned, we've also got Angel. Wow. Now, considering Angel, we've seen this man play once in the past. Him being the AWPer, even he can be the dictator of the pace of the game for the side of these guys. But then, you speak about a team like Mystic, I highly doubt they're going to let things loose that easily. So once again, it's going to be an interesting matchup. I'm expecting a close game, but you never know. Maybe BOYZ, the last time they faced off against the players of C-Mid, they made it quite easy for them because it was a 2-0 series. So there's a chance the same thing can be repeated against the players of Mystic as well, but you never know what can happen. And this time off the bat, BOYZ are going to go for a Vertigo ban.
I was not expecting it to be banned out right away, but on the other side, since we have already seen a Vertigo being played up and Mystic themselves were the ones who were able to win it on that one, kinda hoping to see that being taken away. But on the other side, Ancient being banned out, Anubis, and alongside with that, Nuke.
Mirage, I guess, is probably going to be the played one. Yep, Mirage is what we're going to kick things off with, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a classic map and also a known territory for all the teams inside of the game. 2 classic maps, actually. Mirage and Inferno is what we're going to be starting this series off with. Mirage, as we saw this map being played in the previous game as well, I'm expecting a close game inside of this one because last time VRN, they completely dominated the map of Mirage, one-sided.
Yes, Mystic again in the previous matchup wherein they played the map of Mirage, they were not able to win it out against Team Paradox. So I feel that this is specifically the map that we might possibly see them struggling on, but also I want to look at the map of Inferno, wherein both of the teams have just not played on that map. Mystic, PKB, it's basically a new map for them, and also want to see what kind of potential lineups they all will go forward with. Would be the normal ones that we normally see, because again, the mid in Inferno is just so humongous. You've got to take control and give the space up.
Mirage is on the way, ladies and gentlemen. The first game for this series, BOYZ and Mystics. The first round begins. Mystics starting things off on the T side and BOYZ kicking things off on the CT. It's going to be an interesting one to see who's going to be the one to kick things off on a great note inside of this round of Pistol. You can instantly see Skofik with his hands on the dual Berettas, and he's probably going to be positioning himself somewhere up close and personal against the opponent's protagonist. AFK, I guess, with his teammate. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Probably we might see a reset happening inside of the game, and yes, that's what's going to happen.
A flare disconnect. Nonetheless, the good thing is that it happened early on, so it's going to be fixed up way too quickly. Not going to take up a lot of time in the mid game, but it gives us enough to actually talk about the major possibilities on this specific map. Because again, previously, Mystic, they were able to secure only 4 rounds on the offense and 4 on the defense, and nothing apart from that. And I think so this time they would try and change things up a little bit. Maybe that's a big maybe, because again, if they're able to quickly move on this one, maybe Inferno would be a little better for them.
But once again, we need to understand both these teams are still qualified in from the open qualifiers. So I'm not expecting some high level gameplay from them. I'm not expecting some proper executions inside of the side as well. I'm expecting some basic mechanic stuff. But we still never know. Maybe they've got some strategies underneath their belt. Considering Vertigo was banned out by the players of Pack Boys off the bat, they knew the opponents are quite comfortable on that map. So that's sort of like a counterban to kick things off with from the side of Pack Boys, but let's see. We're pretty much back on the common grounds. We're pretty much on Mirage. And every single team is quite familiar with this map. So it shouldn't be that big of a deal to face these teams against each other onto this map.
Yes, that is indeed true. But again, going in for those executes is going to be the name of the game. Because we've normally seen how the CT sides, they normally take control of the mid by putting someone in sniper's nest, and also there's a threat of someone going in peeking from the connector. While on the other side, for the T's, you can move around, going for a few extra smokes, but the lineup that basically lands your utilities directly in the sniper's nest are going to be important, or at least a high up flash on which your mid players can capitalize on. These are the few things that you can possibly use to deal with the people playing in that nest, or also someone who's trying to aggressively play on the catwalk. But again, that's all a big maybe. That is, if these teams are actually going to go with the lineup. It's just as you said, the teams who have qualified, possibly some standard basic play, but even that needs to be very refined.
Refined. I mean, so far, these teams have been relying on the mechanics quite a lot. Let's be honest. We're seeing them rely on their aim, some usual flashes, nothing really out of the box. But that's also making these teams quite predictable. And that's why VRN, last time, they predicted the hit from the side of Paradox, usually most of the times. And they were also getting countered quite easily. A little bit of variety inside of the common grounds as well can definitely help. And considering it's the map of Mirage, you can easily bring in that variety as well.
It's a map that you're most comfortable on, the one that's been going for so very long. And of course, there's a couple of way on executing towards each of the sites. So having control, it's the name of the game. But the question is, there are a few teams that we normally see love to play around mid, wherein they try to take some aggressive mid control, which threatens the split coming in towards the A. And that gives your team a lot more room and leeway to go in for the execute, because then the CTs would have to watch 3 different angles. One is from the stairs, second from the palace, and third one from connector itself. But again, if in case you invest one person in the nest, that basically is giving you all the info of the mid, or maybe someone playing in towards the CT that could quickly rotate back towards arches and support towards the B. Those are the few things that give some breathing room to CTs who are on site, so that they only have to look at one choke point.
And still, the tech pause continues. We're just waiting for one more player, ladies and gentlemen. 4 players on the side of Mystics. That one single player, I'm not exactly sure what's going on with these players, but hopefully he's going to be back soon enough. And considering Mystics in the previous game, they were quite okay against their opponents. When they faced off against Paradox, it was a 1-1 series, but considering how Paradox lost to one of the opponents, which was VRN, it really makes me wonder how this game's going to be looking like. I highly doubt Pack Boys, they're going to let lose any of the rounds. Pack Boys should be the one to scoop it away, considering the previous stats are looking quite good compared to the side of Mystics.
Could be possible. But again, that's just one side of the story. Because Mystic were against Paradox. BKB against C-Mid, and C-Mid would also be looking for their first win, and it's not going to be an easy climb for them because the one match after this is going to be them up against WahWah.
Pretty much.
And it's going to be even more difficult than the previous one, seeing how WahWah have just not been giving up on even a single map to anyone. It is indeed a thing that they would be looking forward to, but what we are looking forward to is going to be the tech pause lifted up quickly as possible. Just want to see all of them moving up quickly, but alas, we just have to wait.
Wait for a while. I mean, it's been a while. I guess there's a chance we might see a 4v5. It's happened once in the past, and I'll be super down to see it once again. And you want to hear the funny part, Scared yet? That 4v5 was actually won by a team that was just playing with 4 players.
My God.
So yeah, anything can happen. You never know.
I mean, think about it. The team who are actually playing with just 4 members cannot go for a 1-for-1 trade because they're already down a member. Even just to equalize that, they would have to go for a 2-for-1. But no utility? My God.
I mean, you've got a point. But then once again, the team with only a 4-man squad, they would also need to go for that early game advantage. They would at least need one pick off the bat to make it a 4v4. And one single slip up can lead to their destruction.
That is indeed
finally,
true.
the game's beginning.
Finally, yes, we'll be jumping into round number 1, and it's just as you pointed it out, Necro. It's going to be a 4v5, I guess. Or maybe a complete
going to be a 4v5.
It's going to be either of those two things.
Mm-hmm. And it seems like the T's, they've got no intention of playing this round. Interesting. The game's going to be restarted.
But then reset.
And here we go. The matchup's going to begin as well. A 4v5. Mystics in a big disadvantage off the bat. Maybe the player was having some technical issues. We're not exactly sure what's going on behind the scenes, but a 4v5 in the making, and I want to see who's going to be the one to come out on top. It's happened once in the past where the team with only 4 players, they've came out on top, but you never know what's going to be the case over here.
The case is going to be Team Mistake taking their time out. They're burning it up to make sure that their 5th player is quickly in game. And they've got enough. But at the same time, if they're burning out their main timeouts, you know it's going to cause a lot of trouble to them in game if in case we see Park Boys going in for some good momentum boost plays wherein they're having that snowball effect. It's going to be pretty difficult. It's a high risky play, but so is playing with just 4 members. And it's as you mentioned. But there's one more thing, right? You've got one less gun, that is true, but you also have less utilities on board. Not enough smoke, splashes, frags. That could be a major problem too.
True that. And what exactly is going on here? It seems like Mystics, they've got no intentions of actually pushing up inside of the site. One more player's AFK. And Mystics, I'm not sure what the game plan's going to be for them. Everyone's just holding back towards T-spawn. And maybe the players have got no intentions of playing the game itself, I guess. Every single player is just holding down the T-spawn. They're just waiting for their player to return back. While you look at the side of Pack Boys, even they're not pushing up. Welcome back, gamers, and it seems like we finally found a middle ground, and the game's probably going to be starting right now. A 4v5, nothing really happened inside of the break. It's going to continue the same way. 4 players from the side of Mystic, and 1 player from the side of BOYZ, and once again, Mystic goes for a tactical timeout. Just looking forward to burning the time for as long as possible. They're still waiting for that one single player. But doing so, they're also burning through their tactical timeouts, which can be essential later on.
Definitely going to cause quite a few problems for them if they want to try and break the momentum of BOYZ. Which might definitely be difficult, but as of now, I guess they burned through all of their timeouts that was possible. At least 2 of them have been burnt out. So we'll be seeing, again, a few utilities being bought in by BOYZ. Got a flash and a frag to work with. You can see a Kevlar on Bloody. But apart from that, dual Berettas that Skofik has.
Yeah.
What's your favorite pistol in the game? Apart from Deagle, of course.
Well, I mean, you literally just took out my favorite pistol, and then you asked me which is my favorite pistol. That's unfair.
Everyone loves Deagle. Come on, everyone loves Deagle.
A lot of people might say that USP is really good in the pistol rounds. I understand, because the one-tap potential. But I love Glock in the pistol rounds. Trust me. The accuracy, the move accuracy, run and gun accuracy is pretty good on that weapon. So I love Glocks in the pistol rounds. I just feel a little bit more confident with that weapon because I can move and shoot easily. But with USP, you need to be really precise. Which, of course, I can be precise, guys. Don't get me wrong. But I would just love to have that easier stuff on me. Why would I like to complicate things, right? Before now, P250 in the hands of Flicka. He's also got the C4 on the back. He's invested all the money that he's got. A 4v5, and probably the players of Mystic will be looking forward to find the opening to at least make it. And even Steven, a 4v4. And Gilo spots out the first player, backs away, lets him take the control, be a little bit more proactive, and now the connector rush is going to start. Dynamite as well gives the site control away and will respect the opponents as Flicka's going to find the opening, but Sharp returns back. Still the man advantage in the hands of the BOYZ, and it keeps on moving up like that. A 2v4, and even Dyna peeks out and puts Flicka to bed. Kamikaze, the last man left alive, with only a Glock in his hands, he can't pull a lot.
Can't pull anything indeed. The pistol round going exactly as we thought it would. Though the opener that came in from Flicka, that did give some glimmers of hope, but that was all. Because again, I love the fact how BOYZ just gave away on all of that space entirely. Because they know they've got the advantage. And at the end of the day, Mystic would need to go in and execute a site.
I love this.
On the back of that one round, yeah, BOYZ quickly taking the timeout.
I love this. They're helping out their fellow enemies. You don't see this often, but I mean, if it was my team, I wouldn't have taken a timeout. I would have been like, all right, you know what? It's completely fine. But no, even BOYZ, they've lost out on one of the players. What's going on over here? A 4v4?
Well. Now that's something no one anticipated.
What is going on here? Oh, wow.
I guess they're gonna have a 4v4 on the table. But nah, come on. That should not be the case. Surely not. But looking at the weaponry as well, right? Even if you look at those couple of hammers being brought in, an MP9 in the hands, some extra bunch of utilities with a frag, Molotovs. It's still even more than what Mystic could even try to afford. A full save.
Oh man, these tech pauses are really getting to me now. Both of them are having some technical issues. Well, maybe you can't start with a 4v4. Technically, if you think about it. And now this time, technical pauses from the side of BOYZ. I'm not exactly sure what's going on inside of this game, but hopefully it's going to be fixed up as quick as possible. I'm pretty sure the production team is looking in the back and making sure that everything's going to be cleaned up and fixed up as quick as possible here. But yeah, I mean, Mystics losing that first round isn't really going to be affecting them quite a lot, considering the upcoming round as well is going to be an eco. But Pack Boys, this eco round matters for them quite a lot. If they lose out on this round, it can be a heavy hitter for them when it comes to the economical side of things.
Few Glocks in their hand, so can definitely try and pack a punch on the back of it. You already mentioned the perks of that weaponry. You can do a bit of a run and gun here and there. But again, they've got no Kevlars, they've got no helmets whatsoever, and it's understandable. There's no point in investing onto them in this one, since already it's your eco, and the opponent has much better weaponry than yours. The fact they do not even have any flashes, any smokes, means they'll be walking through those choke points. And no flashes to push any player off who's holding an angle, which basically is going to result in you getting picked off one after the other. Unless and until, of course, Park Boys commit a mistake, they try to overcommit or overpush, don't check their angles. Something that we saw in the first one.
I mean, how are you going to check angles when you're inside a technical pause? Man.
That's one thing.
Maybe you can admire the spawns.
I just group up together. Like how Mystic are currently.
And speaking of the matchup of Pack Boys in the past when they played against C-Mid, it was a complete one-sided game. The scoreline was 13-8 in both the matchups. So once again, not that close, but still close enough. And that's why I came to this conclusion that this matchup between Mystics and Pack Boys can be even closer. But instead, off the bat, we start off with a technical pause. The first round begins. It's done in the favor of Pack Boys. And then even Pack Boys, they find a disconnection out of themselves. Unfortunately, one of the players disconnects. And these technical issues keep on continuing. I'm pretty sure this is going to be their last chance as well. If someone else disconnects after this, I highly doubt there's going to be any type of technical pauses anymore. But still, nothing can be said. It's their only chance to bring the player back.
A 4v4 is
it started.
still pretty close, right?
Yeah, it's
I mean,
still
that's
okay.
one way of looking at things.
Mm-hmm.
It's yeah, you expected a close match. I mean, the 4v4 is probably as close as we might get, but on the
wait,
other
the
side,
fifth
yes,
player's
finally.
The fifth player's back
Is
from
it?
the side of Pack Boys. Is back inside of the
Right,
game, and the
this is-
matchup's now going to begin once again. Deagle in the hands of Ezio is looking forward to at least clean up someone towards Connector. Oh, towards Nest. Bloody peeks out. He gives his position away. It also deals a lot of damage, and he's also checked up quite a bit. Angela from the short gets picked off. Ezio, a great pick towards that side. And even Skofik now looking to push up inside of mid with just an MP9. But it's really not going to matter, because it's anyways going to be the players of Pack Boys to seal the deal.
They had the better weaponry, but yes, in mid, I really thought it might actually be possible for Mystic to get a pick, and that would have been the rifle off their hands to M4. The most expensive weaponry in their arsenal at that point. But the support from Angelo was just very perfect. Walking all the way up on Cat, checking all the angles, but on the other side now, we're going to see Mystic again. The AK-47's in their hand and a good smoke coming in. This is the kind of smoke that I was hoping in the previous game to see. So that they could try and walk up mid, only have to check one angle. Newton's coming there, so no one's going to walk up towards Cat 2. Bloody goes in with a perfect frag. Not get
my
that
God.
last bullet connected.
He's only down to 2 HP, and Kamikaze's down to 6. They're both only a bullet away from taking down. Even if a smoke grenade hits him, or even if any type of utilities hit him, they will be deleted from the game. Sharpshooter was the casualty in mid. The man advantage 4 now is in the hands of Mystic. But still, HP is a big concern. The only way Mystic can actually win this round is by playing for the trades. And that's why all the 4 players are now moving together. Only 1 player moving inside Palace, but I like the fact that Bloody's not playing aggressive, instead just holding things back in the back lines towards Ticket Booth. He's going to hear the execution soon enough, flashes out. Side take's going to be there as well. The floodgates are open, and Fleeka's going to be the man to lead the charge. He's got a lot of HP as well to back it up. A 3v4 in the takings. Bloody finds the first. He gets the second one as well, almost. And he's probably going to be here with the mop to clean things up.
What a brilliant flash coming in from Angelo. Yes, did not perfectly blind everyone, but definitely made their head concuss a little bit. And on the back of it, we just saw a perfect rearrangement coming in. Bloody Angelo wrapping everything up, finishing off all the players who were on site. They could not get into a solid after plant position. So that is basically what helped BOYZ to quickly finish them off. Before they could even go in for a plant, they were there for the retake. Perfect one indeed. Angelo now watching mid, sees a couple of players, goes in for a spam, now has to move back because the smoke is in his face.
Oh my god, Kamikaze. 2 instant picks. And this time, the eco round, it's probably going to be in the favor of Mystics. A 2v4, even the players are looking quite okay. Protagonist is the only player who's quite low.
Ooh.
But Sharpshooter, there's a chance he can return things back. Deagle spotted as well around the corner towards the apps. He drops down towards sight. And now Sharpshooter is the only man who can pull things back, but even he gets a haircut. Flicka on the site. This man's done a lot of work, emptying the entire B side all by himself. And now Bloody's still going for this clutch. He's got the AK in his hands. A 1v3, where the opponents are a little bit bruised up. It is possible. He finds the first, maybe not.
There was a chance for him to get one, but just could not land the bullet on the head. And I love the attention coming in from Mystic at this time, because they smoked off mid. In the previous round, they did not anticipate Angelo peeking again and basically took a lot of chip damage. But in the previous round, they knew that Angelo would go in for the same frag play to dissipate the smoke for a bit and then peek again. They were so very ready for it. And with the support of Protagonist, he also realized another push that might come in from Cat, were able to get a couple of players off, and which basically helped them to go in for the execute. But I would still say that was very unfortunate
back
for the player who was playing Archers. Yes, we've got the 5th player back for the side of Mystic.
Oh, now the man advantage in the hands of Mystics. KG's back. Interesting stuff. BOYZ, now they've taken a technical timeout, because they're facing some connectivity issues. Maybe even the 5th player from the side of BOYZ is probably going to be back soon enough. And considering it's also going to be an eco round for the side of BOYZ, with all Deagles on the board, let's see how the conversion's going to look like.
Conversion is definitely one thing, but we've got to have all 5 of our players on board if you really want to stand a chance of fighting on an equal footing. Seeing a few Deagles, BOYZ. They're going to go on a full save in this one. No utilities whatsoever. Just a Kevlar for Angelo and Sharpshooter. But on the other side, you're going to see now 3 AKs and M4. And with all the utils that they want. Frags, smokes, you want flash, everything would be there. And again, I'm loving the way Mystic are just trying to play it all out. Because they're adjusting and also dancing a little bit. But here we go, back again in round number 5.
A smoke lineup towards Nest. I think so. It's landed. Yes, it did. It landed on the mark. Some flashes out as well. 4v4 continues. Or maybe a 4v5. Considering KOG's back inside of the game. Disadvantage in the hands of Pack Boys. They need to connect a lot of skulls. Taps need to be precise as ever before.
Oh,
And already
look at
Mystics, they
Angelo.
start things off with a lot of patience.
Look at Angelo, the push, directly taking control of full city. Though he still does not realize there would be someone in Palace, but my god, this is giving so much information to the members of Park Boys. Look at the amount of space he's clearing, and there's no one on Mystic who anticipated.
The longer the players of Mystics wait, the worse it's going to be. But Angelo gets spotted. All that flank for nothing. Situation taken down to a 3v5. And considering there's also going to be a boost, Sharp gets caught. Ezio finds the perfect timing towards that nest. And now only 2 more players to go on the front lines. They're trying their best to convert anything that they can. The last man, he's only got his hands on it, either bloody. At this point, he realizes he's got nothing to do inside of this plant. You might as well just sacrifice your life.
Got to check all the angles though, but as soon as he hits the reload, SEO peeks in at the perfect time, and you always hate to see it. But nonetheless, Mystic moving up to 2, getting another round for themselves. And KG, my goodness, he's the richest man in the lobby at this point. So many dollars out there for him. And also not investing onto the weaponry of his own. Stealing away for the ones that Park Boys had. Him jumping in the game is also helping out the team a lot, because that's another pair of eyes that can basically watch out quite an area of the map for yourself. Now again, I want this time smoked off the sniper's nest. Oh, what a shot from Angelo!
Oh, those type of shots are definitely going to help you nullify that man advantage. And now things are down to a 4v4. These utilities are also putting in a lot of pressure on the players. Look at Flicker taking down only 50 HP. Molotov's out from his side as well. And now the player's looking to back away towards the A side. Yeah, that's what the game plan's going to be. There's one man still waiting towards the A. It's KG. All by himself. He's holding off that A main push. Palace is completely empty as well, so A side is easily for the takings. One man's giving his position away towards mid. So that's going to be a bit of a concern. Mystics, they're still in the round disadvantage. Pack Boys, they've got 1 round cushion. Unfortunately, it's a 4v5. But now that the situation's taken down to a 4v4, Pack Boys, they've still got a ray of hope inside of this round. But if Ezio keeps on getting picks like that, the ray of hope's definitely going to disappear.
That was such a good play coming in, but in the nest as well. You can't just walk up dryly like that. Flicker was watching that angle, and it's now down to just 1v3. It's just going to be a question of how many guns would Skofik be able to take away from Mystic. But yes, the Molotov that was sent in from the Tetris directly towards CT, and Ezio was able to capitalize on the back of it, because he knew the player who would be playing on that angle will have to move back, and he was just ready with his crosshair on that angle, which provided them a free opening and an entry, and also relieved them from any kind of pressure for a quick take from CT. That's the kind of coordination you would always love to watch. Skofik, he actually saved his deagle though. He's got a lot of creds in the bag.
He's indeed got a lot of money. And ladies and gentlemen, we're still trying to get these connectivity issues sorted, so it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere though. We'll be right back with all the fun. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, the match continues. As Mystic, they have managed to line up the score with the players of BOYZ, but unfortunately, BOYZ with the man disadvantage, they're struggling quite a lot. While if you look at the side of Mystics, they've also got a lot of economy. They are not struggling at all.
Indeed, because the only man that they did not have in their team was brought back, and also now on the side of BOYZ, they've got their full house. The last man coming back in the game, Dynamite, who we all were missing for a while. Does not have the crits to buy though, but still, I think so. Just having that extra pair back in the game should be much more than sufficient to give you a lot of confidence.
It's probably going to be an eco from the side of Dynamite, the only man. Unfortunately, not a lot of money. Well, let's see. Considering Dynamite, even he was off from the game for a while. Maybe his hands are going to be a little cold. But he can also be the difference maker. Maybe BOYZ can use Dynamite as a bait, considering they've got the better weaponry. Let's see what the game plan's going to be. 2 players towards B, 1 player towards mid, and 2 towards A. A basic default from the side of BOYZ. But considering the man numbers once again back, this can be an easy take-ins for them as well. But no, instead, Protagonist is the one to kick things off.
A good shot and a good punish. Bloody just tried to take a lot of space, but my goodness, that is exactly what even Dynamite is trying to do. He's pushing all the way towards CT. Wait, he's got control of the apartments. He could try and play for a pick there, but no, he sees one. He's slowly going to creep forward. Dynamite with a knife in his hand. And that's...
Oh my god, I thought he was going to whiff. Oh, for a moment I thought he was going to whiff.
He got it.
He indeed got it at the last moment. A 3v4. The man disadvantage continues. But at least Dynamite's done his job. He managed to take one away with just a pistol in his hands. The Deagle paid off. Skofik, with the M1 in his hands, just waiting for the player to flood in. He gets the first, instantly returns back onto the site. Does not really want to be over-aggressive in these scenarios, but the floodgates are already open for the team. And he finds the second one as well. Unfortunately, he runs out of bullets onto the magazine and will be shut down. A quick trade on the board. Even the op in the hands of Angelo is now starting to click in. It's doing a lot of damage. Smokes are as well causing a lot of issues for them. But Kamikaze finds a kill through the smoke. Plant goes down as well. Angelo with the op. Up close and personal. He needs to pull off a monstrous play. Considering he spots out the first, he misses that crucial shot. And with that, he also gives his position away. Both the players know exactly where Angelo is, but unfortunately, Protagonist is not looking at the right direction. And look at this, the man's just tucked in the corner. He's waiting for him to step in, and as soon as he does, a lot of shots whiffed, and still Kamikaze clutches it. Oh, that was way too close for comfort, though.
I'm still quite unsure why he had the op in hand while going in to check the close corners, because he could have switched back up to his pistol to try and get a few of those shots in close range. But nonetheless, probably wanted to get a quick scope in. That is not how things worked. And now we've got Mystic with the op in hand. With a full house in terms of the utilities. Not going to have a lot of problem at all. Their economy is just snowballing out of control. And Flicker is the one who's going to be handling things towards the palace while everyone else work up towards mid. 3 players taking the mid control. Smoke, but okay, a push from Dynamite. He's going to be smoked off now. Try to go in for some chip damage on Kamikaze.
Initial engagement. A lot of damage dished out. Once again, Dynamite pack on the pistols. While the opponents, they're looking pretty good. All Deagles on the board from the side of BOYZ. Just trying to save up for the upcoming round. Kamikaze as well. Looking quite okay. Mid control taken, instantly now starting to evacuate mid as well. Slowly and steadily, Protagonist is taking control of a lot of areas. Spots out the first, instantly shuts him down. Dyna out of the game. And that's going to give them so many openings now to inside us the B side as well. And that's what they do. Floodgates open once again, and the entire team just burst onto the site. But what a great shot that was. Bloody puts him to sleep. Ezzy out of the game. It's a 2v4. And Kamikaze, he now nullifies all the chances of winning this round.
He's just on the sharpshooter with the hand on the
what?
eagle, and he's standing up to his name. What a shot! What a shot! That's not something that happens regularly, but he needs to land 2 more in the exact same manner, and now he's got the AK in his hand. Goes in for some util dump out there. Has an idea there might be someone up close to the corner, and he wins that one as well. Sharpshooter. Can try and pull this one off, but nah, he does not even have enough time because no defusal kit, but he can take the op away.
He can if he wants to, but Sharpshooter, he does not want to be too greedy. And it's understandable too. 5-3 is the scoreline, while Mystics now, they finally have got a massive lead, but there's a chance BOYZ can now establish a comeback as well. Considering they've got all the players, and now they've also got enough money to buy up for this round. Both the teams going to be on the equal ground, and both of them have one single opper. Angelo on the side of BOYZ, and Flicka from the side of Mystics. And both of them just holding on mid. Oh, there was, but he still managed to sneak away. A crucial shot missed, and Angelo misses that opportunity as well.
Don't peek again. Don't peek again from that angle. But look at towards the underpass and connect as well. Now Bloody is working his way. He can try and get a pick. No, he missed the timing and the follow-up coming in. But SU has been taken down. Bloody knew there might be someone there.
Angelo, beautifully done. Flick out of the game. Already they've managed to find 2. And now the situation's taken down to a 3v5. You can also go for a save if you want, but you've got 1 minute on the clock. So you're probably going to be seeing that rotation towards the A side, but there's still 3 players on the A. Just waiting for them to walk in. Even Angelo's towards the CT spawn all the way in the back. This is going to be a tough one to pull off. The entire site's on a lockdown. You just cannot squeeze yourself out of that spot. Sharpshooter position compromised, but he turns around, he shuts down the first. Protagonist instantly returns back with the 1. And now 2 players looking for to evacuate the site, but that's not going to be the case. Instead, Bloody's going to be a wall that will be impenetrable, but instantly Kamikaze as well shuts him down. 2 more players to go on the front lines, and you just cannot stand a chance against him.
It is just as you called. It's going to be a very close match, but op lost from the side of Mystic now. Again, this was the shot that I expected Ezio to win that one. I thought maybe the surprise factor would eventually help him out, but that's not how things happened. On the other side, WahWah on the back of the shots coming in from Bloody and Angelo found that early opening and just followed it up after it. The Mystic now. I think so they can try and flood in towards the B yet again. They know that there's going to be an op, but Angelo... Oh! Shot like a wide peak. He anticipated that.
Nice stuff. A 3v5. So far, the flawless has been approach has been quite flawless. And considering the players are Mystic, they're playing with quite a lot of patience. BOYZ, they're getting impatient in some of the angles, and that's why they're getting picked off. They do have the economy right now, but in the upcoming round, it's going to be even worse. Dynamite will need to go for a complete eco, that's for sure. And now slowly and steadily, the players starting to move up. First man spotted, all the shots missed, and Flicka gets the advantage. This is not the stuff that you would want to do. Bloody and under Palace side, it's a 2v5, and it sounds too much to be pulled off. And I'm pretty sure Under Palace is going to be checked as well in the first place. It's a good Molotov. Gonna flush out the player. Bloody peeks out. He finds a 2K with a great spray transfer. But that's all he's going to find.
Just some eco damage, and that's about all he could manage indeed. A slow work by Mystic, and I love the fact how they quickly sent in the smokes. One towards the stairs, one towards CT to block off anyone from coming there, and they did not even forget to check under the balcony, under Palace angle. Threw out a Molly there. Yes, that was a situation where Bloody was forced to take the fight, and he did everything that he could. Got a 2K. 3 would have been just asking for too much from him, but brilliant maneuver from him whatsoever. Angelo again holding the angle of mid. Ready. It's holding a little bit wider this time around, so I really love that fact, but the smoke is just going to cover all of his attempt to try and see anything. Just trying to jump and figure out if there's someone who's making the cross. He's going to go for his nade play yet again.
And once again, a slow start. Interesting flash and a good flick.
Ooh.
Nice stuff from the side of
Nice
Angelo.
opener.
Bloody as well, gains a bit of confidence towards mid. Goes for a drive peek. Doesn't find anything. And Dynamite's only taken down to 9 HP. So he cannot afford to go for some extra risk, but he still does. And he will pay the price for that. All the patience being showed, but still they're giving away those individual picks, and it's really hurting these teams.
Ezio being able to win the crucial duel to bring the numbers equal. Angelo as well is just 48 HP, not that high. Sophie throws out a nade, a perfect one, does some chip damage, and now the execute begins. Angelo finds the opener, but the arch is not checked, and that's where Skofik found one, but he's been traded.
Pretty much. Angelo. He can hear that player as well. Spots him out. Nice shot. This is the beginning for the win. And Pack Boys, they get the round secured.
A good round coming in from their side on the back of a couple of nasty shots by Angelo. Specifically the one in mid, wherein he again dissipated the smoke and was just ready for the one behind the boxes. The one on the right should have been gone in for trade, but I think so the angle that Angelo was holding was the one where he was not seen from the other side. So he just quickly got one, moved away, saved his life. He was also able to double up later on in the round. Again, when the smoke goes out, a lot of utilities, this time a flash as well. But he's going to go for the exact same peek again. Bloody moves forward, tries to find the first one, but there's someone up close who will try and finish him off. A beautiful flash coming in from KHG.
Terry out as well towards mid, making sure no one's going to be pushing up inside a connector. So at least for now, there's going to be a bit of a halt. Protagonist slowly and steadily looking forward to creep his way towards connector, but the angle's being held by Angelo. Even if he misses that shot, still the call out will be given away. Information acquired, a lot of intel to play with. Angelo, he evacuates that entire site, moves away from jungle, even towards B. Ezio almost catches one player. And now Dynamite just going for some random spams inside of the smoke, cannot find anything at that moment. It's a 4-on-4 situation where the advantage is still in the hands of Mystic, and we're just one round away, or pretty much this round away, from concluding the first half.
$35 more seconds to go. And they have not gained a lot of map space, but what a shot from Protagonist. Anticipated someone might be pushing up cat for information, but oh my god, sharpshooter putting a close angle on the stairs, gets one, can he double it up? No, it's the answer. Flickoff finishes him off. Good peek coming in. Molotov's going to go towards the back, which is going to push Angelo off of that angle as Kamikaze gets the pick onto him.
Oh, Skofik spots out the... Well, nothing much can be said. That's going to be your first half, ladies and gentlemen. A 7-5 half in the favor of Mystics. The team started things off with a disadvantage, but then later on they also got the man advantage, and now things are back inside of the equal ground. The first half was quite scrappy, but you never know what the second half storyline is going to be holding for us. Considering now Mystics will be pushed onto the CT side, and the players of Pack Boys on the T. Maybe it's going to be a new ray of hope for the side of Pack Boys, a new glimmer of hope.
That is what they need, specifically relying on this pistol, because only after that would they be able to have a chance to equalizing the rounds. If in case Mystic gets it, then they'll be further increasing the lead in their own favor. Skofik, in the meantime, will be moving in underpass, trying to gather some intel and take the mid control. No one playing in nest, so no one's gonna have that information. Flicker towards the arches, trying to control mid. That's all. Should have heard this utility. And this seems to be a hit going towards the A side, and that too a split with 3 people from connector.
They've already made their way towards jungle. And the man gets spotted out. A big mistake from Bloody. That's what you get for not checking your angles. Still, the players have got a lot of control towards jungle and pushing up close and personal, getting a little bit too deep. Did not pan out that well for you. The man's quite low, his quad soften up, and Dynamite's gonna catch him crossing. Still 4 players have managed to just flood inside of the site. It's a great retake so far, and Kamikaze returns back with a great tap on one of the players in the front. It's all down to Skofik. He does not have a lot of HP to back him up, and even he's also running away with bullets in the magazine. He still finds Kamikaze somehow. The protagonist is going for that constant defuse, and what? He clutches it out somehow. A lot of shots missed from Mystics. This is not what you expected in a 3v1.
He was just continuously jiggling, and how was he able to get 3 in that situation? That is just insane. Look at that shot. It was a 2v1. Everyone with so many shots, and Skofik is the one who found the most of them connected. Oh, nah, that should not have been
And that
shouldn't have been allowed, but on the back of it.
And that is why I like Glock, my friend. You can just run and gun with that weapon in pistol rounds. But I understand a lot of shots were whiffed from the CTs as well. They had so many opportunities to shut down Skofik in his tracks. And Sharpshooter, for him, it's going to be easy pickings. A 2K inside of the entire eco round here. And the players are now starting to push out of their comfort zone. And Mystics, they're also paying the price for that. As usual, it's understandable. It's just the eco round. So I highly doubt Mystics are going to be caring about it that much.
They should be looking to get at least a couple of weapons off of the hands of WahWahs. 4 Galils, 1 AK-47. KG just playing towards the CT. Should be hearing the bomb being planted. Goes down, and yes, his angle is checked as well. Diana with the flash. It's brilliant, but Bloody is the one who's been stunned up this time around. It's all down to just protagonist. He can try and get a weaponry, but it's going to be maybe too much to ask him for. Crouch peek coming in. Yes, it's been watched. Few shots being fired. Not a knife. Not a knife. He gets 1. My God.
Disrespect at its finest. Even the Pack Boys, they're not doing that great inside of this game, but they still try to pull off shenanigans like that.
That was the equalizer though. So yeah, 7-7. This was the point wherein thought that maybe Kamikaze just did not pull the trigger at the right time. He did not anticipate the peak coming in from the left side. Either ways, that was eventually a good pick for WahWahs, and now they're looking to go into the mid again. Protagonist wins his straight out against Dyna.
Off the bat, the initial peak being shut down. And now KHC towards the side of B. He's holding down the apartments. A good nade as well. It's going to dish out a lot of damage, but KHC, he completely tunnel visions on the player in the front, and Bloody picks up the kill. B-side's taken away easily, and now the situation's down to a 4v3. The man advantage in the hands of Pack Boys, and they easily can't hold things off as well. There's a flank incoming. There's a lurk from the side of Mystics. And if that lurk is able to find even one, it's definitely going to be a massive neutralizer that the players of Mystic need. But Bloody finds that pick. And considering now they know going for the retake's next to impossible, it's better to just save.
Understandable though, but will they be allowed to save? That's the question. What protagonists outside? Or the other side in Palace, you've got Kamikaze. Yeah, they'll be able to save without any major difficulties. They're trying to hunt for him, but the protagonist, he should be hitting everything, and he
All of that for nothing. Sharp. That flick was all he needed.
Pretty much. And now once again, back to ground zero. Not a lot of money left over in the pockets. Mystics. This round is going to be a tough pill to swallow. Eco round in their hands. Kamikaze is the only man who's got his hands on the M1. Being safe from the previous round, but even he gets cut off instantly. This time it's going to be Dynamite to kick things off. Towards A. And also the man advantage now in the favor of BOYZ. The only M1 being taken away, but Flick is going to pick it up once again. So at least it's being passed on over to another man. East side once again taken away, but towards short, it's KSG. And the players as well looking forward to return the trades back. It's a 3v3. Once again, the gun advantage in the hands of BOYZ is really just keeping them over the edge inside of the round. But soon enough, the gun advantage can be taken away as well. An M1 and an AK in the hands of Flick on Izio. And Bloody looking forward to push through the smoke. He definitely can't find the timing. He does, but instantly Protagonist turns around and slaps him down. And there's a man named Skofik who's holding that cross, and he catches them both.
As soon as we switched sides and Mystic went into the CT side, it just seemed that they are not being able to pull off the way they were being able to pull off all those rundowns in their favor. Their shots, some of them, yes, landing, but they're not being able to retake properly. And let alone holding the fort. That's just not been happening for them whatsoever. And it's all down to the execution that's been coming in from BOYZ. Perfect one indeed. But now they're going in from Palace and Stairs. Utils being used up. Everything being exchanged. Ezio with a flash of Kamikaze was able to pick one, but the retaliation comes in from Dynamite.
Dynamite with that double peek. He's done a great job. And once again towards CT, he's already found a lot of control. A 3v4 is doable, but this op needs to find a lot of value. He spots the first man crossing towards CT, misses that shot, and even the nade deals out a lot of damage towards Triple. He still barely survives though. One single spam towards Triple can definitely deal a lot of damage and maybe shut down the man as well. But then the players of Mystics, they do realize a lot of time is already being bought by the T's, and it's worthless to go for this retake.
Got the defusal kits, it should be possible, but Dynamite with the luck, he gets taken down. Protagonist doing everything in that round, but his just team backed off way too early. I still feel that they could have.
Nope.
Could have, would have, should have gone in for the retake.
Nope. It was too late. Even if they would have completely emptied the site, still the time would have kept them taken away. So I would say that's a good and a wise decision. And still considering they managed to take away a lot of guns from the previous round from the opponent's hands. But still, those are just consolation kills. Nothing really much. They can help you increase the KD, not more than that.
Angelo. Copying. Ezio playing towards the connector, so he's not going to push any forward because the warning shots were fired, but all the neutral dumps coming in along with the execute, and now Dynamite over towards Tetris was able to take one and now jumps directly towards Stair. Now this reposition could be everything, but wait, he kind of missed the timing on Ezio.
4v5. Man advantage once again shifted over. And Mystics, they're always losing out in that initial duel. But this time, Ezio is looking forward to pull things back. This 4v4 is definitely possible, but Ezio is quite bruised up. 2 bullets and Ezio will be shut down. But Bloody slowly and steadily moving up close and personal, spots out the players towards short. Bloody can be picked up as well. He needs to be a little bit more careful. Incendiary is going to force this man back. And Bloody's got no other option than to give that control away. But he's all by himself towards B, and the call should be conveyed. Towards jungle, Skofik's present, and the A side's going to be taken away easily by the side of BOYZ.
It all started from that A execute.
only to show it's a fake, and then attention towards the B, which grabbed all the CTs away. Angelo is going to quickly plant the bomb, and now is going to reposition with the op. Protagonist was able to get one quickly, swaps it up for the AK. Angelo is just watching the angle. They should know the op might be posted towards the stairs, but do they have enough utility is the question. As now they'll be moving forward, and the angle is watched out for. Protagonist needs to win his duel. Wow.
Well, interesting stuff. 10-8. Pack Boys losing that round. Definitely the economy is going to be humbled up a little bit, but it's not going to be that big of a bummer. Still okay. While for Mystic,
able to save the op.
While for Mystic, the previous round was a big glimmer of hope. 10-8. This match is going really close. The Pack Boys, unfortunately for them as well, the start wasn't really that great. So momentum off the bat was quite scrappy. And the man towards connector will be spotted out soon enough. The op just never gets a chance to be activated.
Bomb has not been committed yet. Again, Ezio being pushed back. Because of that smoke, he'll not have the info about who passed towards the underpass or who's going to try and push up, but still playing in a bit of an off angle. Will know everything that's happening in mid as he fires the shots, gets a pick quickly, but someone's pushing in through the smoke. He fires a few warning shots only to back off into the jungle. And now watch through the sniper's nest.
Oh, look at this man. He sneaked in. Flicka almost caught taking a nap. But he finally flicks up and shuts down the man. A 3v5, the man advantage heavily stacked in the favor of Mystics. And this time, Pack Boys, they might just lose out on all the momentum they've gathered. Good Molotov, the player will be flushed out from the back, and he does exactly. Under Palace cleared up, the entire site's now slowly and steadily starting to be cleared up as well. The man spotted out while he's taking a jump, and out of nowhere, the situation's now going to start to favor the players of Pack Boys. A 3v5 converted into a 3v1. Mystics, what a big blunder that was.
Being picked apart one after the other, only for Bloody to wrap up KHG and move them up to 11, just one round away from the map point now. This map has been super long indeed. But Mystic are the ones who are taking the short end of the stick. Pack Boys again, they slowed down the rounds so much that even though they were at the disadvantage early on, they were able to capitalize on the back of it. And just because of the utilities that they used when they went to execute towards the A. Flush out the player playing under Palace, finish him off, and then go in for a perfect wraparound. With the C4 being planted and then going in for the after plant position, not making the same mistake, but this time Ezio finds the first one. Dynamite's been taken care of.
Life squeezed out of his chest, and now Skopik, he's just on a complete W key. Runs out of bullets inside of the mag and will need to be taken down, and that's what it happens. KHG all by himself towards the site. This M1's doing a lot of damage, but finally the backup arrives in time and saves KHG.
The round was over before it even began. Fights being taken on different parts of the map and fights being lost. Good news for Mystic though. They were able to quickly win that round and save their economy from going bankrupt again, but on the other side. Maybe this one or possibly next one could be the last full buy. Have to go in for a save, but bloody my goodness, disrespecting the Molly. Gets a 1-for-1.
And that one is massive, it's huge. And even the AK will be recovered. And Dynamite instantly falls back as well. He got his hands on the weapon that was in the front. Tech9 in the hands. They make the push happen towards B. And the first pick's also found. B site's taken away. A 3v3. Even though with the gun's disadvantage, still Pack Boys, they've done a great job. And Sharp with a really sharp shot. A 2v3, man advantage in the hands of Pack Boys. Things started off in quite a dire way for the Pack Boys, but now things have taken a massive turn. A 2v2 scenario from the back. Ezio as well starts, but unfortunately his hands are too busy.
Pulling out the utility when you know the opponent is...
Deagle and an AK facing off Ezio, but unfortunately his hands are too busy.
Pulling out the utility when you know the opponent is just around the corner and you are open from multiple angles. Not the best possible decision, as you could have been able to clutch it out. But again, Park Boys this time going in for the similar strategy that they wanted to go in the previous one, wherein they lost all the fights lastly. But this time around, that one a quick pick directly towards the A. Disrespecting the molly. That was insane. That basically paved the way. Molotov is going to come in to block Ezio from having any kind of vision. But this smoke, it gives so much information and room for Ezio to play.
Oh, the MP9.
Quick pick towards Cat. Jeez.
It was a good crossfire from the A towards short, but it's a complete mowdown.
What?
Anyone who peeks out on the A site, they will be taken down without any trouble. And just like that, it's going to be Pack Boys, ladies and gentlemen, collecting the first map in their hands of the series. Mirage goes their way. The upcoming map is also going to be an interesting turn of events, considering it's going to be Inferno.
Not exactly the way I was hoping the map would end, but my oh my, what a way to quickly end things off, and in such a fast-paced note, wherein a lot of those mid rounds we saw that the pace was slowed down. They were trying to go very slow, work around the map, but in the past few rounds we just saw them taking the fights over towards A and then as towards B. In one round they lost it, in the next one they won on all fronts, and then in the last round just quickly taking control of the mid. Why? Because they had not worked up mid for a very long time. A good idea coming in from Park Boys, and on the other side they had absolutely no read onto this one.
I mean, let's be honest, the first half was quite scrappy, especially when disconnects were happening on both the sides. Pack Boys, they started things off on a great note with the pistol round, considering it was a 4v5. But then later on, unfortunately for them, KG was back in the opponent team. And then once again, the opponents had a little bit of an advantage inside of the upcoming rounds. The first half was quite scrappy. But still, props to Pack Boys. They pulled things back in their court in the second half, and things were looking quite smooth for them.
Never give up. Never give up, never back down. That's what the motto is for that team. But I really want to have a look at the MVP as well from both the teams. They played it so very well. I think possibly we might see Ezio maybe on the boards, because on the side of Park Boys, I cannot pinpoint any one player. Everyone was just playing so very good. You talk about Sharpshooter, he was doing all he needs to do. Even Angelico, just doing everything that he needed with the AWP in his hand. But Bloody is the man with 20-15 and an ADR of 103.
I mean, Angelio, yeah, with the AWP, he was definitely there, but he was also missing quite a lot of those crucial shots, which could have helped his team quite a lot as well, winning the game in a bit more of a better manner. But hey, as long as you're going to win the game, that's all that matters. Team Mystic, they still took the competition quite close. 9-13, I would say it's a super close game, but unfortunately for Mystics as well, things started off in a really bad manner. But then later on in the second half, slowly and steadily, they started to get the grip. They started to get the firm grip on the next Pack Boys. But once again, in the second half, Pack Boys, they were just feeling a little bit more better on the T side. They were just disrespecting all the utilities. They were pushing so deep inside of the sites as well. They were just relying on the complete mechanics. Ladies and gentlemen, we know the upcoming map as well is going to be there, but after this short break. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again. And as we know, the first map's now being taken away by the side of BOYZ. Still, there's a chance for redemption for Mystic as well. The upcoming map is going to be a new ray of hope, especially in the map of Inferno. As we know, it's another one of those classic maps and quite the OG ones. I highly doubt Mystic's going to be showing a lot of signs of struggle in that.
Now, there were a lot of changes in multiple maps all around the board, but Inferno was the one that had quite a lot of those changes. Now you've got to have a new ways to go in for those lineups that you previously used to, and maybe change a few other ways that you executed the side previously. But on the other side, this is a map that I love the most apart from Vertigo. This is the one I always look forward to cast. So seeing both these teams going on this one, I mean, I'm very interested. And honestly, this is the map which Mystic needs to take home.
Mystic. I mean, Mystic can be an interesting part of the conversation here because, once again, considering the previous start started in a really scrappy way, so I still want to give the little bit of a benefit of doubt for the side of Mystic. But let's be honest, BOYZ, with the swift return they showcased in the previous game, yeah, there is definitely a ray of hope. I would like to believe so, but still in the map of Inferno, I still think that BOYZ is going to be a little bit more dominant. That's what I personally think.
It could be possible because the way BOYZ were going in for their attacks, that was amazing. They were coordinated as well, and the way they could switch the pace up in between the rounds, it basically gets your opponent off guard and it destroys their rhythm of the round. And that's one way you can try and find the openings in their defensive setups, and that is what BOYZ were able to do. It was one of the reasons why we saw there were a couple of people towards the A side stacked up, but the connector was entirely open, and we saw a rotation coming in from connector towards the jungle from the terrorists themselves. And that's probably the best way to work your attacking rounds, to try and get behind the enemy lines.
I mean, once again, lurks have been proven quite essential for the side of BOYZ, and not just that, it's been proven a little bit more worthy for the side of Mystic. Let's be honest, we saw so many of those picks being taken away, especially when Mystic were on their defending side. They were doing a great job in CT with all those lurks that they were showcasing, but still, sometimes the overcommitments in those lurk was something that was really costing them the rounds as well. And I just do not really want to see that overcommitment in the first place. And now, once again, I'm going to bring back the same points. We're not really seeing those proper executions. A lot of these players are just going for the dry peaks against the ops, but they're just going for the dry peaks inside of the clutch as well. We're not seeing those flashes being used that perfectly. Yes, there are a lot of these nukes and crannies that can be abused in the strategy, but the upcoming map of Inferno, it's pretty much going to be a CT-sided map, so whichever team's going to be starting things off on CT, they will definitely have a little bit of an advantage, but you never know what's going to be holding up in the future.
That is indeed true, but there's one more thing, right? Flicker, the way he was playing with the AWP in his T side, he was doing an amazing job, phenomenal one. But when we saw the scorecard, he only had 9 kills for himself. Now, one of the reasons why that scene is because he basically was shut down entirely when he went to CT, and that's where the AWP needs to shine the most. And if he's going to face that problem in this one as well, I think so. Even on Inferno, it might become difficult for the side of Mystic to try and hold on to those sides. Specifically talking about, they need to take the banana control. They need to throw out those Molotovs early on to stop anyone from the side of T's pushing up. And again, we've seen how well BOYZ play on their T side.
And one more thing I'd like to mention is that hopefully we're not going to start the upcoming map of Inferno with a tech pause, because if that does happen, then I don't want to see another scrappy start for these teams. I want to see a smooth game on the way. I want to see both these teams getting a fair share of chance to get the first pistol round in hands, because we all know it's all about the momentum. Once you do get the first pistol round in your hands, it also elevates the confidence a little bit. And considering last time the opponent team was missing out on one of the players, BOYZ getting the pistol round, yes, they definitely did get the confidence, but then later on the same thing happened with them, but they were on a disadvantage and the opponent team had the advantage.
The scrappy starts definitely get to your head. You don't get the momentum at all, and eventually when the game comes to a close, the early few rounds, it kind of hurts you a lot if in case you were not able to get the most out of them. And yes, pistol is the one wherein you build up on that momentum. It's the one where you try and get the lead early on, and if in case you're in the deficit, you try and equalize on that number, because it directly gives you an advantage in the next round. So that's 2 rounds in a row which you potentially have a chance to win. And now if you're not able to capitalize on that, it becomes a very hard climb starting from the 3rd one, because your economy is going to be in shambles as well. But Having the map of Inferno, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be
Oh no.
Mystic. We're going to
Oh
start
no.
on CT and Park Boys on D,
Oh
but
no.
not this way.
Not this way. Once again, we're starting off with only 4 players inside of the lobby. Please bring back the 5th man. And it's the same one once again. It's Dynamite from the side of Pak Boys. He's not in the game anymore. Hopefully we're not going to be burning a lot of time over here.
Let's
I saw
hope.
this coming as
Fingers
well.
crossed.
I saw this coming too,
Did you?
Shaishnu.
How and why?
I just had a gut feeling we're going to start off this entire game with a technical pause. And that's what's happening. Pak Boys, a team that won the previous game off the bat, they're not starting off in that good of a way. Hopefully it's not going to be fidgeting with their mental, because considering they won the previous game, they have the momentum, they've got the ball rolling in their court. But if they do start things off with a 4-on-5, already the advantage will be massively in the favor of Mystics. Unless if they're able to find the first opening and then get the man number down to a 4v4, then it can be an equal page, but you never know.
Wow. We'll just have to wait for the player to get reconnected as quickly as possible, because in the meantime, if Dynamite is not in the mix, they're going to lose a lot of firepower. And seeing how on the other side right now, Mystic are the ones who are on the side of CT. We've seen their struggles, and if they get an advantage on their CT side, their T side looks pretty solid. They still, yes, there might not be those perfect lineups coming in from the long other side of the map, but they go in for those normal executes wherein they throw up a few flashes, try to block off those choke angles where you normally would see the CT staying on. So I think so this kind of favors Mystic.
Well, I mean, we cannot really talk about favoring anyone right at this point, because if this game does start off with a 4-on-5, then yeah, all the favors going to be on the side of Mystics without a doubt. But I don't want to see a scrappy start like that once again. I want to see a proper start. And you know, to see a proper start, what we need to do, we need to push to a short break. And we're once again back in the deserted lands of Inferno. And still, you see the players of PP with only 4 players. And I guess the decision has been made that this game's going to start off once again with only a 4v5. But Pack Boys, they come up with a tactical timeout. But let's be honest, it's not tactical. It's more kind of like they're waiting for the disconnected player.
Technical timeout. That's what I would just like directly call it at this point.
Small, short, technical timeout.
Yes. But that's the thing. You don't know for how long it's gonna go. Oh, alright, wait. Ooh, Dynamite is back, finally! We're gonna have a full-on 5v5 match now. That's a good way to start, at least now, since we know all the players are back.
Pretty
Looking
much.
at the utils, few flashes, Molly on the side of BOYZ, Mystic starting off with a frag and a couple of flashes for themselves. Let's see how this one plays out.
Protagonist has got his hands on a nade. It's probably going to be swinging in towards Banana. But no, instead, they just back away completely. It's a quick push towards the opponent's side. Protagonist finds the opener, but then instant return is going to be there from the side of KT as well. But one man squeezed in towards Coffins, and his position's going to be compromised as well. Protagonist with a 2K. This man is holding off the side all by himself with the help of KT.
Jeez. It's just down to sharpshooter in a 1v4, and let's just be honest, he would not be able to take this one. Unless he's been offered 4 1v1s and he's able to hit some miraculous headshots. He tries to find one. It's a double P coming in. Jiggles. But wait a second. Sharp gets one on Ezio, and both of the players actually back off. They don't want to fight in front of him, but Sharpshooter has no idea there's no one behind him.
Yeah.
Rooster's gonna give them the info that maybe he's just gonna move forward slowly.
Pretty
No
much.
one's there to watch it.
Oh.
Let them think so back.
Engagement, but 3 players peek out at the same time. And it's going to be an easy closing.
First one, going in for Mystic. Full-fledged banana push, shut down perfectly. What is next? Maybe an A split? You may never know. MP9s all across the board. With an M4 in the mix. And well, it's almost just as I predicted. They're kind of going in towards the A. Though through the apartments in the meantime. While Angelo working his way in mid choke point, which has basically been smoked off.
Flicker.
I
mean, he does spot the player. He does spot a little glimmer. And it's more than enough to know exactly what's going on the map. That instant reposition that we saw from the side of Flicker as well with the MP9 up close and personal. Oh, but the player in the front's a little bit too quick. Skuffic shuts him down. Bloody as well falls down in return, but you do not really want to face that Deagle with just an MP9 in your hands in that range. Flicker falls back towards the site. One player as well is going to fall towards the pit. But still Flicker all by himself towards site, almost on the verge of getting the ace. It gets stolen away.
Some good eco frags coming in for the side of Mystic. Again, the weaponry advantage working out well for them, and now they're in their bonus. Flicker. The timing was absolutely beautiful. He knew when to retreat. Played it to perfection. On the other side now, again, gonna be looking at a situation where the weaponry is pretty solid in the hands of BOYZ, and they're going in for a full-fledged push, dodging all the utils. Dynamite has pushed up so front. With resistance, will move backwards. Full banana control established.
It is, but they give it away. So B-side control once again is in the hands of Mystics. And they've also got the advantage when it comes to the rounds as well. The better weaponry in the hands of PB is of course going to give them advantage inside of this round. Good Molotov. It's going to delay the push towards Boiler at least for a couple of more seconds. But so far, Angelo is the only man who's taken a lot of damage. Down to 41 HP. And 3 players with the MP9 in their hands from the side of Mystics. They're holding some close quarters.
Dynamite just re-clearing banana, making sure no one's pushing in. This should give the cue to Park Boys to go in and pace up their execute towards the A side as they're going in for the split. Couple of players from short, from long, and they're going to reunite directly towards the side as they'll be sending in one from the apartment as well. Ready, close out the util.
Oh, it's a little bit of a crossfire towards the side. 3 MP9s, 1 man still in the pit, but I guess the man in the pit's taken down already. He's been dealt with. Pack Boys, it's going to be an easy and a clean take towards the A. And no one's going to be able to stop this take from them as well. A 1v4, next to impossible to be pulled off, but he at least gets his hand on that one single AK and will retreat away. Maybe not.
Still possible.
He's still
possible.
What? He's still gonna go for this take, actually. And I feel like it's too risky. Oh, but a beautiful haircut towards that man. The second one found us wall. He deals a lot of damage. At least he's keeping the enemy's economy humbled.
Jeez. What a round coming in from him. I did not. Major difficulties because they had all the utils, they had all the players and very healthy. Now that is something Mystic need to change.
And especially when we know that it's going to be a little bit more different this time. It is going to be an equal effort from both the sides. Once again, slow and steady start. Going for the control piece by piece on the map. And the first glimmer spot out. B-side can be up for takings. Molotov as well to clear out the close pockets. It will be cleared out. Only one single MP9 in the hands of KHG. But somewhere down the line, even Mystic knows that this round's pretty much gone. To dust. Dynamite in the pocket. Here's all the sound. He catches the man fade away. The second one can be the casualty as well. But KHG returns back in a good manner. Bloody as well gets caught. The Deagle's now starting to sing the song of death. Another man at the front lines is coughing. It's quite an iffy spray. But he still managed to find Flicka.
Oh, this fight could be everything! How did Kamikaze get that shot? That is just a brilliant play. Making sure that his team has the advantage and that weapon is recoverable. But on the other side though, look at the amount of space that has been gained by Angelo. The entire banana control established just because of the noise that was made towards the A. Smoke's gonna go out and they will go in for the plant as well. Weapons not yet recovered though, so now that is something I kinda guess Mystic might have missed the good opportunity.
C4 planted. Now the retake begins. But it's going to be complete mowdown towards Coffin. One more man in the front. MP9 this time is going to be a little bit more sharper, but Angelo is there to seal the deal. 2-2 is going to be the scoreline. Pack Boys once again making that swift return inside of the score.
Now here's the thing, they could have gone for the weaponry. But they did not decide. Who got that shot? He just went in to pick up that AK for could have moved forward. That is a missed opportunity by Mystic. However, for Balboy, very
And now have also managed to equalize the scoreline. It's going to be looking pretty good. Once again, a couple of more technical difficulties to topple it off. You always need that. It's sort of like a good ritual. And as long as those technical difficulties are there, the show's going to be running pretty smoothly. Oh man, it's next to impossible. These technical issues are inevitable to be avoided. But soon enough, the game's probably going to be starting. And as I mentioned, BOYZ being able to equalize the scoreline. That do on the T side, it's a really great start for them. And as I mentioned, it's also supposed to be a CT side of map, so somewhere down the line, BOYZ are going to be feeling good about this.
Definitely would. That one thing for sure is true. But just as mentioned, Mystic need to pick up all the rounds that are and not give it up on even one of them. As of now, Kamikaze found the on Angelo, but he's the last man standing. That's the main thing. 1v2 situation. What a rifle in hand. No 10 1 and just sweeping away forward. He gets one, but Sharp is just way too sharp with that shot. Quick on that trade.
Sharp and crisp. Sharpshooter in the previous round, he was going huge with the deagle. But inside of this round, once again, Sharp is just doing his job as usual. But one thing you've noticed, the players of PB are not able to save a lot of guns. They're always just down to that one single man. They're able to find a quick entry inside of the site, but they're not able to sustain it that well. And now, considering Mystics are going to be back to ground zero towards Deagles and a couple of pistols in their hands, those Deagle need to go huge. They need to find a lot of value. While on the opposite side, the economy is not looking that great. BOYZ, they're only one round away from going completely bankrupt as well. And now that
that is indeed true. But at the same time, again, now just as you mentioned, Mystic down to the eco. BOYZ as well. The money not looking that good. Just a few $100 in their wallet. That's about it. Skofik just round to the SMG. Well, everyone else, they've got the AK. No operator being brought out. No op being brought out. Bloody though, he gets one quickly. Ezio gets taken down.
The man was boosted up towards the CT spawn. And it's an easy strat. Mac 10 rush P. This P20 is doing a lot of damage, but in front of Mac 10, you can't. And now, considering Sharpshooter is also starting to flank up a little bit from the back lines, yeah, Protagonist does not even stand a chance in that moment. Easy return once again by the side of BOYZ. Now they've got a 2 rounds lead, and this cushion is going to give them a lot of confidence, and also a little bit of an economy is going to help them in the future run.
But here's the thing, right? I mentioned how there's no op being brought in from either of the size. The reason for that is, yes, Mystic, they've been not being able to win those rounds, so that's one thing. But on the other side, they're also being able to take away a lot of those rifles. Quite a few of those rounds were just one man remaining for BOYZ. But as of now, Skofik moving forward way too quickly. Rush for the ball down and quickly gets one as well. Kamikaze up for the trade though.
Quick returns. 4v4. Angelio's a little bit bruised up, but it's fine. And considering Kamikaze has managed to tuck himself inside of the site, once again, it's going to be a quick beat take. And that's what the players of PB are pretty much doing. They're just going for the B side over and over again. They do realize somewhere down line, going for the A is going to be a little bit more tougher. Kamikaze misses that Molotov, gives an opportunity for the side of terrorists to move in forward, and that's what they do. A spam through the smoke is going to be able to dish out a decent amount of damage, but not enough to stop the man in his own tracks. And he still keeps him moving up and personal. A 3v4, man advantage in the hands of PB once again, and to flush inside of the site, it's going to be tough. And this nade from Ezio does find the first one, but Angelio is just returning back even stronger.
It's just down to protagonist. Angelio is just down to 2 HP though, so this could be enough, but Dinah, he's there at the perfect moment, knew where the position of protagonist might be and was ready to finish him off. Another round for WahWah, and we've been discussing that, how WahWah have been very solid on their terrorist rounds. Even in the previous one, they were able to bring it back from a 5-7 situation. And if this is the way they're starting...
The issue is that this is a CT map, and if you're playing stronger on the T side, the problems are just going to increase when the sides will be switched up. So WahWah, they should be stopped right in their tracks, and they're doing the same thing over and over again. They're just pushing towards the B side for the past 3 rounds, but this time, protagonist will be able to catch one with that proactivity. But not more than that. He's looking for to shut down the second man as well. Flicker does find the second pick too, but the returns are just quite swift and quick. And this time, Angelio, once again, he goes huge towards apartments, his Ezio, and his position's compromised as well. Now it's all going to come down to this team play. Sharpshooter spots out the man in the front. MP9 could prevail, but it gets denied.
It's all down to Kamikaze with the deagle in hand, and he's being flushed out with all the utils. Bloody will be able to take him out. Another round for WahWah. Yes, it was an eco for Mystic, but WahWah have already reached the halfway. They've reached the 6th round mark. So even if they do not get any from this point onwards, them moving on to CT would be a massive advantage. For the other side, Mystic, the best thing they could hope is to end this at a 6-6 and then basically get some nasty attack.
And speak of some nasty stuff, now the ops being brought out, the big green cannon in the hands of Flicker. He does hear the footsteps approach. He holds that angle as well, but considering there's a molly in the front, the terrorists are not going to disrespect that. WahWah, at least for now, they need to hold things back. A 5v5, but the players from the side of WahWah, they're quite bruised up and scratched up, especially Bloody and Dynamite. They're softened up. Only a couple of bullets will seal the deal, but even the op in the hands of the opponents can also be a big pain in the foot.
That is true. Flicker with the AWP, playing towards A, shot. Just one wrong peek and they'll be able to take him down, but Angelio, he's been going towards the banana time and time again, making some noise there to try and divert the rotation of Mystic and bring it towards B so that they can execute towards the A side. Now, we've seen this kind of play from WahWah previously, and that worked out wonders. But this time around, Kamikaze is playing towards the arches, so he will stop anyone pushing in from long. But at the same time, Ezio needs to be proactive. And he needs to win out his duels. He's basically in a one-and-done position.
Oh, there's 3 players towards A. And all of them are holding their individual angle. One man towards Library. The other 2 towards Pit. The man falls back. The op once again gets a chance to activate. And the op will find the pick. It's a complete mowdown on the site. And you just cannot find a single pick.
A brilliant retaliation from Mystic. Even though their op only had 1, they made sure the M4s also have a lot of value out there. They had a perfect crossfire setup. They knew everything that was about to happen. And again, that one-and-done angle by Ezio, he dropped down at the perfect time. I thought maybe it's not the best possible decision, but then he was basically in a position to try and get into that crossfire. However, very aggressive. Posting, but Angelio even better with those shots.
This time, head cut off. The op's not going to be a pain anymore. Starting things off with a 4v5. And BB, they're neutralizing any advantage the opponents can have. And once again, the B rush is on the way. They're back to ground zero. They're back to something they were doing. And even towards A side, there's going to be 2 players. But the C4 still all the way back towards spawn. And those guys are now starting to move towards the B site. And it's just going to leave the players of Mystic in a big confusion. And what just happened? They're playing as if the entire map is their territory.
Because it is. They're being given so much space. Mystic, this time around, I would still say they tried to take it away. But it was not exactly the way you would want them to do it. You need a few extra flashes out there. Because if one misses, you need to have the second one for the backup as well. So that it basically catches everyone who's trying to play aggressive. And then you need to post up your AWP in that angle. But the first flash, it missed. And it was a try. But for now, this Molotov's gonna go away. And oh my god, what a rundown! Dynamite blinded was able to get KHG. And he wants to follow up for more, standing in volley. He still gets it.
It's a complete disrespect of the opponents. At this point, they're not even scared to peek out the angles. A map that's supposed to be CT-sided. The terrorists are just completely dominating onto it. A 2v4. And it seems like the death for the CTs is inevitable. Mistakes. At this point, if they keep on playing like this, even the loss is going to be inevitable. But Flicka hears a man underneath, but gets caught from the back and bloody turns around. He catches the second man too. Oh, this is not good. This is not good, Scared. 9-3 is probably going to be the first half.
A broken by. Famous on the board. For 4. That's not exactly the weaponry you would want. Not even a good bunch of utilities out there. A few frags, a few mollies. On the other side, a full house. And they want to go in for a pacey hit as well. Again, taking control of the banana. Neither of the team has been able to do it though. But that frag is just going to push anyone back. Or wanted to play aggressive from long. And short is where they're going to watch out as well. Smoke right in their face. Stop anyone from pushing, but Apartments is there, we're gonna be trouble. The head being shown and the shot connecting from protagonist.
Okay, bloody. He still wants to get his hands bloody, and he does too. With protagonist being taken down, it's gonna leave the complete apartments in the shamble. He also throws the AK away. I like that thinking.
Smart.
And towards Arch, there's one more CT present. He's just waiting for... Oh my god! That was such a quick one! Kamikaze did not even see that coming! A quick shot to the skull, cracks it open, and now the entire A site, it just feels like the floodgates are open as well. Another one found bloody single-handedly, is just manhandling the opponent team. And now Dynamite's position compromised. The first man found, but the hands are probably going to be too busy, but no, instead KG, he does not go for the switch up instead. He just sticks with the MP9, takes down the second man, and now he's assured that there's no one around the corner. That's when he switches up. Beautifully done.
Where is the C4 going? Would yes, that could be a good option. Oh my goodness, Flicka. 9-3 we thought would be the situation, but Flicka and KHG had other plans, doubling up on both of their kills and ending the half at a 4-8, the best that they could do. But they're just gonna have to hope that their attack goes exactly the way, if not better, how BOYZ attack went.
A nade stack towards B? I'd be down to see that.
Possible.
It would be quite fun. There's a chance it can be a quick B rush as well, considering Mystics. At this point, they cannot think straight. They've lost out in too many rounds, but I highly doubt it's going to be a quick B take as well. No, they're splitting up. They're splitting up on both the sides. Second mid, there's going to be a lot of players, but Dynamite, he opened things up once again. USP is now really starting to find the picks. Dynamite, he's just waiting for them to stand in his crosser, and as soon as they do, he's able to find the connections quite nicely. Second USP around Arch, but the man decides to back away. Dynamite through the smoke is able to find a lot of taps, and Angelo with his duo, even he's starting to mow down the enemy lines. One more man towards mid, and Dynamite might just want to go for the knife, but he gets denied by his own teammate.
Alright, that's still good, that's still good. BOYZ getting all of their pistols on board, winning out that round, and shots that were connected from Dynamite. Absolutely brilliant. Holding that cross, the perfect angle, and everyone just walked them. Now here's the thing, yes, I would normally say that they used
But I mean, it was pistol round. You're not gonna have a lot of them either ways. But on the other side now,
Good
a
nade.
few deagles along with Glocks being taken by Mystic. Oh my god. Look at the
look at
amount
Banana.
of control.
Look at Banana. The CTs have already pushed up close and personal. And Dynamite towards mid. Even he's dishing out quite a lot of damage. MP9 up close and personal as well. It's dealing quite a lot of damage. Dual Beretta's pulled out. And still whiffs all the shots. It's going to be an easy cleanup with the mop.
They picked up their M4A1s as well. Not leaving even a single one off. Should be able to reinvest. Just Dynamite with the MP9 in his own hands. On the other side, we've got all 5 AKs with quite a decent amount of utility. A few frags. You're not gonna play with a frag grenade like that. Maybe you can. Again, a jump peek coming in from Scoffig. The difference between how BOYZ are taking control of the mid and how Mystic were taking it is that BOYZ take a lot of control. They have an idea who's playing in mid and who's going towards second mid.
Oh. Skofik. Oh, once again. There's no way they leave it unchecked. And now there's a man inside the smoke. Someone down line. Bloody spot at the man as well.
Jeez.
He finds Flicka. Beautiful stuff. Skofik towards apartments. And what a beautiful flash that was. Good team play. A 2v4. And now the players are starting to get dismantled slowly and steadily. Ezio's quite low, but KG returns back with a 2-piece. One more man on the front lines, and Skofik's gonna shut down Ezio. A 2v1. KG, his back's gonna be feeling heavy at this point. He needs to carry his team on the back. He's got the utils, but he does not have the smoke.
Potential for a 1v1 though, with the apartments. They try and get this one, but Skofik denies even that. Picks up the AK for himself.
Should have went for the wide peek
thought
instead of
maybe-
the crouch peek.
Yeah, he could have done that. Maybe he did not anticipate Skofik to be on that angle. He was just checking it. Sometimes, it happens. You normally move towards an angle. You're just checking it, but you're not actually ready for the fight. And that is what might have happened with him. Skofik got a good opportunity to finish him off.
Jokes apart though, Pack Boys, they're quite promising. And I like the way they're playing too. We're seeing a little bit of these team plays coming in from them. Sharp, good cover fire. Dynamite safe for now. Bloody as well. He sees one man inside of the smoke. Maybe this nade can fade it away, but no. Instead, it just finds the pick. Kamikaze taken down towards Banana. And once again, just out and over, the man advantage swings back in the hands of PB.
In every single round, we have seen them pushing up Banana so aggressively. They leave just one man. And Bloody is there to hold that front for them. And everyone else just regrouping towards the A. The only good thing for Mystic is that BOYZ have no idea where the C4 is, but my god, Sharp has the idea how to dodge that flash and support his teammate. Again, making the cross. And a move down from Skofik is also there. Just
Well,
down
what
to
can he
Flicker,
do?
was on 16 HP.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't think so he'd be able to do anything.
Maybe a knife? No.
Because that's one.
Jokes apart though, Sharpshooter, Bloody, and Dynamite, these three guys are running the game right now. Especially Bloody inside this game of Inferno. He's looking like an unstoppable, freaky man. And he's just taking down the opponent single-handedly. He's not scared of anyone. He's disrespecting all the utilities that are on his way. He's pushing through smokes. He's doing anything his mind desires. And he's still somehow winning the duels. And that in itself is just putting me in a big trouble. Op out in the hands, but the man's holding the angle. Dynamite's not going to overextend, which I completely understand. But still, this op's going to miss the first shot. Dynamite now will have the second chance as well to find the pick 2 mid. He pushes up, hands are quite busy, but unfortunately the shot penetrates through the wall, so it does not deal the maximum amount of damage.
13 HP on protagonist, and he will finally be dealt with. Sharpshooter. And my goodness, Dynamite following him up will finally be taken down, but not before Bloody is now providing support from back. And again, Banana pushed up, apartments control for the side of Mystic. For how long? That's the question. They've got to take the C4, and Kamikaze is the one who can be the anchor for that.
I mean, with these lurks and pushes we're seeing from the side of PB, they're just eating the players of Mystic inside out. But then even Mystic, inside of this round, they're replying back. A 2v2, Kamikaze is a little bit scratched up, but it's completely fine. 75 HP is more than enough. Sharpshooter's available towards B, and he's anchoring it down as well.
It's a
He's
2v1.
probably not gonna. He's not gonna let anyone pass. He's looking forward to get the coffin control, and he does so as well. It's Bloody actually.
Now the smoke's gonna go out. And Bloody
no.
goes in for the smoke. My goodness gracious, 2 HP for Kamikaze. Sharpshooter with the AWP in hand. I don't think so he'd be able to do anything in this one. It's better to just save that weaponry, because for the other one it was a very heavy investment. You can look at the creds of Dynamite as well. Just $200 in his account. For
Even the
Scop
time's
pick,
ticking away.
yeah, it just seems nigh impossible. He would not be able to do it. Does not even have the defusal kit.
Yeah, just waiting for some exit frags. Making sure that the opponents are not going to be able to build up a lot of economy. Catches the first Kamikaze. But the second man's going to be able to escape. Maybe. Yeah, he will.
He actually has a defusal kit. It was hidden by the S of his name. Nice. That's one way to hide some information. But on the other side though, yes, Mystic finally having a chance maybe to bring everything back from this one.
No.
BOYZ, I mean, come on. Mystic need to take banana control. That's where I think they would try and find some success.
I mean, they just need one more round. And that's it. And getting that one single round's not going to be that tough. I think so. This is probably going to be the closure. A quick push towards B. Molotov's out as well, making sure that the players are not going to be able to push up anymore. Shotguns towards apartments. I'm loving this setup. And he also hears the fall. A bit of a blunder, giving the positions away. And the more the intel the players of PB get, the better it is. But Kamikaze, he catches the first man. Skofik taken down. Over-aggression at its finest. And also overconfidence now starting to set inside of the game. PB, these type of situations can really put you in a big state of discomfort. And so far it's happening too. 3 players still slowly and steadily moving in towards Banana. The rest of the players as well now are probably going to stack outside of Banana as well. Intentions now starting to look clear. They want to make a push in Banana itself. And B side should be in the takings as well. But the smoke's now starting to cause a lot of issues. A flash in the smoke from the back can definitely isolate this man. And that's what happens.
Just being a little too bold out there. Wanted to play in an off angle. Angelio tries to find something, but just chips the opponent. That's about it. Nothing apart from that. Now they've got to go in for a 3v5 retake. Do chip damage here and there, but nothing over that is yo. Quickly gets a good pick towards the barrels.
Nice. A 2v4. It is doable, but the time is of the essence. The man in the back gets spotted too, and what is he doing peeking out in the open like that? But somewhere down line, even they know that they've secured this round. And Sharpshooter with the op, once again looking forward to save it away. Peeks out, gets the man down as well. Giving the picks away like that is just keeping your economy humbled. And that's what Mystics needs to realize. Even though the op is getting saved, it's completely fine. Your own economy matters quite a lot too.
But as of now, they're just getting desperate. But the same could be said for BOYZ as well. Looking at the way how they're
kind of getting a little too overconfident out there. Because bloody the angle that he was playing on, he had no way of escaping. Just a flash onto the face and he's done for. He can't hide anywhere. But as of now, very early bit aggression. What a frag coming in. And he wants to double it up, but way too out in the open as Kamikaze and Ezio bring the advantage back to their side.
Dynamite collecting all that info. A 4v3. And Dynamite now looking forward to make this push. He wants to be on that quick flank, but all the players from the side of Mystics, they've got some different plans. Even they're looking forward to push up close and personal quickly inside of B. This op can be humongous, and it does find the first pick. Sharpshooter looking forward to find the second pick through the smoke, backs away. He might just get caught during the act, but unfortunately the site's now completely empty. And Sharpshooter still just trying to go for a couple of spam shots through the smoke. A 1v3 in the makings, and Sharpshooter once again needs to back away and go for the save, and that's what he's doing.
Will he be allowed to do so? That's the question. The flash, high up, comes in, no one's peeking on the back of it. Oh, what? Kamikaze just casually following him up and finishing him off. Now we'll be able to steal the AWP away. But 7 and 12. Now this comeback, I would say, looks probable. Economy is still pretty decent for Park Boys. All of them able to afford the M4. Got some decent utils as well, but they've got to get the read on to how Mystic are playing now, because they're establishing the banana control, and it seems to be the name of the game. The one who's got banana is the one who's winning the round.
Classic approach. But this time, PB, they've learned their lesson. Not to go over aggressive in certain rounds. Oh, bloody going for this boost. It's quite clever. Spots out a couple of players. Instant back away call. It's going to be there. Another smoke on the way. A good Molotov as well from the side of Mystics. And now these players being forced out of their comfort zones. Soon enough, the smokes are going to be on the way as well, but Sharp is doing a lot of damage with that M1. Even Scoffix instantly present to give that cover fire. As he is taken down quite low, he cannot afford to go for the same fight anymore. Patience should be the key for the success inside of this round as well for the T's. And the same thing can be said for PB. Just wait for this push and play for the retake. But Protagonist, he finds the first man who was way too crucial. As soon as Angelo is taken down, now the entire site's going to be in a complete open hands of Mystics, as there's still one man in the backlines wanting to be the security guard, but even he gets shut down. This M1 through the smoke, stealing a lot of damage, but KFG single-handedly, he empties up the site, and even the man in the back gets caught. The flank is completely dismantled, and now it's all down to Dynamite. Protagonist spots the man crossing, and he's not going to be able to cross anymore.
BOYZ getting too overconfident and now are on a trail of losing the round. Mystic winning out on all of their crucial ones. Have got 4 in succession. This possibly might be a chance for Park Boys to try and break through that momentum, but down to just a few pistols. And that op, which they gave away, posing a lot of problems because it's Protagonist who's been on it. Two smokes, utils exchanged, but banana control is for Park Boys. What pistols? Oh my god! Dynamite!
Oh, that shot with the P250. Of course, in the close range, it's gonna one-tap you. Oh, that was nasty. And then Flicker as well. Taking down Kofik. KFG as well, returning back with one. What's going on with Mystic? It's a complete shift in the tide. We thought that this map is supposed to be the CT-sided map, but then towards T, both these teams are now starting to dominate. Or maybe both these teams are quite weak when it comes to their CT side.
I mean, I'm just gonna say it out loud. There are so many stats that the Western region has which are quite the opposite. The South Asia region or even the Pacific region. And the same could be said about this. Now, yes, you can see Inferno as being a very CT-centric map, but normally you would see quite a few Pacific teams and South Asian teams getting a lot of round on their T side. Fair game. We're being given a live proof of that. I would also say pretty decent calling from the IGLs of both the teams, specifically when they're on the attacker's side. Doing a very solid job on the back of it. And Mystic adjusting to the fact how Park Boys have been playing aggressive. This time were able to take care of the up push coming in from apartments, and then also knew that they would be pushed from the banana. But my oh my, that's some parkour going there. Kamikaze was taken down. Now Sharpshooters has to worry about the second one.
Always.
The headshot too.
Always he's the one just collecting those bodies. And now finally he gets shut down, but at least he gets his hands on the op. And that's what he really wanted. Sharpshooter, he knows everything is going to be relied on him. With that op, he needs to find a lot of value. If he doesn't, well, he will be out. So this op is pretty much a big hope for securing this last round for PB. This game's being extended for no reason. PB, they're making a lot of rookie mistakes, and they need to stop doing so.
Oh, banana, it's gonna become a hell with all those Molotovs burning underground. Sharpshooter not being able to get anything on the back of the flash. He's just backing off. No one's following it up, but KHG on the other side.
What?
Make sure that Skopik goes in his coffin in the banana.
Why did he even think of pushing that? That's my first question. What was that shot? Protagonist even takes down Bloody. B site's now up for grabs once again. This B site's been easily grabbable for these players. Flashes, smokes out, but the player still decides to push out of the smoke, disrespects it, but through the smoke, Protagonist finds the pick. Deadly Force moving in towards B. Sharpshooter is the only man with the op, and he needs to pull off a miraculous play. Dynamite looking to disrespect the smoke. Here's the plant go away. Spots out the first, takes down the second. What's going on? Even the players pushing through the smoke, they're finding so much value. And now Sharpshooter with the op in his hands is looking for a turn in the tights. He's already pushed up close and personal through the coffins area. Spots out the first. A quick scope to deal with it. Goes for the fake tap as well. Wants to make sure that the peak's going to be forced out. And Sharpshooter seals the deal. All of that for nothing. While still PB, they're going to be your winners for the game 2.
Imagine having such a humongous lead wherein you're up by 12-5 and all that to end up on a hero play coming in from 2 different players. That was absolutely miraculous. I really thought that we might possibly see overtime on the back of the way things were going for the side of Team Mystic. Getting a few extra rounds, they possibly just needed one more, and that would have broken the economy again, which would have pushed them up to 11th. And let's be honest, when you're up in 11-12, you've got the momentum, you are 100% going into that overtime. But it was all stopped because this was the most important round. And if I'm not wrong, it was a 4v2 situation, which ended up in favor of Park Boys. A well-played round from their side.
I mean, let's be honest though, Park Boys, it's quite a promising team. They showcased some good set plays from their side. Also, we saw a little bit of glimmer of those team play as well. Yeah, it's understandable the enemies were not really able to reply back in the same fashion. But Park Boys, they definitely are looking quite promising. A little bit more polish on the top, and they definitely can be even a better team. As we move on forward and take a look at the scoreboard, Kamikaze from the side of Team Mystic was doing a great job, but KHG had the most amount of kills with 2015 KD.
75 ADR, and that is the reason why Kamikaze is on top. He had more ADR. On the other side, Sharpshooter 21, 10, and 99. Dynamite following him up closely with 20, 17, and 99 himself. Bloody is the one who had the most kills, 22 and 16. So it clearly shows you how impactful all those players were. Angelio, yes, you can see him down in the leaderboard, but at the end of the day, his utilities were being awesome.
Indeed they were. The MVP of the previous game is going to be Bloody with 1.35 and 199 ADR with 21. average kills per map. In general, Bloody was of course doing a great job, but still, Bloody later on started to fizzle out. It felt like his momentum was losing out in the later phases of Inferno, especially when we saw that switch up. But then still, if you do look at the side of Protagonist, his stats are not as great as compared to Bloody. It's understandable. His team in general was just not able to perform up to the mark. This series as well is a 2-0 series, and considering the Team Pack boys, they completely dominated this one. Inside of the leaderboards, there's still going to be a big difference between the second and the third place. It's a complete 4-0 sweep from their side with the round difference of 18 and 6 points.
Now, the main switch up that we are possibly going to see would be anywhere between second and fifth place, unless, of course, Scum Mid is able to win out against Team WahWah in the next one, which, I'll be brutally honest, does seem pretty difficult, but you may never know. An underdog team which has qualified, can definitely pack a punch. But that all's gonna happen after this one short break. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After 2 games of the series, we are now going to be moving on forward towards our 3rd game, where an invited team is looking forward to face off a team that is qualified in from the open qualifiers. WahWah is one of those teams that is so far undefeated inside of the competition, and once again, they're looking forward to keep that undefeated streak moving on.
Absolutely true. They had their match against WRN and on Ancient and Mirage. Now, here's the thing. WahWah has only dropped in total of 7 rounds. That is all. They have been playing so phenomenal in all of those games. It just seems unreal to spectate that team. But on the other side, we also have C-Mid, which is, of course, looking for its first map win. It's going to be a pretty tough matchup, but we're going to have a look at the players of Team WahWah, which are going to be right in front of us. As again, these are the ones who have been showcasing some insane skills.
Executor, Freaky, OK, Bullet, and Insumity is one of those players that WahWah, of course, has to offer. And considering they've also got quite a good entry fragger as well. But let's move on forward and take a look at the other roster offside of CM, as we've got HSB inside of this one. HSB is one of those players that I've seen him play for such a long time inside of the competitive pool, but now that HSB is finally back inside come mid, I want to see how this team's going to be playing out against one of those teams that has been dominating so far.
True. And sad but true again, Soulmate, Bono, Rocky, all of them are just looking so very solid. This lineup is again very strong. It's got an amazing potential. They've got some experienced players, but we'll have to have a look at the map veto to see which team might actually have a slight bit of an edge, as the first ban is going to be none other than Anubis.
Off the bat, it's going to be an Anubis ban from the side of the opponents, which is going to be WahWah. Then even CM instantly they reply back with an Inferno ban, getting the classic maps out of the way. CM, Vertigo as well being banned out from the side of WahWah, and then Overpass being banned instantly by CM.
Ancient? I guess we'll see Ancient and Mirage. Yeah, that's a nuke ban. It's an Ancient and Mirage. 2 of the classic maps out there. Mirage is going to be the first one. Ancient is going to be the second.
And especially then Mirage being picked up and Ancient being the decider. This is going to be an interesting one, Shashnu, considering once again Mirage, you're back to the classic grounds, but then you've got the decider inside Ancient. I want to see how Ancient's going to be playing off, especially considering we know Ancient is one of the newer maps. A lot of teams have been struggling, including the Indian teams themselves. So I want to see how these Pakistani teams are going to be adapting to the map of Ancient. Especially, I want to see what the players to come mid are going to do on the map of Ancient. As I mentioned, HSB is one of the oldest players that I've been witnessing him compete inside of this scenario for a long time. It's been on and off for this man too, but now that he's back inside of this team, I want to see some insane movements and also some improvements.
That is indeed true. Those improvements are definitely going to be the key. And honestly, I love the fact how you touched upon the map of Mirage, because Ancient and Mirage is the classic map that everyone knows how to play on. Ancient, yes, there have been a few changes, but I still feel that if you're able to grab a real estate towards the side of B and you're able to go in for a proper execute, it's still very good for you, specifically if your team's hopper is feeling it. You can play from long and can go in for some amazing shots, while on the other side for the CT, it's pretty easy to retake towards the A. I think so. It's a very balanced map in all terms, and I love that we're going to be going on to that one. It's one of my favorite as well. But again, looking at the map of Mirage, it's again, we've seen it multiple times already. We know how things are going to pan out. But here's the thing. These are the exact 2 maps that WahWah played on previously.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, WahWah, once again, in the previous maps as well, they have dominated a lot of the teams. But once again, going off against a team like CMID is going for the first time. It's going to happen for the first time. Last time when WahWah faced off VRN, it was a complete one-sided affair. And VRN, as well, is one of the strongest teams inside of the region. And that was a 2-0 series. So WahWah is one of the promising teams. Then you've got a team like CMID, which is, of course, going to be quite promising. This is going to be a close matchup without a doubt.
I am expecting it to be close, but I somewhat feels it might actually be dominating from the side of WahWah again, because on the map of Ancient, we, yes, have seen Simate trying to perform, getting 8 rounds for them, but it was not very convincing. They were only able to get 4 rounds in their first half. That basically means they ended the half in a 8-4 situation, and that's not exactly the start you would want for your team. So this might be a possibility for them to redeem themselves. But seeing how WahWah, the Goliaths, are their opponent, it does seem difficult. It's a daunting task, I'll be brutally honest. But they would have to find a way. And the fact that we'll be starting on Mirage might actually be the key for them, because this is the first time they'll be playing on that.
One thing is for sure, at least one of these teams will once again press some W keys and showcase us some insane movements inside of the game. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of the series begins
Oh my
now, as
God.
we're going to kick things off in Mirage. And once again, we have got one player disconnected inside of the game. And I guess the tech pause is something that just never goes away. Come mid, they're going to be the one to get the timeout.
I mean, tech pauses have been more consistent in the game than the shots of quite a lot of players.
Wow,
I'll
shots
be brutally
fired.
honest. I mean, there's whiff, man. Come on. Not like even I am very solid on those shots. I whiff a lot of them. But on the other side, tech pauses is something that has got some amazing consistency out there.
I mean, I never whiff, Cap.
Oh, seriously? I'd like to play with you once.
I mean, I said Cap in front of it, so. But
I thought you
anyways,
said no cap, but yeah, anyways, 5 Glocks, 4 Glocks, my bad. We still have been waiting for the fifth player out there from C mid.
and now that's specially Executor. You've also got Insumit, and then you've also got Bullet, OK, and Freaky. The lineup of WahWah is definitely quite solid. But then you cannot forget what Come Mid as well is here for. And speaking of Come Mid, right? Their name itself showcases what they're going to be doing inside of the game. They're pretty much probably going to be pushing in through mid, just going for a lot of these aim duels. So it's going to be an interesting one. And I guess this time,
I mean, it. Mhm.
this time we just can't really do a lot. We cannot even go mid anymore. Unfortunate stuff, but I'm pretty sure we're going to get those technical issues sorted out, considering the player who was disconnected is also joined back inside of the server.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be quick indeed. But on the other side, yes, it's a good opportunity for them as well to try and look things up and figure out a way for them to go in for those executes. Because yes, going to mid seems to be the name of the game. You need to have that control. It basically threatens a split on both of the different sides. But on the other side, you always have to watch out for multiple angles when you're actually going towards the mid. One is going to be the connector, second in the nest, third if anyone's playing aggressive on arches and pushing catwalk. So once you have got all those 3 angles blocked out and watched in, only then would you be able to scale up in the mid and go towards the boost, maybe to get into the nest if in case you've got the information on the back of it, or go for an A split if you really want to. But here's the thing, getting that mid control would be difficult for them, because we still have to see the setup that WahWah is going to bring on. The Ancient just seems absolutely phenomenal. So CMid has to take this map.
I mean, considering what CM stands for, I'm expecting the players of CM to just shut down their brain and play. I'm just hoping that they're going to play the entire game with just their mechanics and firepower. And I've also seen players like HSB, Soulmate in the past. I've also seen Rocky perform in some of the big stages. They've got a lot of experience, that's for sure. But on the opposite side, where we're seeing WahWah, they're one of the invited teams, so they have to be a force to be reckoned with. The first map, or the first round, already starts inside of the game. With all the pistols, CM looking forward to rush inside of mid. They haven't really gone mid this time, but B-Take's gonna be on the way. A great shot from Freaky. 2 picks instantly found towards short. Freaky's now starting to get real freaky and shut down the players in the front. Long range, of course, the USP is going to be prevailing. And that's why you see Freaky just connect a lot of shots against the players, but RKY replies back in a great fashion. Once again, another tap from the side of Freaky. This man's managed to get a lot of kills so far. He's just accumulating them quite easily.
Oh, Rocky on the other side though, so it's down to the big players who got 3 Ks for both, but Rocky is the one who's gonna prevail. Freaky got freaked out by that shot, and OK was definitely not okay after he got 1 tapped by Rocky, but what a way to start things off, and on the back of it, we can directly buy an AK-47.
I mean, he was causing a lot of troubles, that's for sure. And CM starting things off on a great note. Even though for a moment it felt like Freak is probably going to be the one to shut down every single player that stands against him. But he still managed to fail. And now he's got his hands on the deagle as well. Going for the long-range duels has to be the way to go. Mid-control taken away by CM. That's where they like to go, as per their name. And Executor is playing quite up close and personal. It's a one-and-done angle. I highly doubt he's even going to be able to find one, considering there's going to be a double peek from the side of CM.
Okay, still playing, and the Archers was taken down quickly. Everyone's going in for that rotation. Bullet standing good, but only was able to good enough to take 2 of them down. It's all down to just Freaky. Can he get a 3K off his own? No. Was just only able to take 1 with the Deagle. And just quickly able to move forward. An extra bullet, making sure that the dead body is not going to get up. But on the other side, though, now it's going to be a full buy coming in for WahWah. And for C-Mid, they've got a very solid economy. 4 AKs brought in, make it 5. Just taking care of all the Galils out there. Utils, I again like the fact how they were creeping up towards B, and the previous one, they went in for a B split. Again, taking that mid control. Okay, firing a few shots for the warning. Anyone is going to make that cross. No one tagged.
I mean, both of them have got good buys. And these good buys are probably going to help them dish out quite a lot of damage, especially on the side of WahWah. One man's posted up in sandwich. His position gets compromised for HSB. It's going to be free pickings. Beautifully done on top of Tetris. Position gets compromised as well, but he still peeks out. And he heads out a haircut to Freaky this time. Freaky's not able to get Freaky anymore. The sight control's almost about to perish, but HSB, good crosshair placement. Just waits for the player to walk in his crosshair, and that's what exactly happens. A 3v2 scenario, and CM, they're here to dismantle the players of WW. Okay, catches one lurking around. Bono taken out of the game.
Not check. The C4 plant is going to go down, but do they have an idea of an early rotate that is already coming in by OK? He can catch one.
No way. Both the players are quite scratched up. They're low, scared. And that's why you can see them play so cautious as well. While the opponent, he's got full HP in his hands. He can still clutch it out. Going for a double peek should be the way to go. Team play is probably going to be your dream play. But unfortunately, HSB, he gives away a solo peek. Also the time's of the essence, and it's ticking away quite quick. And the last man knows he can't clutch it out anymore. Needs to back away towards jungle. Is looking for to catch this player some tracks. And that's what happens.
Alright. He was able to get 1. Economical damage being dealt. But the round is going to be taken by C-Mid. Yet again, a slow approach coming in this time. After the first 2 pacey hits, the third one slow. I like the way they're mixing things up. And that is basically catching WahWah off guard. Not just once, but it has happened 3 times already. And they're on a broken buy. With just a hero rifle, a hero AK. Would they be able to get the value out of it? That's the question.
CM looking quite promising inside of this game. First man spotted out in the mid. I'm not exactly sure what he was trying to pull off there. He gets caught out in the open. But the gun gets retrieved. So at least that's good news. Bullet's now having an AK in his hands. And CM, they've got the mid control too. Sad but true.
Shots fired.
Smokes out that nest, but he still finds Executor. So many mistakes are being made at the same time just to understand. WahWah is just giving them dry peaks, and that's what exactly CM wants.
They've got the apartment control. No one's on towards B, but I like how they're playing it so very slow. They are aware that there might be someone on side. It could even be a stacked side, for heaven's sake. Look at the way OK has been able to move forward. Rocky. A couple of shots were missed, but Bullet definitely connected it perfectly on the head.
They're going in towards A as the bomb now is planted. Towards B, the C4. Defusal needs to be done. No kit whatsoever. Couple of AKs that they've been able to gather. They're going for the save. They're not going in for the pick, I guess.
And OK is going to deal in some damage.
Yeah.
Before getting taken down, at least he wants to take down a couple of players himself. Moving in towards short. Glimmer spotted. OK needs to back away. His position's compromised as well, and now the players are going to start to slowly and steadily stack up towards mid. And OK. Oh my god.
Ouch.
Oh my god.
Ouch. That is just ouch.
Oh no.
I mean, he had a lot of money in the bank. He had the legal in hand. He would have just saved it.
He missed that jump. Not like this.
I mean, we can't help it either ways, but this is the kind of upset that we were not expecting. C mid up by 4-0. Yes, previous one was a semi-scrappy buy, but this one they've got a full. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, he's dead!
What a molly.
He wanted to put out the smoke, but unfortunately he didn't. He switched onto his weapon too quickly before the smoke was even shot out. Unfortunate. CM now starting to crack under that pressure, just making these rookie mistakes. But Bono, he returns back with one. This can be of a big help. Okay. With op in his hands now, looking forward to return back to favor. It's a 3v3. But CM now starting to make a swift return once again inside of the game, even though they had the man disadvantage. But they still somehow returned back inside of the game. And WahWah, they're making some rookie mistakes.
That was a flash and molly combination behind those boxes, but for now, Bono is just behind the enemy lines. Okay, being shot down in the head. They're not taking the AWP for themselves, so that's somewhat of a breathing room for WahWah, I guess. Rocky holding the angle. Bullet just trying to get the entry from the apartments. He's got to check so many different ones, but Rocky, his peak timing could be everything. Bullet might not have an idea of him. Yeah, he does not. Rocky gets another one. 5-0, Necro.
CM really starting to make a stark statement. They've got a lot of money too. Yeah, now disturbing the economy of CM's going to be next to impossible. Well, look at the opposition. These are their final buys. After this, they're going to be completely broke. And two of the players, they're just going with half buys. Half armors on themselves. Bullet and Insummate. Let's see what CM can do this time. We're seeing a little bit of a variety from the side of CM, and this is what we like to see. Being too predictable will take you down as well. So bringing in that variety can definitely help you out quite a lot. Still, you've got two players holding mid, making sure that no one's going to be pushing up all the way to the T-spawn. Intentions, they're quite clear. They want to make it inside of the A site.
The only risky position I would say would be of sad but true. Because being vulnerable from two different angles, but oh my goodness. Freaky. If he peeks in mid by throwing a frag to dissipate the smoke, that could be everything. But Connector is where we've seen the control go in for C mid. They've taken that entire control and now they're grouping up as well towards the stairs down the palace alley. C4 still not being brought in. They're waiting, clearing all the angles. They are vigilant that someone might have pushed up apartments. I love the fact how they're taking their time. And look at the amount of real estate that they have. Taking so much space, the entire site being taken, and Sad But True finds the opener.
I mean, let's be honest, CM, they're playing like alphas at this point. They're taking up territory. like it's nothing. And even the op being dry peaked and they still come out on top. These double peaks are really a big counter for WahWah. And they're easily getting dismantled as well. Even Bullet falls down. Executor's the last man. He's quite low. Only 13 HP on the back and 7 bullets in the mag. And he can't do it.
It's a statement. It just seems to be way too aware. It's like they've basically studied the entire gameplay of WahWah and they're countering it so brilliantly.
CM with 6 rounds back to back.
Pace.
They're looking quite good. And considering it's also a little bit of a timeout from the side of WahWah, it's going to be tough to make a swift return inside of the game. Momentum stacked up with the side of CM. HSP and his teammates are doing a fantastic job in keeping the opponents under their toes. And
That is
now
indeed.
I just want to see what the game plan's going to look like from the side of CM in the future. Because so far, yes, they've got a big lead, but maintaining this one can be a little bit difficult, especially when you're being this predictable and you're still going for the dry peaks.
I would 100% agree with you on that point. And here's the thing. I just feel that WahWah are, at this time, getting restless. Only because of the fact that C-Mid are playing in with such a variety in their game. They are able to go in for those pacey hits. They've shown it in the first 2 rounds. And that too differently. In the first one, they went in direct hit from the apartments. And then the second one, they went in for a B split. Wherein they invested a few members to take control of the cat and go in from the archers. And then in the rounds wherein they hit A, again, taking the control of connector, full of mid. That's the way. That's going in for the slow ones as well. This time around, a pacey hit again towards the catwalk, but they're taking control, and what a shot, 1 for 1.
Yeah, it's quick trades on the board. Deagle retrieved. And look at Executor. He's playing quite aggressive. Out in mid, he's also got the underpass control. He's got a lot of information, that's for sure. The players are being softened up quite a lot. Bono backs away. Sad but True's probably going to catch this man in the front. He hears the footsteps fading away, and he catches him.
What a
single shot to the head to seal the deal. A 3v4 scenario. CM with a big advantage once again inside of the round with the guns advantage, but they're still facing a couple of problems here and there.
Rocky not pushing forward. The C4 is making its way towards the A, and this frag should grab the attention of someone. Would probably go in for that rotation, but this one fight, Bullet needs to win it. And the Palace Alley, he needs to be the one to get it. No, the angle is not anticipated. Bullet wins it. Sad but true. Taken down, picks the part, and so is HS as OK follows up.
Oh no, this is not good. It's a chain effect. Once you find the first one, the second one peeks out right after, and he loses his life. And now, considering it's all down to the last man, and he's only got a 5-7 in his hands, it is definitely doable.
HP.
Bono does not have a lot of HP. The man with the 5-7 slowly and steadily sneaking inside of the site, and Bono catches him.
He had to go in for the peak. We could have stayed there for a few more seconds and stuck the diffuse, but again, the pre-aim would have gotten the better of him either ways. And C-Mid with a 7-0 lead. That timeout just did not help them. WahWah facing so much trouble. The lineup's gonna go out while in the open. Mid, it's going to be controlled by them yet again. But B is where this time we're going to see WahWah going in for the stack. While towards the A, they're going to play very passive for the retake.
Oh.
Oh,
I like this.
AWP. Okay.
I like this. A double peek towards apartments, and they find a lot of value through it. This time, WahWah, they decide to be a little bit more proactive. So far, CM's been the one to take a lot of control inside of the map, but this time, WahWah said, we might just do that. And this time they're the one being the alphas, forcing out the terrorists out of their entire spawns themselves. And now HSB and Bono left all by themselves to clear out the A site. They're going to start to make it inside connector slowly and steadily. The man's caught. Bullet misses up the opportunity. Sights opened up completely, but HSB still is not sure if the A site's going to be grabbable or not.
The jungle. He cleared the jungle. Now it's slowly creeping towards the city. C4 now slowly making the way. Yeah, they're gonna reunite, but at Freaky.
Oh, he's gonna have the timing.
Yes, he had the perfect timing.
1v3 possible. Freaky all the way in the back. Just went for that tap, but that's okay. Through the box. Just seal the deal.
What a long shot by Insmudji. That was super freaking long. Was the angle directly from the arches to get that. And that's the first round for WahWah. A start of a comeback, or maybe just a little bit of a hiccup from C-Mid. We're gonna have to wait and see. Smoke's gonna go out again. Oh my goodness, Freaky, such an aggressive play.
That's what they need to do. They just need to be a little bit more proactive themselves. Because that's what CM's been doing so far. They've been proactive. They've been being aggressive inside of the game. And they're taking a lot of map control away. So this time, WahWah, they're doing the same thing. They're being proactive. Pushing up a little bit. Going for those aggressive angle controls. But HSB and his teammates have sneaked up mid. Executor's position compromised towards short, and he's just waiting for Executor to peek out. Executor spots out HSB, but he's not going to be able to get anything done. Towards connector, the control's lost. Executor from the short is conveying a lot of information, but he just cannot get a lot done.
It could be an A split again. Connector control has been grabbed up by C. Watching. Both of the players now deciding to double peek. Just exactly when Executor decided to back off. But okay, in towards the back. Needs to be taken care of. Just on the side of Ticket Booth. Can go in for a wide peek. No, goes for a short one. Flash perfectly dodged. What a play.
Nicely done. Soulmate now still looking for to be aggressive. A little bit of body block on the waist too, but it's fine as long as you're going to get the round. That's sad but true to collect those. That's sad but true to collect those last.
Eight and 1. So that one round was just a small fumble from C-Mid, possibly. And the best WahWah can do at this point is an 4-8. Basically what they were able to achieve previously. Just in reverse. C-Mid doing a phenomenal job. The C4 towards B, so that they can go in for some quick executes. B has been left empty entirely. The setup has been changed from WahWah. Again, grabbing that mid control, not giving any kind of information. The C4 towards B, so that they can go in for some quick executes. B has been left empty entirely. The setup has been changed from WahWah. Only investing bullet there to relay the information, while Executor playing in from his old doubly angle of arches. 3 towards A. Look at the way everyone is creeping up slowly.
Oh my god, what is going on? Two players
Slow down.
towards underpass. One man's towards ladder room. The position's compromised. And it's the deagle in his hands. He's still not able to find that connection.
Ooh.
Sad but true is going to be the man to shut it down. And still 8 rounds on the board, back to back from CM, has really made sure that the players of WahWah will be under a lot of pressure. Some line shots through the smoke. Considering they've got the advantage, CM can definitely afford to take that extra bit of risk if they want, but not anymore. That risk-taking factor's now been taken away, but HSP single-handedly is looking for to be the alpha inside of the site and take it over. He's already jumped down. A lot of shots missed, but the team play is going to be important. HSB with this cover shuts him down. A 1v2. It is possible. Freaky's only got his hands on the deagle. And HSB looking for to push up. Freaky's got no clue. From the back, it's going to be HSB pushing up close and personal. And Freaky gets spotted and shut down instantly.
Wait,
Still needs to recover the C4.
It's Smoothie finding a perfect timing. HSB had no idea where the last man standing was, and the way he went in so very slowly. Again, this could have been a very solid push yet again, but the way OK was able to hold his ground, get 3, absolutely phenomenal. And on the back of it, WahWah getting a second round for themselves.
Oh, aggressive approach, WahWah. One player jumped all the way down towards connector. And he's also got the underpass control in his hands. HSB towards Palace. Looking to play a little safe. A-side's going to be in taking soon. Considering the players off CM, they're quite vulnerable when it comes to the economy. They're also playing the AK hero strat. HSB the only man who's got his hands on the AK, and the players almost line up, but Sad But True gets caught. Towards CT is the offer, but the man inside Ninja does a lot of job all by himself. HSB with the AK all the way in the back lines. He's still looking forward to catch a couple of more players, but he's only got 7 HP in the hands, and I highly doubt he can do a lot.
That's the 3rd round for WahWah. And in the previous one, it was, yes, an eco coming in from C-Mid, but the opening shot with the AWP by OK, that was absolutely solid. And that's the thing. They had absolutely no utility, so just went in dryly to go in and clear those angles. And on the back of that, OK was able to find one opener, and Insmoothie was also able to play Ninja, get a couple of picks from that point, and it was just a wrap-up for the last few players out there. This one round is going to be important yet again, but oh my goodness, OK, what a shot!
Through the smoke, gets lucky, finds one. But these type of man advantage moments are really going to help you inside of the game. What could be a 9-3 half, it can be made 8-4, but you cannot make peaks like that. Those are some rookie mistake, peeking out in the open towards mid like that, where CM's players have taken it already. And now HSB, he catches a lot of hurt upon himself, but he still goes for that dry peek, and Executor executes him. Apartment control once again back in the hands of WahWah, but Freaky's position's uncompromised, and Rocky does not check the angle.
Playing in the ladder. You always know there's going to be at least one player there. So not clearing it perfectly, that's definitely a mistake. He wanted to try and find a lurk timing on the back of it, just could not do that. Now it's all down to just Bono and Sad But True who are trying to get that fight, will be able to isolate it. OK has been taken down. The C4, no, it's not going to get planted. What a nasty shot by Insmoothie again.
Oh, Sad But True. On top of the ticket booth, not anymore. 8-4 half by the side of WahWah. Slowly and steadily, they're starting to get inside of the groove, and they're starting to feel themselves. Now it's going to be a switch up where WahWah will be on the T side and CM on the CT. And I highly doubt WahWah will be able to get a lot done on the T side, considering CM on the CT side. It's going to be a demolition, in my opinion.
Could be. It could be. We'll just have to wait and see. You may never know if WahWah would be able to pull off some amazing strategies on the attack. Maybe get a few extra picks for themselves. Or if C-Mid are able to hold their ground, shut down all the aggression. But I'm going to start things off directly rushing in from the apartments. Taking some space. Just going in for the default though as of now. Insmoothie going in from mid. Going in for that very long fight. Ooh, what a dodge coming in.
Oh.
Yo, what?
What am I watching? Out in the open with the P250, gets the first one. The second man's missing a lot of shots. Almost he could have been caught as well. Soulmix, here's the rotation. We'll be able to catch Bullet. At least the situation is taken down 0-4v4. But then sad but true as well returns back with one. Team CM, they're doing a fantastic job in keeping the players of WW in their toes. And now Rocky through the window. Not able to get a lot done. But sad but true from the shorts doing a lot of job. The player's quite softened up. P250 in the hits. He doesn't have a lot of HP and he will be collected.
This pistol was necessary for WahWah. They needed that one. And honestly, the way Insmurg provided the opening to his team, they should have been able to get that round. But it's just that the retake was faster than they anticipated. And the rotation did not take a lot of time. And I'm still very surprised how and why C-Mid were not able to win that 2v1 in mid when both of them were peeking in from Sniper's Net. They should have been able to get that one, but anyways, still gonna see some SMGs in the hands of WahWah. They don't have any creds to go in for the investment. They're forced by actually. Oh my god, that's more down coming in. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but now it makes it 2-2. They did not anticipate the force buy coming in, and M4 and FAMAS in the hands. They like the upgrade.
A 3v3. And as you mentioned, even the T's, they've got some good guns. Molotov extinguished because the smokes. And Bono's still alive. Towards benches, one player. That was a great flick from Soulmate. At least he gets taken. But then still Executor towards bench. He's able to find the first and a double peek from them will seal the deal. WahWah with another round on the board. Make it 9-5.
Directly jumping off through the smoke. That wasn't exactly the way to try and get those picks. It's gonna put CM down to their... Oh, Nico. No creds to go in for any kind of full buy. Just a couple of deagles being brought in from their side. On the other side now, on the back of that, WahWah would be able to just grab as many weaponries as they want to. Their economy, pretty decent. So look at that again. Look at those shots being fired. Now that was a very good flash coming in. That was the reason why he was just able to get an extra pick out there. And it was all just SMGs. So they had to make that rush.
Deagles, 5.7 and a USP. Economy in shambles. And CM, they're going to go for a tactical timeout. They do realize this round's going to be important. And if they do manage to pull this one off, it can also fiddle around with the enemy mental.
Or maybe in this one, they could just try and find as many picks as possible and strategize for the next one. You may never know. But looking at their economy, yes, it does seem to be the case wherein this is going to be the most important round for them. 3 people only having $50 in their account. Sad but true. Not even a single one. 0. Bono is the only one who's got 1450. It seems that most of these teams are pretty comfortable whenever they're on the T side. They're able to execute properly, and they're also able to finish off any defenders they see lurking or just a little bit not paying attention or caught lacking. Whenever they're on the CT side, it just seems that there's a flip of the switch. And it becomes almost, yeah, it becomes just so very confusing for them because it seems they do not have a very good retake plan.
Interesting. A timeout taken by the players of WahWah as well. I'm not sure why they're doing so, considering they've also got the momentum. Better weaponry inside of the game.
True.
Still maybe just want to get their mental in check before they head inside of this upcoming round.
I think so. They just wanted to change a few things up in their own plan out. Maybe that's why getting a few extra seconds. But now we were almost finally going into the game. But another timeout being picked up by CM this time around.
I think something's going on over here. Both the teams taking timeout after timeout. Maybe someone's AFK? That can be the possibility.
Possible.
I think Sabono is
Possible.
AFK probably. Because he hasn't bought a single thing inside of the game yet.
But if that's the case, then why would WahWah take a timeout?
Just helping a fellow teammate out? I mean, not teammate. Enemy out.
Be possible. I guess everyone's back now since, yes, Bono's creds are lower than where he started on. $750.
It was him.
Only $750. It was good guess.
Oh. Off the bat once again. Some fiery start. A lot of shots taken towards mid. And CM now starting to back away. Ladder room cleared out as well by Bullet. He's got a lot of control. And right on the opposite side's a man holding it down towards short. HSB's got no clue. There's one towards the ladder room, and he gets caught instantly. What a big blunder that was from the side of CM. And now Executor. Even he's looking to flood inside of the B site. But maybe at the last moment, they're also looking to back away. Flashes and utilities out.
Oh my god.
At the same time, the Molotov's gonna flush out the player towards Ven. Good flashes. He gets instantly blinded as soon as he walks out of that spot. And the entire site and the floodgates are now open. It's a quick burst towards B, but CM still they're doing a lot of damage. 2 more players to go. A 2v3 scenario. It is convertible, but unfortunately they just do not really have the weaponry in their hands to convert it. Oh, but Rocky, this man is connecting some insane shots.
6 and 9. Now we're gonna see the comeback from WahWah possibly. Slowly creeping up, making their way. But yes, that was a very solid economical damage done. On the back of just pistols. Because in this one, again, CM would not be able to go for any kind of buy apart from just a few scraps left and right. On the other side, a full house. So, unless WahWah end up in a gamble stack side, I don't think so any way for them to lose. But oh my god, sad but
Oh my god,
things
boys.
off. And now HS is also doubling it up. They're gonna push forward.
With just USPs, that's a lot of damage. But they still manage to at least control it. And CM's lead is now starting to dissipate. I'm not even exactly sure
Eggs.
what CM's thinking for. I mean, they had a good stack. They almost got 2 players as well. And then later on, they start being a little bit more aggressive inside of the game. And that's where they get caught. And then it was just a complete mowdown. Look at this spray from Executor. Being able to find a 3K with that one.
I'll be brutally honest. I think so that yes, the gamble stack worked out in the early phases. But after that, they just thought that since we already have the man advantage, why not quickly mow them all down? And had there been only one player playing in the Palace Alley, that would have been possible and they might have had even better advantage. But only because there were a couple of players, Executor along with one more of his teammate, they were able to go in for that flash spray down. And that is the reason why Executor won in that specific fight. And Insmutji was over on top and Palace was able to finish off the last few players. However, on this one, a very default setup, yet again, Insmutji walking up in the underpass. Have to be worried about Connector as well as someone watching in from Nest.
Pretty much. AWP in the hands of OK. And WahWah now. They're starting to gain the momentum over the players of CM. As I mentioned, the lead that CM created, it's starting to dissipate now. And also this proactive control. It's really putting a big spanner in the works for WahWah. HSP catches the first man. Freaky this time. The same stuff not going to be repeated. Being too predictable should not be the way to go. And the players of WahWah, they're now starting to do the same stuff over and over again. HSP's right underneath the window. It's just waiting for Executor to jump out. He does hear a lot of foot cues away as well, and he's probably going to catch him fade away, and that's what happens. He catches him fading away. Towards the A site is probably where the take's going to be, but there's a man just squeezed inside of Under Palace. And he hears the man in the front photo. He can get an easy 2K, but instead his teammate helps him out.
And he now also takes, or let's just say steals away the AWP. It's going to be even more problematic for WahWah to deal with it. They've got decent amount of creds, points with G, but apart from him, I don't think so they'd be able to go in for a full buy. Just a few scraps left and right. Executor going in for full Kevlar's helmets along with the Deagle. A couple of AKs in the mix, a Galil. Okay, with just the SMG. And that's not the best possible buy for them. But they're going in for a pacey B execute with the split from archers as well as
Oof. I mean, he's taken down only 1 HP, but he's done his job. He's got the man advantage for his teammate. I mean, he's taken down only 1 HP, but he's done his job. He's got the make happen. They just instantly fade away as HSB and Sad But True got taken down. HSB is one of their main key playmakers, and fade away as HSB and Sad But True got taken down. HSB is one of their main key playmakers, and as soon as you take down HSB, the main ray of hope from the side of CM just gets cut off.
Bono now will be just holding that angle. He'll be saving. That's all. And so will Rocky and Soulmate. No one getting caught on the back of it. And Freaker survives on 1 HP. A literal 1 HP clutch. But on the back of it, WahWah now are on 8. C-mid just 10. Is this possibility of a comeback from WahWah? Because now it seems very likely. The pacey hit working out really well. They're setting up Freaky for some amazing executes on the back of the flashes from his teammates. And he is working out.
Oh,
Slow approach? What?
You cannot peek out a mid like that.
Jeez.
Especially if a team's name is come mid. You just can't. A 4v5 to start things off inside of this round. CM with the advantage, looking to convert the 11th round on the board.
Their name is just not just a name, it's actually a dare for the opponent. They've been winning all their fights in mid.
Almost all.
True that. We can give them a leeway for 1 or 2.
Slow and steady approach. Patience is the key this time. And WahWah still searching for an equalizer. Towards Palace is probably going to be the proper execution. Under Palace mollied out. Sad But True, if he wants, he can move under Palace as well, but no, he doesn't have enough time. Now he does. Considering Under Palace is already cleared out with Molotov, that's what Sad But True does. He moves under pass, he tries to catch the opponents off guard, but unfortunately, all the plan just fades away. And towards Palace, HSB is able to catch the first man bullet. The second man catches the op bullet to his chest, so he's taken down quite low. But HSB towards CT, he's going to make sure this retake's going to be possible quite easily.
2v3. Bono with the AWP and towards the sandwich. Just a small pixel of the place. And that is going to be C-mid winning out on all of their trades as OK was taken down by Soulmate. But that's just one small peek and movement from Insmooth G. That is all it took for the round to be taken away from their hands. And now C-mid one step closer to the map point. WahWah in a lot of trouble out there. But there's the thing that I really love about what they're doing is that they are getting the bomb planted in almost every single round. And that is the main reason why they still have the economy to go for the full buy.
Full buy indeed is there. And considering every single player as well, they've got their hands on Helmet and Kevlar. That's a good news. Bono being caught instantly as soon as the round starts off. Towards A. WahWah looking forward to be a little bit more proactive. But with that stairs peek, they're going to get a lot of info. HS, he makes the same mistake as his teammates, and he peeks out towards an Opper. But this time, Rocky's going to be the man to return the favor back. And he shuts down the Opper instantly.
I throw enough smokes towards the connector. J is going to just follow up on it and sit inside of it so that anyone who's rotating gets caught. It's like a deja vu to me. On the other side now, Executor has planted the C4. The wraparound is going to come in from CM, and they're just trying to pincer them from 3 different directions. And Sad wins out the first one, and that was one of the most crucial duels because this gives time to Soulmate to win this one. Bullet.
He's sticking it. He's trying to go for the ninja. Not exactly the ninja, but yeah, pretty much inside of the smoke, just sticking it. And Bullet just can't do anything. There's 2 players holding down A main.
Look at the econ. It's not good for WahWah. They would be able to squeeze in some buy, but not a lot of utilities. Freaky, he's gonna have to make that hero play possible again. The one that he did in one of the previous rounds. On the other side though, C mid don't seem to have had the right read. 3 towards the A, wherein a couple of us playing towards the connector. They'll be slowly moving away, but on the other side, towards side, seem to have an idea now what's going to be happening as the flashes go on. They're going to be pushed back, both the players, how to keep their life. But Sad but true, still on. It goes for the spray, could not connect it.
CM just 1 round away from closing the first map inside of the series. They line up. A lot of damage dealt. HSP single-handedly. He's like a wall that's impenetrable. But this time, okay, with the mode down, shuts them both down. And 1 single tap from Bono. And that's going to do it. It's going to be the players of Come Mid who's going to take the first map of the series against a team that's invited. It's indeed quite a stark statement in the overall standings. And Come Mid, as usual, they've got some of the best players in their own region, including HSP. This man was carrying the whole time.
Brilliant performance indeed coming in from their side. And I mentioned it, Mirage is the map wherein they can try and take things away from WahWah because their Ancient just looks something else. Yeah. But we'll just have to wait how things are going to pan out on that one. But the way they finished off things in this one, I love the fact how they went in for so smooth retakes. Yes, taking 3 different fights on 3 different fronts is not exactly the best idea strategy, but sometimes that's what you need to be relied on. And that was the make or break round for this entire half, and they did it perfectly. The execution was absolutely flawless.
Exactly. I mean, not exactly flawless, I would say. Still, there were a couple of loopholes here and there, but in general, as long as you're going to be the one to win the game, that's all that matters. CM in mid, yeah, their hold was quite solid considering their name is Come Mid. They're pretty much challenging the opponent to be in that spot. HSB, as I mentioned, his backs are probably going to be super heavy after this game considering he got 23 kills and only 15 deaths with the ADR of 121. This man was the man to rely on from the side of Come Mid.
Working absolutely wonders, but also on the other side, we were seeing OK and Ensmutji doing a phenomenal job for his own team as well. OK with 2017 and an ADR of 104. We're going to be comparing the top 2 players from both the teams. And yes, HSB is the one who's winning on all of the fronts, but we still have 1 more map to go to actually figure out who will eventually prevail. But WahWah need to win the next one. They've got to have their players step up.
Without a doubt. I mean, WahWah, of course, they made the series quite competitive. They made the first map quite competitive. But as we know, the upcoming map is going to be quite an interesting one as well. Considering it will be one of the off maps, I want to see how the adjustments can look like from both the sides. But ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming map will be there, but after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And of course, as we know, the first map has already been concluded. The upcoming map of Ancient's going to be on the way soon. So far, we have definitely seen some astonishment from the side of CM, but I really want to see what WahWah is capable of as well on the map of Ancient.
They have shown some amazing potential out there, and honestly, the way how Combit were able to take the previous one, if this kind of momentum is carried forward, I think so they might have a very solid chance on the map of Ancient as well, because previously we have seen WahWah showing a dominating performance, only dropping just one round on that map, but they were up against VRN. So in this one, I think so maybe things would be different, because again, it's the map of Ancient, ladies and gentlemen, the last map of the evening. CM on the CT side, WW on the T side. Let's see who actually gets the win.
Without wasting any time, we're straight up jumping inside of the game, and I just love it. We're not wasting a lot of time this time. And Soulmate, towards top mid, is already looking down. And considering the players of CM, even they are playing this one quite passive, not pushing up at all. Instead, holding their own grounds, holding their own territories, and somewhere down line, they know it is going to be a hit towards B. HSP is ready with the dual Baratas. He wanted him on the ground, but he's dealt a lot of damage to the opponents. And now the USP from the back as well are starting to click in together. They're not able to click the heads just yet, but Sad but True still finds down another player in the front, and he actually takes down 2 players.
Wow, what a mowdown. It just seems that Combit have got the idea and they've got the read of where WahWah would want to end up at, because they've basically studied their opponent. They have definitely seen their previous games, because this was just a brilliant read coming in from their side. A quick early ramp push in that pistol round and a picture perfect mowdown. Yes, there were a few shots that did not connect early on, but that was about it. Now this time around, WahWah seemed to be a little bit more confused as to where they want to end up at. Looking for a split. Crossing those doors is Executor, slowly creeping up. Wants to try and find a peg, but Bono is the one who will be getting that shot.
Oh, that was a quick one. I know it's nothing special, but still that quick adjustments towards ramp. Nicely done. Much more of a spread out approach this time. Not all the players just moving in towards ramp. Instead, you've also seen a couple of players slowly and steadily trying to squeeze in at mid. But it's really not going to matter, because the man advantage is still in the hands of CM, and it's going to keep on being in their hands. A bit of a run and gun with the MP9. That's what you're supposed to do with the SMGs. And now it's all down to this last player from WW.
So it's trying to lurk up towards Donut. But Smooth G was also finished off. A very solid round coming in again from the side of Combit. The way that they've started the previous one is the exact way they've started this one. Not giving up even a single round. That's what you always love to see. And on the other side, WW this time with a few Galils, AKs in their hand, would be looking to try and find an opening. Maybe they want to try and lurk up towards A, because their pushes down mid have been shut down perfectly. Oh, some amazing shots being fired left and right, but that's going to be Executor winning out on his trails. Back and forth though, Bono is the man who'll be standing at last. And the dust settles towards A ramp, where C mid have got the control, but A is where they've kind of left things up. A man down in Donut, they can try and take away, or at least go for a retake from the temple. Now I've mentioned it, retaking A side is comparatively easy. Yes, it's down to a 3v3.
Well, not anymore. Players are swinging back and forth, and it's going to be CM to come out on top in the end. Towards Donut, it was Soulmate, and he will be the one to collect the last kill too. CM with 3 rounds back-to-back on the board, also getting the buy round in their hands. This is going to be a big hit when it comes to the economical side for WW. To recover from this, they need to win this eco round. If they don't, well, anyways, they will still have the money, but they will be in a loop of getting the money and then losing the round once again. If they do lose, they will go back to the eco, and that loop is quite deadly.
Not the kind of loop you really want to be in, but fast push through K this time around coming in. That is
Oh,
going
no.
to be an insane spray. Oh no, he gets two in every round.
Oh no. Towards Dig, the players try to take a little bit more proactive control. But from Sunroom were two players who just mow the lawns. And now Freaky. He can't really do a lot towards mid, especially with just a Tech 9 as well. It's not that long range of a weapon. Sad but true, looking for to be a little bit more proactive, get that mid control in the hands. But the last man squeezing himself towards the A site. It's quite a quick push too, and for Freaky, all he needs is the spike to go, is the C4 to go down. And as soon as that happens, everything will be good in the hood.
Side is where he'd be looking things at. Definitely go and plant that C4, but it's still got to clear quite a lot of angles out there. The question is, when will the senses of CM tingle? That is now as sad but true. Finds a perfect angle through Donut, gets him down. Does not even let him plant the C4. There goes down the extra money in the train. But at least they've got a full bar for this one. All the AKs. This could be the pivotal round for WahWah. They need to win this one in order to stop this snowball effect that's coming in from C-mid. And the way they've been mowing down all those pushes, the fast push is not going to work against them whatsoever. Every single fast push has been dealt with perfectly, and B is basically a lockdown by Bono.
Pretty much. Smokes out. Molly will be extinguished, but also the vision gets denied. Flashes as well are providing that extra bit of cover, but unfortunately a T-flash does not really work out that well. And now Rocky once again re-smokes that entire angle, making sure the players are not going to be able to enter the sunroom. Soulmate towards mid.
Off angle.
Keeps on committing to that spray, but doesn't find the two-piece. It's completely fine though. It's still a 3v4.
I wouldn't exactly say that was the best, because it was a one and done angle. The most fortunate situation he would have got to. But yes, that is again, he might have been able to do that possibly. On the other side, C4 now being committed towards the B, where everyone from WahWah seem to be regrouping. They're going with their lineups. Now Smokes will move up. Should be able to plant that C4, but Bono, the man in charge, is still in the backside.
Oh. They're dealing a lot of damage. Even Bullet catches a bullet to the dome. And now see him once again. They're back on the equal grounds. A 3v3 scenario. Sad but true entering the sunroom, catches the first pin. And now the retake seems possible out of nowhere. Even Rocky's able to return back with one. It's a 1v1 against Executor. A good Molotov. He can go for the stick as well. He goes for it. But he still peeks out through the molly and gets the round.
What a way. What a way to win the round for his team. Yes, WahWah did lose on all of their weaponry, so not quite sure if they'd be having a good economy. But on the other side, C mid, I really thought that they would be able to go in for a full proper retake, specifically when Bono was able to get a pick through the smoke. I thought that this should be an easy 3v2 retake, but on the other side, WahWah had some other plans. Now working towards A. Quietly creeping up at long. They'll be welcomed by Sad but True, who's playing towards the back. And that Molotov is going to flush him out.
Oh no, panic. It was a complete panic situation, Shaishnu. He had the Molotov, had a lot of players in the front, didn't exactly know who to prioritize and who not to. And now even the bomb's gonna blow up on HS head. There's still an op in the back lines, and if the op gets smoked off, it's gonna be completely useless. And that's what happens.
Oh my god.
Amsuji, he catches the first and also gets the second one. He can get his hands on the op though. He does.
Yeah, they've got it. They've stolen away the op. Just as we mentioned, the pivotal round working out so very well for WahWah. Now they'll be building up on that economy as well. Got two threes in their hand, but this frag, a perfect one to flush them out, and they did not anticipate J would be pushing so up close towards the CT. They were just totally unaware, simply hitting that reload. And he was like, hello there.
Oh, it's a complete reset on the economy. Only one P250 and advanced by, that's it.
Hey, yo.
And all the players looking for to push towards ramp. It's going to be a big surprise. 4 players peeking out at the same time. A complete mow down as well at the same time as well.
That was pretty close. I would give it to that. Had Bullet taken an extra bullet in his brain, he would have been taken down. And suddenly it would have looked way too possible to try and bring back that save roundup from Brink and secure that one for yourself. But on the other side, WahWah playing so very smart. Okay, playing back with the AWP in his hand. Was able to get one crucial pick. And the spray transfer that came in from Bullet and Executor. Brilliant.
Respectable.
Now again.
Oh no.
Oh, look at Executor.
Just doesn't work out. Players pushing out in mid. And even Bullet returns back with 2. Once again, the T side prevails. As WahWah, they get a big round advantage. Or also the man advantage inside of their hands. And Bullet, he finds a 3K inside of this round. This man is single-handedly shutting down the entire competition. And HSB, still the star players up.
C4 has been planted now, and it's 2v4 with an MP9, M4 in hand. On the other side, there's AWP, AK-47. Yeah, it should be a save. Just Rocky out there trying to do some econ damage. He can't go in from A long though. He'll be welcome with a shot to his head. So Donut is where he's looking forward to. HSB as well has to be vigilant of someone pushing him up. Oh, the timing on that. Bullet. He's so low in the HP. Whoa. No one noticed edges. He got one. A daylight robbery.
Yeah, like a thief in the night, just steals it away. But still, the scoreline's quite tight now. 4-4. And considering CM, they've lost the lead, the cushion they had inside of the game. WahWah, they're going to be happy with this one. And now they've also got the better weaponry inside of the game. 1 AK in the hands of Rocky. And an M1 in the hands of SGSB. Once again, these two guys, they've got a lot on their shoulders. 3 players towards B. Heavy presence. And then towards the A entrance, there's 2 players being quite aggressive.
I like the way how they're trying to take that map space away, but nonetheless, the fight important and has been won, or maybe not. Ooh. J just could not connect those important shots, and now OK needs to be the one to make a play on the other side, but it's just got an AWP in hand.
Oh no.
That's all he needs.
Over aggression, over commitment on that angle, and that's why now they're starting to lose out on the site. A 2v3 is possible. HSB is connecting some inhuman shots. Dry peeks the upper. So much confidence this man has. And now the rest 2 players, they need to back away and evacuate the site. They're slowly and steadily starting to move in towards the A side. It's going to be completely empty for them. And HSB and Rocky, they need to move in towards the A side as quick as possible.
Good calls. Very good calls indeed. Having a perfect read, realizing, and look at the amount of lurk play in mid. He should be able to catch both of them. Executor, he's ready for them. And wait a second, HSB was just 1 step ahead. Gets a timing on the back of it. And now they'll be able to clear the entirety of the side. They should have an idea that there's someone might be playing towards Donut. Tap. He's defusing. He's defusing. Bullet got one. But HSB should be able to defuse it easily. Yep. No problems out there. A good 1-for-1 trade at the end.
Oh, man. Meanwhile, CM once again back on the lead. And with just an AK and M1 in the hand, they make it happen. CM going for a timeout, though. Maybe they've got a couple of words to exchange, considering the previous round was pretty much just clutched by Rocky and HSB. They could feel all that pressure, and now they're also going to put out an op. Interesting stuff. This op's going to be a big key for success for CM, and if it's able to find a lot of value towards the B site, it's going to mean a lot.
Or they can try and invest it in mid, because WahWah have not shown a heavy mid presence apart from a couple of rounds prior where they quickly took control of the lane, went towards mid, then took the donut control and went and planted towards the A. They can try and repeat the same thing this time around. Few Molotovs being invested, and yeah, they're at least in a couple of members, but cave is where we might possibly see some aggression.
And speak of the aggression towards Sunroom, Rocky's anchoring it down. He's got the smokes out as well. It's better if you just toss out the smoke right now. Unless your hands are going to be too busy, and that's what happens. Hands are too busy. He was holding on to that smoke for too long. Sunroom's completely cleared out. And now this is where the panic sets in. CM, they've got a lot of thoughts running through their head, and they don't exactly know how to counter them. Two oppers in mid. One from the T side, one from the CT, and both are looking forward to catch each other. And one man's pushed up quite close towards the A entrance. Soulmate gets a little bit of calls as well. That's some valuable intel. And you can instantly see the opera as well rotating towards the B side. It's a great read from them. WahWah. They're just being delayed for a couple of more seconds. Sunroom control's gone. Bullet has moved up. And the opera once again looking forward to rotate away. They do hear the sound of rotation, and that's why WahWah, they make a quick rotation towards the B site, and it's going to be a complete hit. All the players towards B, they find the first pick, and with that, the site's taken away.
Bono tried to find a couple of connections with some random shots being sprayed down, but look at mid now. That's where to go from the red. We'll be seeing the man moving forward. Freaky has been dealt with. Just got to be worried about a couple of more players now who would be trying to rush onto him. The white peak not working out perfectly, and the AWP. Still waiting for more. Wants to see if someone is getting aggressive on the other side. Sad but true. Down and A long. Wraparound is also coming in. Oh! 1 HP, and man was able to save it. Jeez. That was actually very close for comfort, because had that AWP been lost, that would have been so very difficult. But nonetheless, yes, they did not get that round, but they've got the potential of getting this one. 5-5. WahWah making that comeback. Making it possible for us to have a very close map, and your predictions were very true, Necro, with the spray down coming in it. Smooth J was even better. They pushed back the player directly into the donut. They also want to try and take that space away from them, but the Molotovs being brought in to stop the bomb from being planted. This could buy some massive time, and Soulmate finds a good pick. And then Smooth G wanted to get proactive, has been dealt with. 5v4, and A site is easier to retake. I've mentioned it multiple times. HP on OK, looking pretty low. HSP, does he want to push through that smoke right away? Got a flashbang and another utility to play around. HX tries to get one, and now they go in for a complete retake. Bullet stands his own ground behind the box, but can he do anything more is the question. Spray down coming in, wall bang, take him down to such a low HP, and he will fall in his last stand. Sad but true. Gets that final pick, and Soulmate saving the AWP. Every single round is just so very close. Makes you wonder if we would potentially see come mid winning out in this ancient and stealing away the win from WahWah, and that too in a 2-0 fashion. Might be a little too much to ask for, I guess. But with the way they are playing, does seem possible. With a bunch of utilities now being thrown in, trying to take control of entirety of the mid, making sure that there's no one pushing forward. Incendiary, smokes coming in. C4 not yet committed. Bono finding the first opener this time around. B ramp. That's the place that he's trying to control. He's got a player up in caves. Will be trying to go in for a pincer from the lane. The players who are on a ramp to take them down. Specifically Executor. He's the man who's standing. But he knows better. He's not going for that open commitment. And over towards Donut as well, we see a couple of players, Necro.
Indeed. And Donut's going to be dry peeked once again. OK catches the man fade away. The second pick as well from OK. He switches the gun so quick. Good decision making on the fly. And once again, picks the op back up in his hands. It's a surprise win for anyone looking forward to explore Donut. 3 players towards A. It's going to be a free plan as well. Even the CT spawn spoked off, so you don't have a lot to worry about. Towards Donut, you've got an opper just pinned down. The entire side, it just seems like it's going to be your territory. And one man soon enough is going to come wandering around towards Donut. A entrance cleared out. Even Donut's cleared out. And now one more to go towards CT spawn in the name of Bono.
Oh, the off angle. Executor finds a perfect off angle. And Bono, he was just way too close. Scoped in, the zoom a little too much to get that one man off. But 6-6 is where we end things at. This is dead even. This is as close as it gets, Necro, and it's just as you predicted. A possibility of seeing a close match, and we are seeing one of the closest matches that we have seen.
Oh,
That too in a very long while.
yeah. I mean, the first half's already concluded. And now Glock's in the hands of CM. Second half begins, and this is going to be an important one for CM to start off. And considering in the T side, WahWah, they pull things back in their court in quite a great way, but still, the entirety of CM are now looking forward to explore Donut. 2 players in the front line, from which already the first one's found, and the second one instantly collapses as well. A site's gonna be easily grabbable, and that's what they do. They grab the A site, but Executor's trying his best to fight back and hold things off all by himself, which is a little bit too tough. 4 players in the front lines. It's a 4v3 scenario, but now make it 2. And considering 2 of the players from the side of CM, they're quite scratched up. This retake is definitely possible.
That is true. Bono has to make a play. He's just trying to buy time for his team as much as possible and doing a phenomenal job, but will be taken down. It's double peak versus just one man. Got to go. It's not planted for them. And Rocky gets a perfect shot in the skull. The run and gun Glock working out so very well for them. Switches to dual Berettas quickly as well. They'll be having enough. Yep. I mean, Glock with the run and gun, it's exactly as you predicted.
It's underrated. It's underrated. Yeah, USP, it does help you out in long ranges, but usually if you're going to be really quick on the execution, then Glocks, they can really help you out in close range or even mid ranges. So yeah. Deagle in Cubby. It gets cleared out by the Molotov. And now slow and steady movement towards the A. First man gets cleared out. And now Bullet, he's going to let the entire site let loose. And the players will just straight up have a clear entry towards the site.
They'll be able to go in for the plant as HSB providing cover from Temple. Should be able to get one more in this situation. He's got the weaponry advantage. And also, playing on a pretty off angle. Oh, just a pixel off the place. He saw one. But now he's got to also watch the other angle. Slow and steady. Soulmate as well, lurking up mid, trying to find a timing. He's got some support from the donut as well. Towards the red, they'll be moving forward. Oh no! Let that spray down. We'll be able to finish off both of them. And an 8-6, where Come Mid are having a recent start yet again. If I'm not wrong, they've won all the pistols.
Man, Bono's a rich man. He's got a Fire Serpent. He's got a Karambit. Good gloves too.
That's your man, Bono.
Mm-hmm.
Another round. This one needs... Yep, it needs to be a little bit slow from the side of Come Mid because they've been going in for pretty pacey hits in the previous 2 rounds and exploring towards A, now going towards B, and that is exactly where the stack is. Read is correct from WW.
Indeed it is. Soulmate catches the first man fading away. Sunroom's not cleared out just yet, so it's still going to be a threat, and it indeed was. Through Sunroom, Bullet clears out the first man, and it just opens up a lot of possibilities for the CTs. Bono still towards Pillar. He hasn't really went for the plant just yet. Good flash as well from the side of T. But unfortunately, Bono collapses, and now it's all down to HSB. 1v2 and make it. He gets the first, and the second one's taken down as well. Quick adjustments.
That flick! That is exactly why we saw him on top of the leaderboard in the previous map. Bono is just taking over on Ancient, but HSB is someone you cannot put out. That slow look, he wanted to make a play out there, but Bono was just in a position where he could not do anything. He had to peek for the information, he saw a player, and he had to commit to the fight. There was no way out of that. But it was very well played out by HSB, and in this one, a very fast hit towards mid. Molotov's gonna push. Oh my goodness, look at the amount of damage. He took Tails to run backwards now. But still pulling the angle, high flash, trying to get some information, 2 different angles. Watch out for an HSB! Almost getting the second one as well.
He backs away in the nick of time, so he's going to be safe and also filled. So let's see. 9-6 being the scoreline. CM, they do have the cushion, but we witnessed one thing. WahWah, they need a bit more time to make a comeback inside of the game. They usually do tend to activate themselves quite late inside of the half. And maybe the same thing's going to be happening over here too. And Smoochie, he's the only man with the MP9 in the hand, just waiting for someone to step in that close quarters. But towards B is the C4, and 4 players just looking for to burst inside of the site. HSB towards mid. He's going to be the man to catch anyone lurking around. He's just waiting for someone to push up. And no one's going to be doing the same thing from the side of WW. Instead, even they're playing with quite a lot of patience. There's 3 players towards the A side, from which 2 players are towards Donut. And now slowly and steadily, even they're going to start to lose their patience. Probably try and make a couple of more lurks happen. HSB, he's in the mid. And he might just find a really good timing. He does. He spots out the first man. The second one catches him though. HSB, only a little bit of more trigger discipline could have saved him his life.
But as of now, WahWah, they've got to do something quickly. Otherwise, it just seems that this round is almost done now. They'll try to get in for a few of those exit frags out there, and that's about it. That too, Soulmate just denying that. Okay, has been taken down. He had a pistol though on the other side, but it's fine. Oh no, he needs to win this one trade, and he will. With the help of Rocky. Oh, whoa, wait a second.
What?
How?
He gets away with 2 even with that much amount of HP?
How?
Yeah, sometimes my brain just cannot fathom what's going on in front of it.
Brain.exe stopped working. But it definitely is working for the side of Come
My
Mid.
brain is not braining. It's been a long day of CS. And some of the stuff we've seen so far has been out of hands.
I'm gonna agree 100% on that. But something that seems to be in hand is this game and this map for come mid 10 and 6. Up in numbers. They've got to be worried about the op though by OK. It's been posted towards B while everyone else was exploring down lane through cave. So everything is clear. They've also got control of the donut. The only place that they have no information about is going to be A long. They're also watching mid, so they can try and pin down the position. That could be A long or maybe B ramps, and that is where we are seeing CM going, and this might be the chance for them to go for the hit.
It's a big stack, and it will also be a quick burst on the site. All the players towards ramp, and the rest 2 players ready in the back with the Molotovs, and also a couple of lineups with the flash. Good flash on the site, 3 players in the front, a couple of pre-fires around the corner, and the easy site's going to be in the hands of CM. Even through the spam, they're able to find a lot of connections. And already they've got the entire site control. Nothing can be done at this point. 3 players left over from the side of WahWah. They just need to back away and hope for the best and just go for the save.
Still quite not sure if they really wanted to go in for that save, but seeing how they do not have any utilities, I think so it was just better. No diffuse kit, no utilities. I think so it's a good call. And also seeing at the position they are in, they should be able to take a few of those weapons away. Yep, one is definitely down. Okay, takes HS. That's one off, and no one's gonna peek onto him now anymore. I think so it was a good decision for WW, but we'll just have to wait and see how the next one's gonna work out. Because, of course, this is basically a make or break round for WahWah. If not this one, then they'll be going in the next one broke.
One op in the hands of OK. Is he going to make an OK play, though? So far, it's not been the case. Proactivity towards mid. 2 players pushing up. I like this boost as well, but it's... Oh, man, all of those efforts for nothing. But Freaky at least gets the trade. So you can't say both these teams once again back on the equal grounds. HSP has found so much map control, and he's got the site in his hands all by himself. HSP so far, as soon as this man gets taken down, the entirety of CM, they just come collapsing down. He's been a big star player for this team.
That is true, but I still would say always Temple is where you need to have the control, and that's where Sad but True had his crosshair on. Again, a 3v4 situation. Look from HSB, perfect on time. Gets the man on donut, and look at Bono. He's getting activated now. He'll be able to go in for the backstab if he finds the timing.
Good flashes.
Bono.
The man's already made on the site. Goes for the stick, and he's gonna keep going for it. Oh, at that point, Bullet even knew everything is gonna be booked up on his teammate. If he gets a lot of kills, the defuse will come through. If he doesn't do anything, well, we're gonna lose the round anyways.
My God, he needed to connect that op shot. He just needed that AWP to land, and that was one of the most crucial picks. But at the same time, they also had the second layer on the back of it. Bono with that lurk, he had the perfect timing. So had it been the op shot connected, I still feel Bono would have been able to get them down. With a smoke, on board with Molly. Executor is taking the full control of mid. And look at the push up ramp as well. This time, WahWah are the ones who are taking that map space, and with that, Bullet lands a shot.
Oh, that was a pixel peek too. Bullet, good burst. A double dink to close it off, and CM, all they're looking for is one more round. And even the players of WahWah, now they're starting to be a little bit more proactive inside of the map. But this proactivity is not going to mean anything if the players are not going to decide to go towards B. He can definitely have a surprise element into G. But still, let's see what's going to be the game plan here. And yeah, he's rotating away with the C4. A is going to be up for grabs. While it's
Oh,
sad
sad
but true. Yeah, he's going for the bait. He's going to fake out the B site.
But look at everyone. Still have the donut control by WahWah. Sad but true. He needs his lurk to be on perfect possible time.
Oh my god.
And it's not just a bait.
Blunder, there's a man towards Donut as well, and he's gonna peek out soon enough and
Oh
shoot
my-
the man in the back. And that's what exactly happens. Oh, CM, they just straight up walk into a big trap.
And that's exactly what happens when you give your opponent a lot of map control. They had no clue about anything happening in Donut. They only had an idea about mid and towards the red room and sniper's nets. That's all. They had no idea how many people have lurked up towards ramp and were watching entire lane. And that is one of the reasons why basically lost the previous one. And the approach from WahWah seems to be exactly the same.
Nice
Executor
nade.
with that frag is just going to push everyone back.
Yeah. A lot of confidence being showcased this time from WahWah. A comeback possible. Pause champ.
This fight in cave and lane needs to be won. Only then, just a few tap shots coming in HSB. It's a ding, but that's all.
Yeah, I mean, he's
Nothing
quite low.
lethal.
He's down to 27 HP. Executor's down to 51. Better weaponry in the hands of WahWah as well. Unfortunately, CM, they've burned through a lot of their utils. They've only got one smoke, or two smokes in their hand so far, and it's not enough to go for an execution. But still, one man's gonna overextend to Donut. This is such a big blunder from the opponents now. The overextension's something that's really costing them these rounds. But it's understandable too. They don't want to lose the confidence inside of the game. They want to go for these duels. And they just want to keep on getting the kills. But once again, another overextension on the board. And it's going to cost him his life. And also the advantage they had
Oh
inside of
my
the game.
God.
Even Sunroom gets cleared up. It's a 2v4. And the
Okay.
man inside Sunroom, he just straight up peeks out towards the site. But somewhere down line, the players of WahWah, they're still getting the control done.
It's a 3v2 situation now, and HSB, it's such an off angle. If anyone goes in through Temple, they're done for. But both of the WahWah players slowly creeping ahead towards the bomb from the CT. Goes in for the tap as well. They're sticking it.
My goodness, what a shot coming in from
Ooh.
HSB again. And it's Rocky to wrap things up and finish it off. And my goodness, Necro, I never expected this to happen, but come mid, have done the unthinkable.
As soon as I saw HSB playing for CM, I knew somewhere down line this team is not going to be that easy to defeat. HSB is one of those players that has been inside of the pro scene for a really long time, not just inside of this game. He's also played quite a lot of different games as well. And HSB, he's mechanically blessed, and that's what he showcased today as well. The amount of kills he had, and he was also the main key player for the side of CM. He was doing most of the jobs as well, and even another player inside of CM. In general, the lineup that CM has, they're experienced players. They know what they're doing inside of the game. Yeah, we still did not see the proper executions, the proper utility utilization, but still it's something that can work as long as you're winning the game.
Yeah, those are the set plays that they can slowly work upon over time. But the main thing is about confidence, and they are going to get a lot of it from this one. Plus, seeing how, this entire leaderboard is just getting changed so much, I want to look forward to what's going to happen in the future. But nonetheless, an amazing game coming in from Come Mid. And yes, very well mentioned how HSB was the pillar. And also the other one, that was Bono. My man was owning the entire map of Ancient.
I mean, especially Soulmate too. Unfortunately, not able to do a lot in the previous game, but Soulmate's main job is to provide the support, and I feel like he's still done a decent job. HSP this time was matched up by Bono with 19 kills, and in general, because of the consistency, the MVP of this series is going to be HSP with 1.62 KD ratio and with the ADR of 222.
Good play coming in from this man indeed. You already mentioned in the starting, he's going to be the man to watch out for, and he really was. Experience always comes into play. Even if you're not top fragging, your presence and the understanding of the game and the map itself is just more than sufficient for your team to have those crucial, important fights and wins. On the other side, WahWah, this time they've got OK as their MVP, 1.09 with KD ratio, average kills per map 17.5. Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard as well, because I mentioned about it, how it's changing a lot, and it's going to change yet again.
CM, they've got a 2-2 scoreline inside of the leaderboards, and of course it's going to be a big uplifter when it comes to the confidence in the future rounds as well. There's not a lot of round diff, but still they're inside of the top 3, and as I mentioned, making it inside of the Super 6 is the only thing you're really aiming for over here, and as long as they're going to be there, that's all that's going to matter. Being in the top 3 should be the way to go. VRN's going to be another close or a tight opponent for CM, but I want to see how they're going to be performing, considering they've already taken down the best team inside of this region.
That is absolutely true, because we were all expecting WahWah would be able to just steamroll in this game. They might possibly be able to, if not steamroll, they would be able to at least get that map for themselves. But that just never happened. And just as you mentioned, even I'm looking forward to what's going to happen now.
After a long day of astonishing CS moments, it's time for us to take a leave as well, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure to be over here and cast alongside Shaishnu. Before now, it's time for us to take a leave. You guys have a good night. We'll see you guys later.